This video has been brought to you by my book, Fight Mega Man for Everlasting Peace Volume 1. Check it out in the description below. Welcome to Awesome Video Game Memories, where we talk about awesome memories about video games. I'm Ryan, and the game we're going to talk about today is Dragon Quest X Rise of the Five Tribes Online, originally released for the Nintendo Wii, the Wii U, the PC, the 3DS, the PS4, and the Switch. Wow, how many versions of this game do I have? So Dragon Quest X, the game in most English Dragon Quest fans' collection that they haven't played at all. Like most people will say, I've beaten Dragon Quest 1 through 9 and 11 and some of the spin-offs. I've never touched 10. Because we got to address the big elephant in the room. The game is Japanese only. Yes, this game has not been released in the US or any English-speaking country. It has been Japan only for quite a long time, since 2012. And I do know some Japanese. I know my hiragana, I know my katakana, I know some kanji, mostly the Dragon Ball kanji, but thanks to this game I've actually learned a lot more kanji. So I self-taught myself Japanese back in the year 2000 during the big Dragon Ball Z craze on Cartoon Network. But I am nowhere near fluent in Japanese in order to translate any of this, so please don't ask me to translate anything in this game because I wouldn't be able to for the life of me. But however, I am not a stranger to actually playing games in raw Japanese. You know, I've beaten a lot of action and fighting games in raw Japanese, and back in the summer of 1999, my friend lent me a bootleg of Final Fantasy VIII before it came out in the US, and since I was very bored that summer and I couldn't find a job, I actually beat that entire version in raw Japanese even before I even knew any Japanese. I found some guides online, I printed them out, and I even made charts of all the magic and all the weapons. Well, technically back in 1999 when I beat Final Fantasy VIII in raw Japanese, I was basically a masochist. and I unlocked everything in that game, every Guardian Forces, every weapon. But however, for Dragon Quest X, you should probably know katakana at the bare minimum, since katakana is the alphabet they use for foreign words, and a lot of the names and places in Dragon Quest X are in katakana, and if you know katakana at the bare minimum, you should probably be able to navigate through this game. And also the scene direction in this game is so amazingly well done, through the expressions on the characters' faces, the camera angles, and the music. You can kind of get the gist of what's going on even if you don't know any Japanese, like this guy's probably mad about that thing, or this guy's motivated about that thing. And I've wanted to play this game ever since it came out in 2012, but I didn't want to go through the process of getting a Japanese Wii or hacking my Wii. Well, I already hacked my Wii anyways, and then using 2012 VPN technology. And back in 2014, I actually started watching Cat's videos on Dragon Quest X. Well, but now, there's never been a better time to start playing Dragon Quest X because we have a plethora of resources like Japanese guides you can easily translate with Google Translate. And also, you have Google Translate on your phone, which will instantly translate anything you see on screen. Oh wow, I totally understood that! Even though the translation's kind of, oh wow, I can really get $5 off my meal at McDonald's! Thanks, Dragon Quest X! And quite honestly, I'm not really an MMO guy, and my only experience with MMOs is Guild Wars back in 2006, and I remember when I played PvP for the first time and I got my ass kicked, I was called a nooblet. Yes, a nooblet. And that kind of turned me off to playing MMOs with other people. I got all the way to the end game of Guild Wars, but it just got so hard that I couldn't beat any of the missions without other people, so I just kind of gave up. Since I'm not really a big MMO guy, I've never played World of Warcraft, EverQuest, or Final Fantasy XIV, but Dragon Quest X was going to be the exception I wanted to make, because back then it was the missing main series Dragon Quest game that I have not played or beaten yet. So I got interested in playing Dragon Quest X after hearing the Slime Time podcast hosted by my friend Liam and his co-host Platty, so I was listening to the podcast episode with Nawaria, who actually does Dragon Quest X translated playthroughs on her Twitch, and she said each Dragon Quest X expansion is like a full-length Dragon Quest game. So I was like, wow, there's like 5 full Dragon Quest games in one! So on January 1st, New Year's Day 2020, I decided, you know what, I'm going to download the PC version, and I'll play it for about an hour, and that's probably going to be it. Well, that 1 hour has now turned into 500 hours. So what made me play a game that's not even in my native language for over 500 hours? Well, you're going to find out why. And in late 2019 and 2020, there's been a huge surgence of new players playing this game since they lifted the IP ban back in late 2019, and I actually got a VPN to play this game until I realized I didn't really need it, although I do keep the VPN so I can watch Japanese shows on Netflix. So for the first 20 or so hours of this game, I actually played on the PC, but then I moved on to the Switch because I started a Square Enix account. I went through the very, very complicated process of starting a Square Enix account. So when I started the Switch version, I just logged in with my Square Enix account and my data was intact because the game constantly keeps saving as indicated by this rotating icon on the upper left. Alright, so now it's time to talk about the story and the game mechanics, and we will be getting into spoilers here, so if you don't want spoilers, then, that's cool. And I've been getting my story information from a lot of my own Google Translate sessions, Nawaria's videos, and the Dragon Quest X wiki, which is also Google Translated, so I might get a couple of things wrong here. So you begin Dragon Quest X making your own character avatar, and just like Dragon Quest IX, you have a lot of customization options, and you actually have way more customization options in this game, so you can actually make your in-game avatar look nearly like you. See, I think mine looks exactly like myself, I got the eyes down really good. Toriyama mad eyes like Vegeta. So after you create your own character avatar, you get to create your sibling's avatar too. So you begin the game on the island of Ethine, localized as Tenton in Dragon Quest XI-S for the Switch. Now, I think Tenton is a good name, but I prefer Ethine because I think the developers wanted this to be more of a pun on Athens, and you know how pun-heavy Dragon Quest games are, even in Japanese. And when you do play the expansions, I do think Ethine makes a lot more sense. So it's a normal day in the village with you and your sibling, and then you see the elder of the village, Abba, localized as Tenda in Dragon Quest XI-S for the Nintendo Switch, who actually looks like a much older version of Jessica from Dragon Quest VIII, just, she's gained a lot more weight, and she's a lot older. Yeah, Jessica, you kind of let yourself go a bit. So she sends you on a mission to collect flowers with her grandson, Shin-E, who wears glasses and has a really, really awesome hat. So this is basically the offline starting area that gets you used to controlling the game, moving around, accepting quests, going to markers. And outside, the battles are just like Dragon Quest IX and the most recent Dragon Quest games where you get to see all the monsters on the world map. And the battle system is a lot different in Dragon Quest X in comparison to the rest of the mainline Dragon Quest games. Like, the battles aren't exactly turn-based, they're more real-time, because in Dragon Quest XI, you did get to move around in battle, but it was mostly cosmetic since it was still turn-based. But this time in Dragon Quest X, it's very, very important to move around, your position where you're attacking the enemy, because a lot of the times you have to actually run away to avoid enemy attacks, you have to actually jump over enemy attacks, and you can actually push enemies away to keep them away from your healers, and this gets very, very important later on in the game. So you have to be very, very quick on your decisions in Dragon Quest X. But don't worry, you're going to get the hang of it pretty quickly, and even though the game is in Japanese, you're going to get by mostly on menu memorization. I don't always need to translate Kogeki as attack, Also, your allies are AI controlled, and the AI for this game is actually pretty smart for the most part, which is good, because the AI will heal you when you need to be healed, it'll revive you when you need to be revived, and the AI will cast buffs when you need them. And you can actually check out your next objective on the map by checking out the yellow circle. And if you're playing on the Nintendo Switch, you can press X to actually access your menu, and then press Y to actually access your next story point, which is very, very helpful. Sometimes the circle will be in a building in a place you've never been in before, so I do recommend having one of the Japanese guides next to you to tell you where your next location is. So we go inside this cave with the flowers, and then we have to fight our first major boss, Magic Demon Bedora. But even though we defeat him, sadly the flowers end up getting burned. And that's not exactly the worst thing to happen. So we go back to the village and holy crap, it's being destroyed, it's on fire, oh my god! This is a lot like the beginning of Dragon Quest II, isn't it? So everybody in the village dies, including you! But the turtle Galapagos sends your spirit to the Temple of Light. And the Temple of Light is where you get to be reborn as one of the 5 races. So you can choose from the Wedi, aka the Wetlings, the Pukalipos, aka the Poppets, the elves, the dwarfs, and the ogres. And I know Wedi is the most popular race, but I decided to go with the ogre so I could be big and buff ogre man. And once you choose your race, you get to choose your class between warrior, priest, mage, martial artist, thief, and minstrel. And I wanted to do something different with this game, so I went with martial artist, and I'm glad I did, mostly because of the tension attack, and once you fully master your martial artist, you can do about 30k damage in one go. And there was an extended offline version for your sibling, but it was discontinued in 2017 because it was kind of considered non-canon, but you get to see it as cutscenes through these books throughout the game. So because I started off with an ogre, we start off the ogre story in the village of Langau, where we see this ogre woman named Miley carrying the body of a dead ogre warrior, and as the town is mourning this dead ogre warrior, your spirit inhabits his body and you're brought back to life and everybody's happy, yay! So technically I've kind of died twice in Dragon Quest X already, and I've only been playing the game for less than an hour. And every single race does have a different beginning story, but we're going to cover the ogre one here. So after recovering, you talk to Miley's father, Chief Cliffglen, who looks like Ogre Burt Reynolds. And he's telling us that he dropped one of his Rura stones in a nearby cave, and Rura stones are actually translated as Zoom stones in Dragon Quest XI-S. Unlike other Dragon Quest games, you don't exactly get the Zoom spell for convenience to visit places you've already been to. You actually have to get these things called Rura stones, Rura being the word for Zoom in Japanese. And you can actually set these Rura stones to the beginning of dungeons, and churches and towns, at the beginning of towns. And I do admit it is a bit inconvenient in comparison to the Zoom spell, but you'll get used to it pretty quickly. Like, I usually set one Zoom stone at the town I'm in, and then in front of the next dungeon I'm going to go to. And sadly, all the way through version 1, which is Rise of the 5 Tribes Online, you get a very, very small amount of Rura stones until you play version 2, which is the first expansion, where you get the Mega Rura stone, where you get to travel through all the major locations throughout the game. So once we reach the cave, we see a little ogre girl named Jenya, who actually meets us there, and then she's spying on one of our ogre pals, Zinga, who is actually unsealing a demon. Oh my god, oh dude, we gotta go back to town now and tell Ogre Burt Reynolds. So we tell Chief Cliffglen the news, and we're accompanied by another ogre named Arnold, who looks a lot like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Yeah, I'm Arnold Schwarzenegger of the ogres. And then Zingaf appears back in the village, now possessed by the evil demon Zongalon, and he actually reveals he had a grudge against Arnold for throwing a fight which cost Zingaf his honor. And Zingaf is saying that Arnold has no honor and kidnaps Miley in retaliation. So we chase Zingaf back into the cave and defeat him, and then he's freed of the evil spirit Zongalon, and Zongalon gets sealed away by a mysterious light. And now Zingoff is back to normal and he apologizes for his actions. And so back in the village we do look in the mirror of Ra and see our old human self in the reflection, and Ogre Burt Reynolds, aka Chief Cliff Glenn, tells us that it's time for us to travel the world of Astoltia in order to investigate this mysterious light. And also Zingoff and Arnold are buddy-buddy again and they go off the train. And our first goal in Dragon Quest X is to get the 5 minor key emblems by traveling the world of Astoltia, which is comprised of 5 continents. The continent of Ogrid for the ogres, the continent of Dorchaka for the dwarves, the continent of Pukulan for the poppets, aka the Pukulipos, the continent of Eltona for the elves, and the Weena Islands for the Weddies, and 2 other islands which are Entertainment Island Lackland and Port Town Lender. And also in the center of Astoltia we do see a continent engulfed in mysterious clouds. Now walking around the world map is very slow in comparison to the rest of the Dragon Quest games, and even with auto run you still run very slow in this game. And there is a quest on the dwarf continent to get a vehicle called the Dollar Board, which helps you move a lot faster, and you can actually upgrade the Dollar Board for more gas tanks and a boost feature, which really helps, because running in this game is very slow, especially if you've been spoiled by Dragon Quest XI. And also once you do access the online portion of the game, you actually get to choose which server you can go on, with server 1 being the most active. And if you choose servers 8 and 9, which are the beginner servers, they actually have metal slime times where you get to see metal slimes, liquid metal slimes all over the map at a certain time for about half an hour at a time, which will help you raise a lot of experience. Because I remember I raised up to level 5 up to level 20 in one night. But you can only play on these servers up until like level 89 or so, because since these are beginner servers, you will probably be a little too strong to be on them. And you can actually get this Angel Slime Hat, which actually doubles your experience up to level 89. So you can actually get the key emblems in any order, so I'm going to tell you the order which I got them in. So as the ogres, you go to the first capital city of Glen, and you get to meet this fairy called San Bateria, who actually gives you a book. So when you talk to any yellow icon on the map, you get free gold, mini medals, and items. But by the end of version 1, I pretty much exhausted it. Now this is the part that actually made me want to get a subscription and buy the full game. So my friend Allie from my Dragon Quest group actually messages me to play with her, and then she shows me around the world, and she drives me around in her car. Yes, Dragon Quest X has dollar boards, which are cars.
BRB, taking a photo.
That actually inspired me to buy a car from the Dragon Quest X web shop on Hiroba. And yes, I know people hate microtransactions, but in Dragon Quest X, I've probably spent a ton of money here on the Dragon Quest X web shop for clothes, items, housing. Well, then again, Dragon Quest IX had a train, so, but cars aren't they a little more futuristic though? So once you get to your first capital city, this is where the entire world of Dragon Quest X opens up, because this is where you get to do a lot of the in-game features. So first of all, there's inns, there's weapon shops, there's item shops, and inside of the inns there is actually someone dressed in orange known as the concierge. And the concierge actually gives you a lot of free items like free gold, free casino tickets, free bingo tickets. And then you can also play the lottery in this game called the Fukubiki, where you can spend Fukubiki tickets to get prizes and special Fukubiki tickets to get even better prizes. And the concierge actually keeps a charge for you, and this charge is how many hours you've actually been playing and not playing. And if you actually accumulate enough charge hours, you can exchange them for Genki Damas, which help you get more experience, and also Metal Slime Labyrinth tickets, which I will talk about a little later. So the Metal Slime Labyrinths are special labyrinths where you actually get to fight metal slimes, liquid metal slimes, and you have a 100% chance of hitting all of them. So if you use a Genki Dama or some food to actually boost your experience, you can gain a lot of experience. And at the end you fight the Metal King Slime. You can probably get around 500,000 experience per run from this, and it's amazing. And if you notice in this game, getting gold is a bit tough because, the gold drops from enemies are very tiny, and you can get gold by completing quests and doing story. And one of the best ways to get gold in this game are the daily subjugation quests, where at the entrance of each town there's a purple icon, most likely a guard, who will tell you that you need to kill this many monsters in this certain place. And once you kill all those monsters, you can go back to the guard and collect a whole bunch of experience and gold. By the time you reach the second capital cities, they increase the amount of gold and experience, and this is Dragon Quest X's way of making you play the game every single day. I personally not missed a single day playing this game because I keep wanting to do the daily subjugation so I can get gold and experience. And in Dragon Quest X, just like most MMO games, you actually get housing in this game. Yes, a very own house to call your own. And from what I heard, housing in this game is way easier than Final Fantasy XIV's. So you can get housing at any of the beginning capital cities. You choose a plot of land, either medium or small, and then after that you can get a medium or small house. And I started off with a very, very small tent because I didn't know any better. Then I upgraded to a small house, and then after that I saved up enough money to buy a medium-sized plot, and then I bought myself a Japanese house from the Square Enix web store on Hiroba, and I decorated this thing to the brim, with the Zoma statue from the 6th anniversary event. I got the Baramo statue, I got the Dragon Lord statue, and I got the Estark statue right in my front yard. And I've also been able to decorate my house with the Dragon Quest XI poster and statues, which you can get from present tickets from every 10th of the month for Dragon Quest X Day. And probably my personal favorite way of making money is the Bazaar. Now you can only access the Bazaar if you have a subscription to the game, and if you go to the icon with the 2 scales, that's the Bazaar, and you can actually sell items, you can actually buy items, and it's much easier to find the high level weapons in the Bazaar, although they are a bit expensive. And also in Dragon Quest X, you actually get crafting. Like, you can choose a crafting skill, either weapon crafting, armor crafting, item crafting, sewing, woodworking, alchemy. But I went with weapon crafting because I recognize it from Dragon Quest XI. And if you're wondering where the fun size forged came from, it actually originated in Dragon Quest X. So usually I craft weapons and I sell them on the marketplace, but the marketplace does get competitive from time to time, so I usually sell items much lower than the lowest price, and I usually make a lot of profit. There have been times I've run myself into a deficit, so be careful when you're selling items, make sure to check on the competition. And returning from Dragon Quest IX are the trains, and the trains are going to be the way you travel across the world before you get the Mega Rura Stone. And throughout the game you can get Rura Stones with special quests, but the problem is in version 1 Rise of the 5 Tribes you don't get a lot of Rura Stones, so you will have to wait till version 2 before you get the Mega Rura Stone. And so one of the islands not connected to the main 5 continents is the entertainment capital Lackland, where there's the Medal King where you get to exchange your mini medals, and then after that there's the Coliseum where you get to play PvP or do some quests there, and the most popular one of all, the casino. And this is the biggest casino in any Dragon Quest game. Like, look at this place. It looks like freaking Luxor in Las Vegas. Inside the casino you can actually play bingo, you can actually play poker, you get to play slots, you get to play roulette, and then my personal favorite, Sugoroku, which you can play with your friends, and there's also slime races, and you can exchange tokens for a lot of the amazing items in the game. And the other second island is the port town of Lendor, where you can do a couple of quests here, and most importantly this is where you can go fishing, and also this is home of the magic labyrinths. Now, the magic labyrinths are these short labyrinths where you kill monsters, then you kill a boss at the end to get some items, but you can actually put in some cards and coins and fight some legacy Dragon Quest bosses like Baramos, King Hydra, and a lot of the Dragon Quest IX bosses like General Gorion. And each of these bosses actually gives you either accessory shards, where you can actually assemble them to make accessories, or really, really powerful accessories. And I highly, highly recommend upgrading your accessories as much as possible, because if you're wondering why your HP is so low in this game, is because you probably haven't upgraded your accessories or done your passive abilities for the other classes. And also, Port Town London is where they held the cosplay event. Yeah, like I got to see people dressed as other Dragon Quest characters, Goku, Broly, Kenshiro, Dio, Batman, C-3PO, not just limited to Dragon Quest characters, and it was awesome. And also when you take the train, you actually get to meet Sage Horo, who actually is your advisor throughout the game, because he actually recognizes that you've been reborn in the body of a fallen warrior.
Say there. Ah, I see. You've been reincarnated in the body of a warrior. I sense a different aura about you. This isn't your original body, is it? Impressive! Want some food? It's really good. Suit yourself, Hero. More grub for me.
And he's the one that tells you that you need to get the key emblems in order to go to the heart of Hades and defeat the evil demon lord Nelgel. And once you do reach the capital towns, you can actually do some quests to actually get more allies from the bar and change your classes. And I do recommend changing classes often so you can raise their passive abilities, which every single class can use. And also, when you level up in this game, you do get an initial level cap of level 50, but you do have to do the level cap release quests every 5 levels. So once you hit level 50, you have to do the level 55 release quest and then the level 60 release quest. So pretty much every 5 levels, make sure to do the level release quest. And if you're playing on on the trial, you can only go up to level 80. Alright, so now back to the story to get the key emblems. We go into Glen Castle to talk to King Bagudo to get the first key emblem, and he has a bit of a major headache and he's kind of pissed off like he's drunk or something, and he throws us in prison. Wow man, I think you need some ibuprofen there, King. So we're tossed in jail with a sage named Eidos, and just like Sage Horo, he does recognize that we are in a reincarnated body. And then we're freed by one of the guards named Zidane, just like Final Fantasy IX, and he tells us that we need to look for the Holy Grail to cure the king's bad headache because it worked for Indiana Jones' dad, right? So in order to get the Holy Grail, we go to this cave and fight the skeletal remains of this warrior named Orin, who completely kicked my butt. So after doing the quest to get more party members, I'm able to finally beat him, but it's not quite over since we do have to go to the mountains to find a special drop for the Holy Grail, and we fight Water Dragon Gilgish in order to get this drop, and then after that we go to Glen Castle to go to King Bagudo to give him the Holy Grail to drink away his headache because it works a lot better than ibuprofen in the Dragon Quest world, and he's feeling better and gives us the first key emblem. And also, because he had a headache, he actually was going to declare war on the second capital city, Gartland, but now that we cured his headache, he called the war off. Oh. Yeah, I mean, I've had some pretty bad headaches in the past, but I don't know if they got bad enough for me to declare war on an entire other city. So the next key emblem I went after was on the continent of Eltona, the home of the elves, and I really love this place because it looks so beautiful. I love the Japanese scenery, I love the Japanese music, and I love the ancient Japanese architecture of the elf continent. So we arrive in the first elf capital city of Aslan, and we see an argument between this little girl named Fura and her father. So Fura's father wants her to succeed her late mother as a windrunner, but Fura doesn't want to. So in order to get the key emblem, Fura's father makes us investigate Fura and why she doesn't want to succeed her mother. So we see Fura visiting her mother's grave, and then she's attacked by monsters, but then after that these deer come and drive the monsters away, and then we find out Fura's mom died trying to save these deer, so that's why Fura resented the deer. But then after that, in an emotional Dragon Quest moment, we see the deer place Fura's mom's favorite flower on her grave out of respect, because Fura's mother saved their lives. And such a touching moment, man. So after seeing the deer respect Fura's mother at her grave, Fura finally decides that she's going to go through the ceremony to finally succeed her mother as a wind rider. So we go back to the town of Aslan, and Fura's father is ready to initiate the ceremony, so we go to the Sui Tower. So the Sui Tower is actually the first major story quest I actually did with my friend Nick, and he helped me beat the boss at the top, Pusugan. And after you defeat Pusugan, Fura gives her her doll, and Pusugan leaves in a hilarious fashion out the window. And the funny thing is, I've never done the Sui Tower quest alone. I did it with my friend Nick, and then after that we actually helped our friend Milo beat the Sui Tower, so I've never done the Sui Tower story quest on my own. And so with Fura's ceremony completed, we finally get the next key emblem. So the next key emblem I decided to get was on the Weena Islands at the weedy town of Jolette. So upon arriving at Jolette, we talked to the mayor, who's saying he's having problems with the cats, aka the Meowgicians, meow. And he also tells us about a little girl named Somia, who's been abandoned by her parents and is acting a bit strange. So in order to get the key emblem, the mayor makes us go to these ruins so we can get a ripple fork to transmit the Song of Grace throughout the islands. But sadly, once we reach the ruins, the crystal fangs that were used for the Song of Grace have greatly deteriorated and we cannot repair them. And fortunately, the fangs do get repaired and we are able to transmit the Song of Grace, but sadly, that's not enough. So we're not able to get the key emblem quite yet. So we later find out that Somia actually is hiding a secret. She actually has a little baby cat. Oh, it's so adorable. And we do encounter the awesome, badass, wetty swordsman Fuser. Well, it's either Fuser or Huza, but I prefer Fuser because it sounds edgy like his character. Now, Fuser was about to toss the baby cat into the ocean. Why? It's so cute! But the mayor says we should probably bring this cat back to Cat Mama, the leader of the cats, and maybe we can have a truce so the cats don't eat us. And so Somia does agree to take the cats back and Fuser joins us. And so we go to the lair of the cats to return the baby cat to Cat Mama, who actually looks like Duchess from the Aristocats, but much bigger and mad with power. But then we find out that Cat Ribeiro, who actually has one of the coolest Dragon Quest X designs, who is actually one of the cat enforcers, who reveals his evil plan that he was going to actually kill the little baby cat and then kill Cat Mama to take over the Cat Kingdom.
The jig is up, you feline felon.
I would have gotten away with it too, bro, if it weren't for you meddling questers.
Cat Ribeiro, huh? Or should I call you Captain Cat Pants?
Bro, Captain Cat Pants, I'm gonna slice you to ribbons, fish boy. Daddy's gonna be eating some good tuna tonight.
I'm gonna slice your whiskers off before that happens, Mr. Cat Pants.
Then come to Daddy's fish grill, bro.
So Cat Ribeiro wanted to be top cat here. So after we spoil Cat Ribeiro's plans...
Had enough, Captain Cat Pants?
You may have got me now, bro, but the cat will live to fight another day cause we got 9 lives.
Back to the litter box, you filthy feline.
Next time, bro.
He sadly escapes, but we do give the cat back to Cat Mama, and then truce is made between the Weddies and the cats, and we finally get the Weddy key emblem. So the next key emblem I went for was on the Dorchaka continent of the dwarves, at the capital city of Gatara. And Gatara is where you do get the dollar board quest to get your vehicle mount. So as soon as we enter Gatara, we actually see this small female dwarf thief steal things from Garakuda Castle. And then we encounter Dustin, who's really awesome, as he's basically the comic relief of the game. He is pretty furious that the thief made off with some parts from his castle. So in order to get the key emblem from the dwarves, we agree with Dustin to help chase the thief down to the Chaldea cave. So the thief is about to dispose of the items in the lava, and her reasoning is because it's too dangerous to actually open the door to the Irbea ruins. But Dustin says he still has enough parts to open the Irbea ruins anyways. So we do go to the Irbea ruins, and Dustin opens the door, and then we see the Irbea soldiers attack Dustin, oh my god, like the Terminators! And then we learn that the masked female was actually Dustin's daughter Chiri, and she stole the parts because she was concerned about her father opening the door and getting into a dangerous situation. Well, at least she is a rebellious daughter for a good reason, Dustin. So after defeating the Irbea soldiers, Dustin and Chiri make amends and we get the next key emblem. So the next key emblem I went after was on the Pukuland continent, at the capital city of Orfair, home of the Poppets, aka the Pukalipos. So we visit the circus with Ringmaster Navlet, and he shows all the kids his trick and makes them disappear!
Come one, come all. Welcome to the Orfair Poppet Circus, and for my next trick, I will make all of you children disappear.
Okay, so are the kids coming back? But a puppet named Inspector Bakure suspects that Ringmaster Navlet was running a criminal organization that kidnaps children. Oh my god! So we go to Silver Hill and see Ringmaster Navlet lead these kids through a magic door.
Yes, come inside the magic door, kids. There's plenty of poppet candy inside. No need to shove. That'll show that demonic bastard. I can't wait to see the reaction on his smug face now.
I wonder what kind of candy is in there, you know, like magic Snickers? And then after that we go back to Orfair, and then we see the evil demon Zygus. And the evil demon Zygus says that we need to give him the children after 15 years.
I've waited 15 years, and now it's time for me to snack on those delicious puppet children. Oh! We can have puppet pancakes, puppet popcorn, puppet pizza, and a whole puppet children buffet. Now, it's time to eat. Where are the children? I'm hungry.
You wanna know where they are?
Where?
Up your ass!
How dare you? I even brought my puppet pepper seasoning.
Well, my friends here are about to give you a bad case of indigestion.
That joke sucked and you know it, you puppet punk.
Oh wait, so do the children taste better after 15 years or something? So Ringmaster Navlet reveals that he actually kidnapped the children to keep them safe from the evil demon Zygus. Well, I guess it was just a case of misunderstanding because he just wanted to protect the children. So Ringmaster Navlet tells us that he's going to lure Zygus into Forster Square. And if we defeat Zygus, he's going to give us the key emblem and reveal the details of why Zygus came back after 15 years to eat some children. And so once we defeat the evil demon Zygus, Ringmaster Navlet tells us that his late sister, Queen Alway, actually had the power of foresight before she died. And she foresaw that a great hero was going to be born in 15 years. And she became the Queen of Megistris, which is actually the other puppet capital city. And when she opened the magic door at Silver Hill, the evil demon Zygus forced her to use her power of foresight to actually predict when the hero was going to be born. And she told Zygus that the hero was going to be born in 15 years in order to deceive him, because she knew that the hero was going to be born somewhere else. So now the children are free and we hold another circus and we get the next key emblem. Inside a cake! I guess we get our cake and our emblem and get to eat it too. So once you get the 5 minor key emblems, it's time to get the 5 major key emblems. Now you only need 6 emblems, which are 5 minor and 1 major key emblem in order to fight the final boss, but I do recommend getting the major key emblems, obviously to see more of the story, get some more experience, and it's going to make it a lot easier to fight the final boss. But since we're already on the Poppet continent, I decided to go to the next capital city, the city of Megistris. And now the city of Megistris is actually where you can change your hero's hair, you get to change your hero's skin, in case you weren't satisfied with the way you started off your hero. And this is where I got to rent the Dragon Quest VIII costume, the Goldman costume, and then the White Day costume. And in the city and castle of Megistris, we actually encounter the hero Foster, and also King Poppin and his assistant Id. Yes, Id, like Ego. So we find out King Poppin is trying to initiate this ritual at the cost of his own life in order to stop this evil essence from actually consuming the entire Pukulan continent, but Id tries to stop him. And they also discuss they do need to find the notebook of the deceased Queen Alway, because the notebook has the power to grant 3 wishes, and Queen Alway did use the final wish, which resulted in her death. So we go to the glittering windmill tower to clear some monsters, and if we clear these monsters, the king will give us the key emblem. But however, Id's men that did come with us actually reveal themselves to be the monsters and betray us, and so we end up defeating them, but the king doesn't believe us and throws us out of the throne room. Yeah, I think the kings in Dragon Quest X need to realize that their advisors are mostly evil. And so Foster catches up with us after our utter failure and notices that we are a reincarnated warrior. So we go to the ruins of Queen Alway's villa in order to relive her past. And so Foster realizes that the queen's son, Prince Raguis, actually has the notebook. And Foster actually turns into Prince Raguis, and Prince Raguis says he took the form of Foster, one of the Poppet's greatest heroes, in order to protect Megistris. Mostly because Foster was one of the first Poppet kings from 500 years ago and was regarded as a great hero, and so he goes back to being Prince Raguis and his loot turns into the notebook. So we go back to the glittering windmill tower, and then after that Id reveals his true form! So Id was actually a demon trying to fool the king into going through with the ritual, but kind of stopped him because he kind of wanted the notebook first, in order to get the 3 wishes. So we battle Id at the windmill tower, and it does come at the cost of King Poppin's life. And then after that, Raguis becomes the new king and uses the notebook to wish away the evil essence from the island. And then in another emotional Dragon Quest moment, he reads the notebook and he's touched by his mother's last wish, because that last wish was to protect the country. Oh, for such cute creatures, they have such an emotional story, man. And after that, Prince Raguis gives us the next key emblem. So the next major key emblem I decided to get was back in the Ogre continent at the capital city of Gartland. And as soon as we enter Gartland, this little dwarf thief tries to steal my wallet. Hey. But this big lady named Sage Marine, whoa, she got big magumbos, actually picks up the dwarf thief and throws him 100 feet into the air. I don't think he's coming back down. And then she goes off to see the king. And Gartland is a place where you can actually do a quest to reset your skill points, just in case you allocated skill points to the wrong skill because you couldn't read the language, or if you want to try different skills and don't want to raise a million levels. So we see our old pals Arnold and Miley talking to King Grosner about some missing soldiers from Gartland Castle. And Sage Marine is there also to talk to the king, and so in order to get this next key emblem we have to rescue the soldiers, but on our way to rescue the soldiers, Arnold gets kidnapped, and we find out that the soldiers are at the pirates' hideout. So we see a woman in white using a jewel to transform herself into her true form, and her name is Demon Juliante. Well, yeah, you can totally cast a spell on me anytime, Juliante. But after defeating her, we only free 2 of the soldiers, and the rest are missing, including Arnold. So we go back to the king. And one of the soldiers actually gives them Juliante's jewel, but then after that, Sage Marine takes it and reveals her true form. Oh god, And Sage Marine reveals that she and her sister Juliante were actually demon sisters, and blamed the events of the previous war, and they wanted to take control of someone who had the power to revive people. So we go back to the ancient Oresco arena in order to rescue Arnold and the rest of the soldiers. We defeat Sage Marine, and then after that, this clown traveler named Pewju. I don't like this guy, man. He pisses me off. And he says he's gonna report to the One, which we'll find out very, very later in the expansions. So we go back to Gartland and get the key emblem. So the next key emblem I went after was in the Kingdom of Dolworm, which is the second dwarf capital city. So we have to travel through the Gobble Desert, gobble gobble gobble, and Dolworm Castle is a bit confusing to navigate. Oh boy, this is almost like a dungeon in itself. So the Kingdom of Dolworm has been having problems with King Urad and Prince Ramiza, who are brothers, and Prince Ramiza doesn't feel confident that he's able to succeed his brother and become the new king of the castle. And one big problem is the Kingdom of Dolworm is in danger of losing energy, and Director Dura actually shows them an experiment that actually turns this evil stone into energy, and Dustin's daughter Chiri actually appears as one of the researchers, with a human female with glasses named Lunana, who's actually pretty hot by the way, who's trying to assist them, but her true purpose is to boost her fame. So we go to Carsadora Volcano in order to get some more stones to power up the city, but however, powering up these stones accidentally revives the evil spirit of Tenma Kurvana, so the king is pretty mad at Director Dura for freeing him, so we pretty much had to go and fight him. And also we find out that the stone we powered up wasn't exactly the correct stone and is in danger of blowing up the entire kingdom. Alright, let's see, we've already died twice in this game, and now the whole kingdom is in danger of blowing up. Yeah, we can't really catch a break in Dragon Quest X, can we? So after we defeat Tenma Kurvana, everyone is doing their power to stop the explosion, but Prince Ramiza actually unleashes his full power to stop the explosion, and it's actually revealed that Chiri was actually King Urad's daughter and was abandoned at a young age and was raised by Dustin as a child in another emotional Dragon Quest X moment. So she's technically the princess of Dolworm, but however, she refuses to live in the castle because she sees Dustin as her true father, and the king and Director Dura will still try to fix Dolworm's energy problem, and you get the key emblem after defeating Tenma Kurvana and preventing, the apocalypse. And Prince Ramiza does get the confidence to finally succeed the throne one day. So the next major key emblem I decided to get was at the second Wedi capital city of Varanard. Now Varanard is the place where you actually get to fuse accessories. And like I mentioned before, accessories are very, very important. And here at the accessory shop you get to fuse accessories to make your stats even more powerful. And also outside the accessory shop you can actually exchange alchemy stones in order to power up your weapons. And also in Varanard at the bar where they do play Wagon Wheels March from Dragon Quest IV, you actually get to participate in the Astoltia Defense Force, which is a bunch of raid missions with 7 other people, with a total of 8 people actually trying to defend a town from monsters, and if you beat these monsters, you get some of the top level weapons in the game. So as we enter the second capital city of Varanard, we see Queen Diore singing a song to all the citizens, but however, she is at odds with her son, Prince Otis, who wants to go to the Forbidden Land, but he's forbidden to do so. And we do get to see this really funny scene of a fortune teller Wedi who gets his leg bit by a dog. So after talking to Queen Diore, we do talk to Prince Otis, and he tells us to meet us at the Royal Investigation Camp. And at the Royal Investigation Camp, we do meet up with the Wedi who did get his leg bitten by the dog. His name is Kazlin, and he wants to accompany us to actually help Prince Otis out. Hey Kazlin, I think you're a pretty funny stand-up guy, even if the dogs don't like you, so if you hang out with us, we'll protect you from all the dogs, the best we can. So now we go into the Forbidden Land in the Eternal Underground Labyrinth. And now we find out why Prince Otis wants to go down here. So we see a Wedi princess trapped in water, which is actually water that stops time, and Otis wants to free her. And Otis wants to free her because he's pretty certain that she's one of the Wedi princesses from the past. So Kazlin tells us a fortune about a song that will drain the eternal water. But the queen says the song has been forbidden for over 1,000 years, and refuses to sing it for us because she has such a nice singing voice. So we go to the Poetry Ruins, yes, the Poetry Ruins, named after poetry. And so we try to read the tablet for the song, but the tablet is actually a crab monster who we have to fight. So after we defeat it, we get the Song of Setsuna. So we go back to the Forbidden Land, and Prince Otis tries to sing the Song of Setsuna in order to free the princess, but it doesn't work. But however, Kazlin reveals his true nature. He was trying to use Prince Otis in order to revive Tyrant Bassa Grande. That kind of sounds like a meal from Taco Bell, the one that gives us the massive diarrhea. In order to rule the world! Yes, all hail King Kazlin! All the dogs from the earth shall be purged for biting my leg. Ooh, those nasty dogs. Kazlin, you traitor! You wanted to get rid of all the dogs from the world, didn't you? So Caslin kicks Otis into the eternal water, but then after that the dog from earlier comes inside the ruins and bites Caslin again, and then he falls into the eternal water in a comical fashion. And we find out since Otis wasn't exactly the proper king, he wasn't able to sing the song to free the princess, but then Queen Diore arrives and sings the song and frees us all, including Caslin. But then after that, Caslin tries to convince Tyrant Bossa Grande that they can rule the world together with their evil Taco Bell. But then Tyrant Bossa Grande's like, I don't need no wimpy weddy like you, Caslin. No, my Taco Bell's gonna give everyone in Dragon Quest X diarrhea. So we fight Tyrant Bossa Grande, and he has this bad habit of casting Disruptive Wave on us, which I pretty much assume is, giving us diarrhea from Taco Bell. But we beat him, and then we see the traitor dog-hating Caslin run away. Yeah, you better run, boy, you better run. I'm gonna come after you. And back at Verenard Castle, Queen Diore says she didn't want her son going to the Forbidden Land because that would have put him in danger. And also the princess that they freed named Saria now lives with them in the castle, and we get the next key emblem. And now for my personal favorite story in Dragon Quest X version 1, Rise of the Five Tribes, we go for the next key emblem on the Elf continent at the second capital city of Kami Harumi. So once we go to Kami Harumi Castle, we find out that King Nikoroi, who looks like a massively badass samurai alpha elf, has gone to the abandoned castle because 50 years ago, there was an incident involving his family. Back when he was 6 years old, his older sister, Princess Rita, actually had the power to communicate with the Holy Land, but she could not control it. And because Princess Rita could not control the power of the Holy Land, her madness actually killed herself, her mother, and her father. And King Nikoroi was always wondering, why was he spared 50 years ago? So we go to the very, very spooky abandoned castle. Oh my god, this is very scary. And we actually see flashbacks of Princess Rita actually sealing away their mother, Queen Agasuna. And during these flashbacks, we actually see Queen Agasuna saying, you must get the leaf of the dark tree to bring me back. Wait a minute. Usually in Dragon Quest games, we need an Yggdrasil leaf to actually bring people back. The leaf of the green tree, the Yggdrasil tree. So we pretty much had to go to the other side of the continent, to the dark forest to get the dark tree. Well, the Yggdrasil tree is that way? Okay, Mom. So on our way to the dark forest to get the leaf of the dark tree, we go to Gakapuchi village, and then we see, oh my god, it's under attack by S-Stark!
Poggers.
So S-Stark, looking really, really pissed off, is laying waste to Gakapuchi village. Oh my god, S-Stark, don't step on her, I can't watch! And right before S-Stark is about to kill that little girl, he actually gets sealed away by Sage Rhodia and her gang. Sage Rhodia says, those are the will to fight, and the ones who find the king's armor will be the ones to defeat S-Stark. Now this isn't exactly S-Stark, this is actually a separate being called the King of Calamity, but we're just gonna call him S-Stark because, come on, he looks like S-Stark. A lot different than the goofy looking S-Stark from Dragon Quest IV, but I'm just gonna call him S-Stark. Maybe this is S-Stark after working out between games. I bet you after Dragon Quest IV and Dragon Quest IX, S-Stark was like, oh, those pesky questers, I'm gonna get in shape. Oh yeah, look at me now, man. I'm like super buff S-Stark, and I'm a meaner looking. I'm like S-Stark Schwarzenegger. And S-Stark is actually one of the optional super bosses in Dragon Quest X, and there's quite a lot of them actually. And in order to fight S-Stark, you actually have to do the Myth quest, which do require you to have all 10 of the key emblems, and actually get the king's armor from each of the 5 continents, and then you have to go to this temple where you do have to refight all 10 of the major bosses, and then you actually go to the underworld to fight S-Stark, and S-Stark pretty much kicked my ass, but I was not able to beat him until I hit like level 86 or something. And actually what's cool about S-Stark, it's actually one of these raid battles where you can team up with 7 other people to actually fight him. But luckily I was able to beat him with just my 4 party members. So in the Myth quest you actually get 3 fights with S-Stark. You actually have the regular fight, after that you fight him again, and then after that you fight him in his injured form, which is really cool. And actually during the mythical quest you actually do get to see the pasts of Sage Rhodia, Cosette, and all of her allies, and how they actually took up the mantle to fight S-Stark. S-Stark is completely optional, you don't really need to fight him, but he is very, very fun to fight. So we get to go to the cheeriest place in the game, the Dark Forest. I just went to the abandoned castle, now I'm here in the spooky forest. I mean, there's so many dark parts of the elf continent that we didn't know about yet. So we defeat the Guardians of the Dark Tree, who look very, very goofy in comparison to the rest of the Dark Forest. We go back to the spooky abandoned castle, and then we revive our mother, Queen Agasuna. Hey mom, how's it going? I got that leaf of the Dark Tree. I would have brought an Yggdrasil leaf, but you didn't want it. So now the newly revived Queen Agasuna says Princess Rita did go mad with her power and sealed her away at the cost of her own life and also killed her father. And if the power of the Holy Land falls into the wrong hands, the entire continent of Eltona will be shrouded in darkness. So imagine all of Eltona looking like the Dark Forest and the abandoned castle. We will not let that happen. King Nikoroi will make sure that doesn't happen. So in searching the abandoned castle, we actually find a diary that says Queen Agasuna got really sick. So Rita tried to use the power of the Holy Land to cure her sickness, but instead of curing her mother, she actually attacked her mother because she went mad with power from the Holy Land. This story isn't quite adding up for some reason. So Queen Agasuna tells King Nikoroi to open the door to the Holy Land with his ring, and once we're in the Holy Land, Queen Agasuna's face changes. Ah! You're not my mother! And she reveals that she is actually the evil spider demon Aragune. So Aragune reveals that he actually killed King Nashroi and the real Queen Agasuna and took the form of Queen Agasuna, and then Princess Rita, actually using the power of the Holy Land, detected that that was not her real mother. That was actually Aragune in disguise. So that's why she attacked him at the cost of her own life. Oh, you sinister spider, I'm totally gonna squash you now with my boy King Nikoroi. So this was actually a complete misunderstanding because Princess Rita actually knew that that was not her mother. That was actually Aragune in disguise. So after we get our revenge on Aragune for all this chaos he caused 50 years ago, the spirit of Princess Rita rises, happy that she's now free, that Aragune has been defeated, and that the power of the Holy Land was used to protect the continent of Eltona. And she tells us, with the older King Nikoroi standing right there, that I have a younger brother named Nikoroi who I wanted to protect. So please tell him that I did this to protect him. So King Nikoroi, being the absolute alpha samurai that he is, pretty much says, yeah, I'll tell him. The feels, man. The feels so awful. So the spirit of Princess Rita finally fades off into her eternal rest while King Nikoroi cries out for his sister. Sister! Oh my god, the feels of Dragon Quest. Oh my god, Dragon Quest 10, man. I can't even read the language, but I used Google Translate and it still made me have the feels, man. God, why can't this be localized? So Nikoroi thanks us for finally putting this 50-year mystery to rest, and we get the final key emblem. Alright, so now that we have all the key emblems we need, we go back to the Ogre continent, to the Landed Mountains, and Sage Horo says now it's time to go to the heart of Hades in order to fight the evil demon lord Nelgel. So we try to get to the castle ready to fight the evil demon king, and then we fail. Man, we came all this way to fight the evil demon king only to fail, and we still can't get a break in this game. So Sage Horo realizes that we actually need to go back 500 years into the past in order to get a vessel to actually take us to his castle. But in order to travel through time, we need to be in our human body. So we speak with the spirit of the fallen warrior of the body that we inhabited. So we go back to Glen Castle and meet Faruka, who is actually a descendant of the boatmaster who used the boat to travel to Nelgel's castle back 500 years in the past, and we regain our human form. Hey ladies. So we use the train at Glen to go back 500 years into the past, and then we see this big star Rhydamentes ready to destroy the earth. Wait, since the future's okay, I assume Rhydamentes doesn't do anything right? Right? So the previous boatmaster Bernhardt, who actually used this boat to actually travel to Rhydamentes to stop it, was actually killed a while back, and his son Urge, who's actually Faruka's ancestor and looks really young, is urging the king to take up the mantle to stop Rhydamentes, but we need the power of the 4 legendary magicians to use the boat to travel to Rhydamentes, and since Urge is the son of Bernhardt, we just need 3. So we get to explore the capital of Glen right before the ogres inhabited it, and we go to the outskirts of town and visit the first elf magician Yakaru, who demands that the water in the castle be divided as the first test, and we pass that test. And the next magician is King Foster, who we encountered back in the Magister's quest for the key emblem, and he wants us to get the icy bird splash, and after we get it, we pass the next test. And then the final test is from the ogre Gamilgo, who's actually mad at the humans that drove them out of Glen Castle, and he wants to declare war on them. And he demands that the humans surrender before he gives us his power, and since Urge can't abide by this, we go to Rhydamentes anyways. And so we go to Rhydamentes and stop the evil guardian Razburn, who was actually collecting human souls, and he was the one who actually killed Bernhardt, so we finally get a revenge for Urge. So once we defeat Razburn and stop Rhydamentes, we make peace with Galmigo, and he gives us the final power to get the boat, and then it's time to go back to the present. So now that we have the power of the boat, we go back to the present, to the Landed Mountains, and Faruka helps us board the boat in order to go to the heart of Hades, the castle of the demon lord Nelgel. So after going through a pretty crazy castle, just like most Dragon Quest endgame dungeons, we come to face with evil demon lord Nelgel, who we fight in 2 phases. So the first phase is his normal form, where he actually fights you, and he actually summons some monsters, including some of the old Dragon Quest 2 bosses. And then Nelgel's second form, he looks like a giant ape. So basically, he's Uzaru Nelgel, just like Dragon Ball Z. So after defeating Nelgel, the heart of Hades collapses, we're rescued by Faruka on the boat, And then we encounter the spirit of our counterpart who encouraged us to free Lendasia. And then the credits roll, and Sage Horo praises us for defeating Nilgil, but we still need to free Lendasia.
You did good, kid, but it's far from over. Now, you need to head to Lendasia and find the sleeping princess.
To be continued. So Dragon Quest X, Rise of the Five Tribes Online. I know I've said a lot about this game, but you know what? I've barely scratched the surface of everything you get to do and experience in this game. And I gotta say, for an MMO, it has a very good story, very true to the Dragon Quest lore. Although I don't think the story is as strong as Dragon Quest V and 11, it is still a very good story. And obviously with my overdramatic presentation at times, it did really hit me in the feels a lot more than I actually thought it was going to be. But the story isn't exactly the best part of the game. The best part of this game is playing with your friends. And yes, I know I was a bit turned off playing with other people after my experience with Guild Wars, after being called a nooblet, but most of the people I've played with in Dragon Quest X have been really awesome, and we do have our own Discord server where we actually voice chat and actually share tips with each other. And just like Guilds in Guild Wars, and I think clans in World of Warcraft, I actually joined the Dragon's Den team. Yes, the popular Dragon Quest site run by Woodus himself. And our team is run by one of the legendary Dragon Quest X players, Cranberry. And once you join a team, you actually get access to the team house run by my pal Dan, and also maintained by my pal Nick. And they've done an amazing job making this place look amazing. And this is actually a My Town, which is a bit different than the housing in this game. And in order to get a My Town, you have to win the deed at the lottery, or you have to get 200 million gold. I'm kind of on my way there because I really want one. Yeah, it's gonna take forever. And playing with my friends at the Dragon Dens team has been probably the best part of playing Dragon Quest X. Because of the Dragon's Den, they actually helped me get a lot of the really hard to get accessories in the Magic Labyrinths. And a lot of the Japanese players that I met online have been really nice to me, and some of them even follow me on Twitter. Because I remember one time I was playing the first expansion for the game, I actually died in this tower, and I didn't have any revival items, so I would have to wait and revive at the next town, but this really kind Japanese player actually revived me, and he didn't have to do that, but that was so nice of him, and I thanked him for that. And you don't exactly have to play this game with others, you can actually play this game alone, unlike other MMOs, and still have a good time with the computer-controlled AI. And one of the best things about Dragon Quest X, it looks and it feels like a core Dragon Quest game, just with MMO elements, rather than an MMO game with the Dragon Quest name on it, because it still keeps the simple menu system, the simple combat system, it still keeps things very simple like you're used to in Dragon Quest games, which makes it very easy to play even in Japanese, because you're going to get by more on menu memorization. So the big question is, will Dragon Quest X ever get localized in English for everybody to play? You know, it's my biggest wish after playing this game in full Japanese, but because Dragon Quest isn't exactly as popular in the West as it is in Japan, it's probably never going to be localized at this rate. But never say never though. Because a little game called Phantasy Star Online 2, which came out in 2012, which is the same year as Dragon Quest X, finally got localized in 2020. Also, a couple of my friends like Austin from Dragon Quest FM, where I did appear on their Dragon Quest X podcast, and also my friend Mike Nerium, they've actually beaten all of version 1 without knowing any Japanese. And I bet you a lot of the top English players for Dragon Quest X don't even know a lick of Japanese, but they're probably caught up with the latest expansion, they have all the highest weapons and accessories, so I'm saying if there's a will, there's a way. Yeah, so that gives me a little hope that Dragon Quest X will be localized here, because the producers definitely want Dragon Quest X to come out here, and they definitely know that people are playing it in English, and that's the reason why they got rid of the IP ban, because you know, like, why not get free money? And also, the producers have been talking about bringing an offline version of Dragon Quest X here to the West, and I do think it can work, and if it's the only option we got in English, fine, I'll accept it. Although they do have to really reconstruct the ecosystem of this game. You know, they have to rework the bazaar, a lot of the team events, making teams, and probably like releasing events at certain times. And there are a lot of amazing events in this game. I just did the replay of the Dragon Lord Dragon Quest 1 event, and it was amazing. Like, you get to travel this 3D rendered Charlock Castle, and then you fight the Dragon Lord in 3D, and you're actually at level 30, which was the max level from Dragon Quest 1, with all the abilities you get in Dragon Quest 1, well, in Japanese though. You know, there's also the Easter event, the White Day event, and you actually get to vote for certain NPCs. And like I mentioned before, the awesome cosplay event. And there's also the Dragon Quest III Zoma event, where you actually get to fight a 3D rendered Zoma in his castle. And I know the language barrier is probably the biggest turnoff for people in this game, and I understand that. I completely understand. But I'm kind of a masochist and want to play this game anyways. And right now, here in 2020, at the recording of this video, there's never been a better time to actually play Dragon Quest X. Like, we have Google Translate, we have a whole bunch of Google translatable guides online, and like I said before, if there's a will, there's a way. And I highly recommend Dragon Quest X if you're a hardcore Dragon Quest fan, and if you want to fill that gap between 1 through 9 and 11, this is the game for you. And if you want to play Dragon Quest X, there is a free trial on the Nintendo Switch, the PS4, and the PC, which actually lets you play all of Rise of the Five Tribes online, and the first couple of chapters of the expansion, The Sleeping Hero and the Guided Allies, up to version 2.3. Sadly, the Wii version has been discontinued as of 2017, so I just bought this as a collector's item just to show off in this review. And the Wii U version is still working, although you probably need more than your 32 gig hard drive, because I tried to play it, I couldn't play it, and it only goes up to the third expansion, version 4. And there's also the super rare 3DS version, which I got for a really cheap price, but I don't really recommend it because it's kind of hard to play on the small screen. So right now I definitely recommend playing on the PC, the PS4, or my personal preference, the Nintendo Switch. And I also recommend getting the all-in-one package for versions 1 through 5 that was just released. It has the base game, Rise of the Five Tribes Online, and all of its expansions in one convenient package. Alright guys, so that ends this episode of Awesome Video Game Memories about Dragon Quest X, Rise of the Five Tribes Online, and we will continue with the expansion, version 2, The Sleeping Hero and the Guided Allies. Take care. Welcome to Awesome Video Game Memories, where we talk about awesome memories about video games. I'm Ryan, and the game we're going to talk about today is Dragon Quest X, Version 2, The Sleeping Hero and the Guided Allies, which is the first expansion to Dragon Quest X. So after Dragon Quest X came out in 2012, and after you complete it, we get a bit of a cliffhanger saying we need to go to Lendeja and find the Sleeping Princess. Now, version 2 of Dragon Quest X is where we do find the Sleeping Princess and finally go to Lendeja. And just like any normal MMO expansion, there are additional quests, additional classes, and additional level caps. And this time version 2 and the rest of the expansions introduce a more straightforward narrative storyline, just like a mainline Dragon Quest game, rather than the open world that we got in Rise of the Five Tribes. So the expansions for Dragon Quest X are actually split into parts. Like for example, when this game first came out, we got version 2.0, which is the first chapter. Then after that we got version 2.1, which is the next chapter. Then after that version 2.2, 2.3, and 2.4. And fans actually have to wait months in between these chapter releases. And every time you beat one of these chapters, you get an ending epilogue sequence, and then you go on to the next chapter. Well, but now, since version 2 was done a very long time ago, everybody can actually access all the parts right away. Or if you're playing on the trial, you can go up to 2.3 at most. And just like the previous episode, we will be going into spoiler territory, so if you don't want spoilers, that's cool, but I guarantee you will want to see this episode. So we start off 2.0 by going to the port town of Lendor, and our goal is to set sail for the center continent of Lendeja, which is still covered by the dark clouds by the evil demon lord Nelgel, even though we defeated him in the previous episode. And in order to sail to Lendeja, we have to make a special compass for the ship, and we meet this new cowboy character named Claus. Well, you can also pronounce it Crows too, but I think Claus makes a lot more sense once you figure out who and what he is. Atta partner, you Dragon Quest cowboy? That's right. So once we make the compass, we board the Grand Titus and sail to Lendeja. But aboard the Grand Titus, this monster tries to steal the compass. Whoa, dude, I think you need to go to the dentist or something. But thanks to Claus, we're able to get it back. Thanks, partner. And after a bit of turbulence thanks to the dark clouds, the compass guides us safely to Lendeja and we get off at Kokorata Beach. So our goal is to get to the kingdom of Grand Zadora, but we're stopped at the Sandmon Gate because Princess Anne Lucia from Grand Zadora Castle orders it closed unless we can get the 3 butterflies. So our first goal in Lendeja is to find the 3 butterflies. Butterfly in the sky. And here at the Sandmon Gate, you're introduced to the new weekly subjugation quest, where you actually kill monsters once a week, so you can get 130 to 140,000 experience points every time you turn them in. So the first town we go to is the town of Mel Sandy, and we see that the village got attacked not too long ago. So we meet this little boy named Laska, and then we meet this girl named Mishua, who apparently lost her memories and is staying at the village. Something about this girl, very familiar. I mean, she might actually be on the cover of the game or something. So we talk about the great hero Zancrone, who once defended the village but is missing in action. And Zancrone is so awesome that they made a statue in his honor. So basically Zancrone is Mel Sandy's Batman. So the mayor of Mel Sandy asks us to help him by stopping these crazy rabbits who actually put a poor jellyfish into gears. What are you guys doing? It's a poor little jellyfish, you crazy rabbits! And the keeper of the mill, Kope, was actually injured trying to fend off these rabbits, so once we beat the rabbits, we go back to Mel Sandy and talk to the mayor again. So once we go back to Mel Sandy, Kope returns the mayor's great jewel, but then after that, this monster hand kidnaps Mishua! You know, like the monster hands from Zelda? So after Mishua gets kidnapped, Laska goes out to rescue her and we go to the underground waterway. So once we hit the underground waterway, we fight the Nightmare Hands to save Mishua, but it's not quite dead yet, and then we see the awesome hero Zancrone come to save the day, and he's a midget. Yes, Zancrone is a midget. Like, very small. He's like smaller than, Tenkun here. Dragon Quest X here. He's actually a lot smaller than this guy. Also made by my awesome friend Lancer Force. Alright, so now that Mishua and Laska are safe, we go back to Mel Sandy, and even though Zancrone is still a bit small, we get the first butterfly. So our quest for the next butterfly brings us to the town of Seled, which is a really nice and huge town for a Dragon Quest game. But there's one problem though. Where are all the adults? So apparently the town of Seled is run by children. Yes, children. Wait a minute, I got a feeling this is gonna be Dragon Quest X's version of Children of the Corn. Ah yes, Children of the Corn, the classic Stephen King story where all the kids got rid of the adults because they worship some kind of evil spirit. And the town of Seled is run by this little girl named Lizzie Loda. And in order for us to have an audience with Lizzie Loda, we have to get a dragon's tail, which is located outside of town. So once we get the Dragon's Tail, Lizzie Loda tells us that all the adults disappeared after they found a forbidden book, and then they summoned this familiar named Mushino. Yeah, I don't trust this Shakespearean creature bastard. And her wish was granted to make all of the adults disappear. So Lizzie Loda goes to the nearby Rinja Tower to get some amber jewels to make an even more powerful wish, and this is the tower that I mentioned in last episode where a nice Japanese player revived me after I died. And Lizzie Loda's new powerful wish is to create a new kingdom where children can live happily every single day for the rest of their lives! I don't want to grow up, I'm a Dragon Quest kid. But her friend Firo tries to prevent her from making this wish, but she refuses. So we go back to Saled, and Lizzie Loda uses the Amber Jewels to summon the demon Majin Anraja, who actually kind of looks like what I think is Toriyama's version of the genie from Aladdin. At least he's not as scary as He Who Walks the Rose from Children of the Corn. I'll make your parents disappear so I can set you free, because you never had a friend like me. But however, Lizzie Loda reveals that she actually wants to make a wish to restore all the adults. But Muchino actually reveals that he used Lizzie Loda to summon Enraja so he can take over the town, so we got no choice but to defeat these Shakespearean and Disney rejects. So after we defeat them, we go to the nearby Dharma Shrine, which in normal Dragon Quest games is where we change our classes and upgrade our skills. But sadly, they notice the adults aren't back, and Lizzie Loda declares that she's going to work hard to make sure that everyone in town lives in peace. And after that, we get the second butterfly. So our quest for the next butterfly brings us to the desert town of Alagahiro. And we learn that most of the citizens of the town lost their memories in the last war, and King Belmod invites us to go to the monster arena and watch some monster battles. So just as one of the monsters is about to die in the arena, a girl named Seraphi tries to stop the battle and accuses them, saying that trying to kill a non-resisting monster is a cowardly act. So Seraphi convinces us to go to a gravesite to find a panther with matching bangles like she has, in hopes that she can also restore her memory. So we go to the Jyla dense forest and find a panther with the scar on its face and the matching bangle. And Seraphi names it Kome. And she's able to communicate with it, and I get the feeling there is more than meets the eye to Kome. So we go back to Alagahiro, and Seraphi plans to free all the captive monsters from the arena. And so after she frees all the monsters, she tells King Belmod that it's over, but King Belmod transforms into his true form and fights us. After we defeat King Belmod, it's revealed that he wasn't really a bad person due to his contributions to the war. And then he dies. So we go back to the gravesite and get a special bracelet from Seraphi and Kome, which reveals itself to be the last butterfly. It's actually revealed that Seraphi used to be a hill slime in her previous life, so I have the feeling that Kome might have been a human in his previous life, but we'll see. Then Seraphi and Kome go on a journey on their own. And also, this is where the pyramid is if you want to fight some monsters to get a special ink and some brooches. So now that we have all three butterflies, we go back to the Sanmon Gate, but they're not letting us through for some reason. But however, one of the guards actually recognizes Mishua and lets us through the gate. Is it because Mishua looks kind of familiar, like someone on a certain cover of something? I couldn't even place my hand on it. So we arrive at Grand Zedora Kingdom, which looks like the Dragon Quest version of Disneyland! Oh boy, I can't wait to go on Splash Mountain! Oh wait, they don't have Splash Mountain here, I'm dumb. And we see the statue of the great hero Alvin! Alvin! From a very, very long time ago. And then after that we see Princess Anne Lucia sitting on the throne. Wait a minute. Princess Anne Lucia looks so much like Mishua. I mean, I'm seeing double! 4 Mishuas! So Princess Anne Lucia thanks us for clearing the demons at Mel Sandy and tells us and Mishua to accompany her to the Zedra Cave. So inside the Zedra Cave, Mishua is about to get eaten by a dragon. Oh no, don't eat Mishua! But then Mishua unleashes some kind of unknown power and escapes from the dragon. And after seeing this, Anne Lucia actually brings Mishua back to the castle where nobody can see her and concludes that Mishua is her other half and then needs her power to become whole. Uh-oh. So we're told by Old Dime, one of the castle servants, that there is a secret passageway to get into Grand Zedora Castle in order to find the room that Mishua is in, and so we take that route through the Sea Breeze Cave. And so once we get into Mishua's room, Claus takes out the 3 butterflies, and then we go inside Mishua's memories and see her past. So inside this dream world, we actually have to fight the Colossus of Despair, who looks like the great hero Alvin. Alvin! And now we finally see the truth behind Mishua's memories. So not too long ago, the kingdom of Grand Zedora was attacked by the evil demon lord Zeldrad. And we see Anne Lucia as a little girl growing up with her brother Thomas, or Toma, but I think the developers wanted to name him Thomas, so we're just gonna go with Thomas. So once Thomas and Anna Lucia are all grown up, they're fighting as knights for Grand Zadora Castle against the evil demon lord Zeldrad. So during the attack, Thomas sacrifices his life to protect Anna Lucia, and then the sadness of losing her brother envelops her in this white light, causes her to lose her memories, and then she ends up in Mel Sandy and she wakes up as Mishua. Plot twist! And since we got the 3 butterflies, the hooded man in the dream reveals himself to be the spirit of Thomas. And in another really emotional Dragon Quest moment, man, Thomas is glad that he's able to protect his sister, and she reawakens as the true brave princess Anna Lucia. Whoa. Oh my god, this is like some kind of light show from Disneyland, man.
I am brave Princess Anna Lucia, born from the kingdom of Grand Zadora. I mourn the passing of my brother, and I sealed myself away with my own power. But now I will no longer hesitate! Ryan, thank you for awakening me to the truth.
Yeah, you got it, princess.
And now, let us continue on with the review.
And out of all the moments in Dragon Quest X, this is hands down my personal favorite moment, pretty much equaling or even surpassing the King Nikoroi scenario, where the brave Princess Anna Lucia finally awakens to the truth that she is the legendary hero. Oh my god, Anna Lucia, you are so cool. So once we have the true Anna Lucia back, we confront the fake Anna Lucia. Well, it is kind of cool having 2 hot princesses to rule this castle, but there can only be one. And the fake Anna Lucia is with her servant Kilgil, who looks like the Dragon Quest version of Dr. Wily from Mega Man. So Kilgil was actually kidnapping the citizens of Grand Zadora in order to get power for the fake Anna Lucia. And in the scuffle, Dime loses his life. No, not Dime! And then after that, we have to go to the Vortex of Creation, located by the ruins of Ethine, in order to stop the evil fake Anna Lucia. So we go to the Vortex of Creation to fight the evil fake Anna Lucia.
What? How did you escape from my magic?
Ryan, don't fall back! You don't need to fight alone, because I'm here with you too!
Even if you two combine your powers, the result won't change!
And we beat her thanks to the true brave Princess Anna Lucia. Yeah, I think the fake Anna Lucia was much hotter as a human. So after we defeat the fake Anna Lucia, the evil bastard Kilgil makes his escape, just like Dr. Wily in the Mega Man games. And then after that we learned that the real big baddie is the evil demon lord Madasagora, and he created this as a fake Lendasia! Oh wow, so I'm getting like Dragon Quest VI vibes here now. So after the battle, Claus recovers the Brave Stone that will help us get to the true Lendasia. And thus ends version 2.0. So version 2.1 begins with Claus repairing the Brave Stone, and then we're warped to the true Lendasia, and we're greeted by the really hot Sage Lucinda, who is a really hot ogre mage. So I'm glad I went with ogre. And we meet King Arios and Princess Yuria, and then we have a celebration celebrating Anna Lucia's return. So in order to find both the evil demon lords Zeldrad and Madasagora, Sage Lucinda actually gives us a Brave Stone that we need to power up by going to the towns of the true Lendasia. So now here in true Grand Zadora, we can actually do the other weekly subjugation quests and do the high school side quests. So you can actually do these parts in any order, but I decided to do them in the order from the previous 2.0. So in our first quest to power up the Bravestone, we go to the true town of Mel Sandy. And we meet this girl named Irie, who we help with a few tasks. Then we see Zancrone again, and we're fighting with the 2 rabbits from earlier who are abusing the poor jellyfish, you bastard rabbits! And then we encounter Witch Grazel, who is really hot. You can cast a spell on me any day, Witch Grazel. And she kidnaps Irie and brings her to a haunted house. Oh cool, so we have haunted house in Dragon Quest now? I bet the Halloween events are always held here. So just when Witch Grazel's about to drop Irie inside her cauldron, she gets rescued, and then after that we have to fight Witch Grazel's slime boss creation. And then after we beat the jewel slime boss, Zancrone goes big again, and then we power up the Bravestone. And so our next quest to power up the Bravestone, we go to the true town of Seled, and this time the children are gone. So wait a minute, the children are in the fake Seled, and then the adults are in the true Seled. And we meet this little girl named Lucoria, who is actually Lizzie Loda's sister. And we also meet this priest named Sadak, and we have to travel between the fake Seled and the true Seled to let Lizzie Loda know what happened. Yes, Lizzie Loda, the adults are safe, but in the true town, not the fake town. So we go to the true Rinja Tower, and Sadak reveals that he is actually an agent of Matasagora, and he actually tried to replace the towns of False and True Seled, and he is literally the big elephant in the room. So after we defeat Sadak, we actually see a really sad cutscene of the adults of True Seled kind of being reunited with the children of Fake Seled, but only through dimensions and not in real life. And we see this really sad scene of Lizzie Loda giving her sister Lucoria a doll, and hopefully one day they'll be together again. Oh my god, Dragon Quest X! And with all that done, the Bravestone is charged. And so, in our next quest to restore the Bravestone, we go to the true kingdom of Alagahiro, and we go on this quest to find the seaweed monster, and he gets imprisoned in the monster arena. And after doing a quest to go to the Fountain of Kudus, we actually restore the seaweed monster back to his true form, King Munis of Alagahiro. So King Munis sends us on a quest to find his messenger Kavlin, who has a scar on his face, kind of like a certain panther we encountered earlier. And so we find Seraphi and Kome, and we travel to the desert to fight the sweet troll. Sugar, my candy troll. So after we defeat the sweet troll, we take Kome back to true Alagahiro, and he gets a letter from Seraphi, and he turns back into his true form of Kavlin. See, I kind of knew the scars looked familiar. In another touching moment, Kavlin is reunited with his family, and then we power up the Bravestone once more. So now, back to true Grand Zadora, we get a quest from Sage Lushenda with lots of food on our table. Oh, can I have some food? Really hot ogre mage? And our quest for Lushenda is actually to help Sage Horo in his research. And after we help Lushenda, Princess Yuria is requesting that we actually go visit Thomas's grave, but we find out that Thomas's grave was exhumed by some monsters! So wait, are we gonna have to fight Zombie Thomas later? So we continue gathering materials for Lushenda, and then after that we have to fight the Hell Butler. Yes, Lord Satan. I shall serve you your delicious food now. So after we defeat the Hell Butler, 2.1 comes to an end. So 2.2 begins with us trying to use the Bravestone to locate the evil demon lords Zeldred and Matasagora. And we're ordered to find out where the enemy has taken Thomas's body, and we go to the pyramid where they play the pyramid theme from Dragon Quest III. So the pyramid in true Landasia is actually important to the story, while the pyramid in fake Landasia helps you get some items. So inside the pyramid, we battle the Gravedigger Lion, but Thomas's body's location is of to no avail, and then after that we find out Zeldrad is hiding in some kind of ancient ruins. So we go to the ruins with Brave Princess and Lucia, and then we encounter Zeldrad and a mysterious masked man, and after the battle, it's revealed is actually Thomas! You bastards, what did you do with his body? But sadly, Thomas has been taken over by Matasagora's magic and serves the side of evil. No, Thomas! You can't do it! Think of your sister! So we go back to the kingdom of Grand Zadora in order to form the Wisdom Crown to help Anne Lucia get back her brother. And so we team up with Rushenda and Sage Horo and Sage Eidos in order to get the parts for the Wisdom Crown in Grand Zadora's underground room. And we see this very funny cutscene of Ogre Master Roshi trying to puff Sage Lushenda. Puff. And in our search for more parts for the Wisdom Crown, we do go to the hot springs and we see these really hot chicks in the hot spring. Ooh, I wonder what they look like. They look like two Sage Marines! Alright, so now we go back to Solaria Gorge and try to confront Zeldrad in his lair, but we can't get through. And thus ends 2.2. So 2.3 begins with us going to the Dracon Mountains in order to find a dragon to fly, and after battling the dragons on the summit, one of the white dragons actually recognizes us. I wonder why. And he gives us a dragon egg and a flute, and we can actually use this flute to summon a dragon to fly across Landasia, and you can name it, and I actually named it Ramia after Dragon Quest III. So once again we go to the ruins of Ethine to the Surya coast, and we talk to an old man named Isho who tells us to give something to his daughter Liloil. And then we also see this really shady dude who actually reveals himself to look like the first boss from the game, the evil demon Bedora. Bro. So after we beat him and help Isho out, we actually get the alchemy pot. And the alchemy pot works a bit differently here in Dragon Quest X. We actually see all the recipes that it can make, and you can actually use this alchemy pot to make more powerful healing and magic items. You can actually use this alchemy pot to make stronger boss cards for the magic labyrinths, and a lot more. So we go back to the Ethine ruins in this underground chamber, and then the turtle Galapagod reveals himself to be Falkion, who is actually Princess Anne Lucia's Pegasus. And then Claus actually reveals himself to be Shin-E! Whoa! Dude, Shin-E, when you got reincarnated, you really got the good end of the stick, man. Yeah, this really makes me wonder how my sibling's doing. After everyone was killed on Ethine Island, Shin-E was actually reborn as Claus, and so now it's time to go to Zeldrad's palace, which actually looks a lot like Tim Burton's Dragon Quest. Yeah, look at all the paintings, like look at the architecture, this is like going inside A Nightmare Before Christmas. And so after we defeat Zeldrad for good, it's actually revealed that Zeldrad was only Matasagora's flunky. So yeah, there's kind of a hierarchy of demons in Dragon Quest X. First, there was Demon Lord Nelgel, then his boss was actually Zeldrad, and Zeldrad's boss was actually Matasagora. Thus ends 2.3. So now, the final part of version 2.0. 2.4 begins with us going to the Abyss Gate in order to confront Thomas and Matasagora once and for all. So we go through a whole bunch of series of illusions like Ethine, the casino, and this really awesome scenario on the beach with all the Dragon Quest X ladies. How's it going, ladies? Looking good by the beach, I see. You know, this is the true Quester's Rest. So once we break through all the illusions, the ultimate battle, sibling versus sibling, brother versus sister, and Lucia versus Thomas.
I am the great demon lord Matasagora, challenger to the goddess of creation. Princess, I offer you a chance to help me rule this world. Your brother, Thomas, has already become my pawn, and now we will convince you to join us.
Even if Thomas has been pulled to the other side, I will not hesitate to stop him! Ryan, please lend me your strength.
What a pity. Now, we shall see brother and sister fight to the death atop this gate.
So after we defeat the brainwashed Thomas, he comes back to his senses, and then after that we fight the evil demon lord Matasagora in 2 forms, and his second form isn't exactly as ridiculous as Nelgel's second form. He actually looks pretty menacing here. So after we defeat Matasagora, Claus appears and goes inside the gate to seal it, and then, in another emotional Dragon Quest moment, Thomas is glad he gets to see his sister one last time before he finally fades away for good. Thank you, Thomas. So we escape the Abyss Gate and head back to Grand Zedora with brave Princess Anne Lucia. And as we head back, she gives us an emotional thank you message from the heart.
The great demon lord Matasagora has been defeated. The world is at peace and my fight is over. Ryan, if you didn't guide me, I wouldn't have fought to the very end. Meeting with you and your allies made me realize how strong we are linked together. And for that I am proud. Many things have been lost in this battle, but the best thing is the friendship I built with you, a treasure that can never be replaced. Thank you, Ryan. Now, to Grand Zedora!
And then we have a massive celebration, thus ending version 2 of Dragon Quest X. But however, Claus mentions that he left us in Astoltia and is about to fight a new battle. Alright, so Dragon Quest X version 2, the sleeping hero and the guided allies, is actually my personal favorite part of the Dragon Quest X saga. Although I do admit it does drag on a bit long because of the fake and true Lendasias, and it does give a bit of a Dragon Quest VI vibe, and I did get personally more emotionally involved with it, especially because of Anna Lucia and all the characters like Seraphi, Lizzie Loda, and the Children of Seled. I mean, if version 1 already tugged at your heartstrings enough, version 2 rips your heartstrings apart and totally hits you in the feels, man. And I definitely think version 2 is an absolutely amazing follow-up to Rise of the Five Tribes. So if you get the current all-in-one package, you will get version 2 with it, but if you are playing the trial on the Nintendo Switch, the PC, or the PS4, you can only play up to 2.3. And you can get version 2 separate, but I just recommend getting the all-in-one package. Alright guys, so that ends this episode of Awesome Video Game Memories about Dragon Quest X Version 2, the Sleeping Hero and the Guided Allies, and stay tuned for next time as we go over Dragon Quest X Version 3, Lore of the Ancient Dragon. Take care. Welcome to Awesome Video Game Memories, where we talk about awesome memories about video games. I'm Ryan, and the game we're going to talk about today is Dragon Quest X Version 3, Lore of the Ancient Dragon, which is the second expansion to Dragon Quest X. Alright, so the second expansion of Dragon Quest X introduces a brand new world, Nadragon, the land of the dragons, and a new dragon race, which you sadly can't play as. And now my biggest gripe with version 3 is, if you weren't really a fan of the repeated music from Dragon Quest XI, 95% of the music here in version 3 is recycled from the other games. Yeah, it's kind of like Square Enix didn't want to pay Sugiyama for extra music, so they decided to recycle a lot of the classic Dragon Quest tunes, and while they do sound cool here, I would have preferred that they had original music for version 3. I mean, I love the song Remembrances from Dragon Quest VIII, but if I hear it one more time during a sad scene in Dragon Quest X. And in order to start Dragon Quest X version 3, you need to have finished versions 1 and 2 and have the 10 key emblems from version 1. And just like last time, we will be getting into spoiler territory, so if you don't want spoilers, that's cool, but I do recommend sticking around. So we start off version 3, celebrating in Grand Zadora after the defeat of Mata Sagora. And this time we board the Grand Titus for the rest of the celebration, and we have a dream about our sibling. Yeah, you know, since Claus revealed himself to be Shin-E, it would be nice to see my sibling again. It would be like a family reunion of some sorts. So we're talking with brave Princess Anne Lucia, and we see a guy named Zion talking to her, which is actually the Pegasus Falcon in human form. And he hands Anne Lucia a necklace. So we get dressed in the celebration in a nice suit, and we also see Anne Lucia dress up. Ooh, she looks really hot there. And then we see our old pals from version 1. Hey, how's it going, Prince Ragus? Hey, how's my badass samurai elf, King Nikoroi? And as Anne Lucia is dancing with Zion, King Arios is contemplating that Thomas would have been proud to see his sister grow. But then suddenly a storm erupts at sea, and then after that we see Prince Ragus and Anne Lucia get kidnapped by our sibling! You're alive! You're alive, and you have a really cool outfit, but you're alive! And using a mysterious cube, your sibling vanishes. After all this time, we had this chance to be a reunited sibling! And then we see a vision of the Abyss Gate once more. Sadly, we're not able to give chase because Zion can't fly because he gave his necklace to Anne Lucia, so he can't transform back into the Pegasus Falcon. And after all the kidnappings, Queen Diore asks us to come to Veronard right away. So we go to Veronard, and then we see Swordsman Fuser assisting Prince Otis. But however, their hair colors are a bit different. I wonder why though. And after that we talk to Wetty Burt Reynolds. I love how there's a Burt Reynolds lookalike both for the ogres and the Wetties. So we get assaulted by ghosts, and after defeating them, Prince Otis addresses the people of Veronard, and we see this mysterious hooded figure. And then after that we have a nice dinner with the Wetties. Yeah, I'm totally up for some seafood if you guys eat that. And later on, Advisor Eligo advises us that a slate was found at the Gerudo ruins, and those ruins are under investigation. So we go to the ruins, and then we see the traitor Kazlin, up to no good. Who have you teamed up with now, Kazlin, the dog-hating traitor? We don't need the dog to sniff you out. And then we see the mysterious hooded figure, and then we have to end up fighting a boss. So we beat the boss, but sadly the hooded figure kidnaps Prince Otis, and then Kazlin gets away. You're not getting away this time. Come back here! I'm not finished with you! Damn! Alright then. And then we find out the slate was actually a trap to kidnap Prince Otis. But however, Prince Otis was actually in disguise as Fuser. So they technically kidnapped Fuser and not Prince Otis. So sensing a pattern, we know that our friends are in danger, so we go back to the dwarf continent of Dotraka in order to get a transmitter to find out where our friends went. But then after that, the hooded figure captures Dustin's daughter, Cheery! But the good news is we're able to rescue her. And we also do find out that Dustin was the original target. Wonder why they're kidnapping our friends now. So we go to the elf continent of Eltona to check up on Fura, and Fura is going through a ceremony now that she succeeded her mother as a Wind Rider. And there's been talk about evil beings going around because, you know, our friends are being kidnapped. And Fura needs to find a holy jug that's buried under Sui Tower. So once we go underground to Sui Tower, we actually have 300-second intervals to escape the underground waterway, which is basically 5 minutes. And I've barely made it out of this one, trust me. So we go back to the site of the ceremony, then Fura gets kidnapped, and we're warned not to mess with the Vessel of God. So apparently this hooded figure is kidnapping our friends in order to make them the new Vessel of God. Which God though? So we go back to Longo Village on the Ogre continent of Ogreed, and it was ravaged by a demon attack that left Chief Cliffglen aka Ogre Burt Reynolds in a critical state. So after looking for a frozen herb to cure his wounds, we find out the sad truth that Miley isn't exactly his biological daughter, but his adopted daughter. Yeah, kind of like Cheery and Dustin, so there's a big theme of adoption here in Dragon Quest X. But then the demons come back and say Miley's now the Vessel of God. Hey, you know what? I beat Nelgale and I beat Mata Sagora. What am I, chopped liver? And then we fight a whole bunch of dragons. Yes, fighting dragons in a Dragon Quest game. So we finally unmask the hooded figure, and he's revealed to be Antero of the dragon race. So after we defeat Antero, a recovered Chief Cliffglen, pulling off his Burt Reynolds foo, engages in battle with Antero, but sadly Antero escapes. And then we're told to go back to Grand Zadora Castle. So back at Grand Zadora, we're told to go to the Hidden Dragon Village, and then Zion actually gives us a puppet of himself to keep in communication with us. Hello, this is me, Zion. We got to rescue Princess Anne Lucia. Hello. So once we go to the Hidden Dragon Village, we actually meet up with Chief Olgan, who looks like Dragon Keanu Reeves. Whoa.
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 Dude, you found the hidden dragon village. Dude.
And Olgin is actually Claus's grandfather.
Yeah, Claus is my grandson. Dude, he knows Kung Fu.
So once we get back to the Abyss Gate, it is now known as the Naraku Gate. We see Antero send Fura and Fuser through the portal, and then after that we battle Antero in his dragon form and finally defeat him. But before he dies, he actually crushes the Dragon Holy Mark, which seals up the gate. But luckily, Chief Olgin, aka Dragon Keanu Reeves, comes back and opens the gate for us with his Holy Dragon Mark.
Dudes, it's time to open the gate to Nadragon, home of my dudes, the dragons. Just remember this one rule. Be excellent to all dragons, dude. And remember, you're breathtaking, dude.
And thus ends version 3.0. So at the Naraku Gate, we're all ready to go. Then after that, Dustin and Miley come in an anti-gravity device to assist us in rescuing our friends. Alright, this is gonna be a team effort, guys. So we all warp to the land of Nadragand, which is the land of the dragons, and then we're all separated, and then we see this giant bird float above us. So we wake up at Apica Village, and we're tended by Priestess Estella.
Awake, I see. Are you all right? I am Estella of the Nadraga Order. It's not common we get visitors here in the realm of Nadragand.
Is it wrong that I have a massive crush on the hot dragon priestess? And Apica Village looks a lot like Skyrim in a way.
Oh, silly Ryan. This doesn't look like Skyrim at all. Then again, this game has been released on nearly the same amount of consoles, even back on the Nintendo Wii, so you may have a point there.
And thanks to Estella, we're welcomed into the village, and we gotta make a prayer at a nearby shrine. But then after that, we see an injured young dragon man named Gita, who was actually trying to stop the bird from earlier, so we bring him back to the village so he can recover. So Gita tells us that his brother Rosero was trying to sing a song with the feather of the magic bird, and the bird was originally a sacred bird that protected the land. So we go to the Valley of Purgatory and fight the bird, and then after that Gita plays the harp and Estella sings the song, which restores power to the holy bird and it protects the land once more. So after this we go to the holy city of Ejarna, so we can attend the Nadraga Order with Principal Orstov. So Principal Orstov says that all the dragons need to unite in order to fight the evil that's covering Nadragand. And we learned about the dragon worlds of ice, darkness, water, and storms. And Orstov knows that we're the ones who defeated Nelgel and Modus Agora. Yep, that was me, man. That was me. I got the clout. Don't wear it out. So Principal Orstov asks us to help him out. So in order to travel to the other worlds of Nadragand, we have to go to these towers and get the discs in order to open the portals. So we see a flashback of Estella's past and how her family was actually killed by the Black Plague and she was raised by Orstov to become a priestess. So we go to the first trial on the Featherwreathus Mountain, and then after that we go to the Tower of Flame, and this is where you're gonna get really sick of hearing a remixed version of the Dragon Quest II tower music. Like, oh my god, you are really gonna get sick of it here. At the time this game was released, we had another 9 mainline games to borrow tower music from. So I don't know why they kept repeating the Dragon Quest II tower music here. Like, I would have liked to hear the funky Dragon Quest III and IV tower musics here. And holy crap, each of these towers has their very own gimmick and are pretty complicated to get through. I mean, they're not super difficult, but you're going to be spending quite a bit of time navigating these towers. So once we get to the top of the tower, we see one of the dragon priests, Tobias, try to subdue the flame demon but fails. So after we defeat it, we get the disc to travel on to the next world, and Estella is convinced that we are the legendary liberator who will save Nadragand. That's right, my hot dragon priestess, anything to impress you. And thus ends version 3.1. So after having a nice dragon meal with Estella, we go to Ether Village and then we see Dustin being treated like a god! All hail King Dustin, master of awesomeness! Or like we said earlier, Dustin might be one of the vessels for God. But however, the village is suffering from a food crisis, and we see a little dragon girl named Rosella come to see Dustin, and she has the power to absorb the energy of anyone she touches, which leads her to getting bullied. So the village mayor Norgrid asks us to go to the Avira ruins in order to collect some magic ore to revive the Tree of Grace. But however, Dustin ran away from the village because he didn't want to be treated like a god. Oh, come on, Dustin, you know how awesome you are. But he was actually hiding in a secret place with Rosella. But then he gets captured. So we go to the Carol Ice and Snow Cave, which is connected to the Tree of Grace, and Rosella starts absorbing the energy of the root that's actually keeping Dustin captive. But then after that we end up fighting Evil Frosty the Snowman. So after we melt Evil Frosty the Snowman, Rosella begins to fall. Oh no, not Rosella! Dustin grabs her regardless of his energy being absorbed, but however, Dustin is holding the magic ore which allows us to float and we're able to make our escape. That's why Dustin is awesome. But then we see another hooded figure who looks like Antero from before. So the tree is revived with Rosella's power, and then she's finally accepted as one of the members of the village and she's not bullied anymore. And then after that, the path to the ice tower is open. Alright, so we go to the ice tower, and then Zion contacts us with his puppet that we need to go back to Astoltia and fight 3 Pukuripo bosses, who are actually gigantes using mushrooms as weapons. Hey, Mario ain't got nothing on us, boys! And also a Green King Hydra. So after beating those bosses, we scale the tower, we beat the boss, and then we get the disc to advance to the next world. Thus ending 3.2. So 3.3 begins in the Land of Darkness. And the Land of Darkness is actually covered in both darkness and poison, and then we see a young dragon boy named Sage actually rescuing Miley from the poison. Because earlier Miley landed in the Land of Darkness and was actually protecting Sage from something. So after that we go to Calamora Village, and then the village elder is using the power of the moon to help Miley recover from her sickness. But however, opening the ceiling for the moonlight actually exposes Calamora to all the demons flying outside. Oh my god, close it! Close it right now! So Sage wants to be able to raise the power of the moon without fearing the demons, so he actually suggests that we go to the Door of Paradise, which is close to the village. But however, it doesn't open up and the elder says it's very, very dangerous. But Sage still wants to repay Miley for protecting him. So the elder does give in and says that the key to the Door of Paradise is actually in the Shadow Valley. So we go inside the Door of Paradise, and then we're introduced to this very, very futuristic looking world that's unlike anything that we've ever seen before in a Dragon Quest game. I thought having the car as a dollar board was kind of going too far, Dragon Quest 9 had the train, but yeah, now we're heading into Star Wars territory. And also, this is the part of the game where you actually have to input things in Japanese in order to actually get through. So we see the robot management terminal Q484, and it welcomes us saying that it needs to repair its purification system. So the management terminal says that the moon was originally destroyed and it actually crashed into paradise. And the management terminal was actually going to repair the moon, but then we get attacked by the demons from earlier. So the management terminal says we can repair the moon with a material called Silva Fallon, and then Zion in his puppet form appears again, saying that Silva Fallon can be found 500 years back in the past. So we go back into the past in our human form and we're reunited with Urge and Foster. And they say that the evil demon, Sulfa Balu, has the Sulfilvin that we need. So once we get the Silva Fallon, we go back to the present, and then we see our sibling attacking Miley! No, sibling, don't do that! But then Estella fends off our sibling and warns us that more evil is coming. Ooh, thanks Estella. You're the best. So we go back to Paradise and give the maintenance terminal Silva Fallon, and then it says it's going to start the repair process of the moon, but then it sees us as intruders and attacks us. You are illegally parked in an unauthorized zone. You have 10 seconds to comply. Because its next directive was actually to kill the dragons of the Dark Realm, so it was going after Sage. Hey, wait, he's just a kid! So after we defeat the maintenance terminal, we go back to Calamora Village, and then we see Miley's fully recovered because of the new moon. And so we see Tobias and Principal Nadia, and they suspect the poison that was used by Antero actually came from the realm of darkness. So Principal Nadia is actually able to use the antibodies in Miley's body in order to produce a cure. But then, in another emotional Dragon Quest moment, because there's so many of them, Sage runs away in tears and reveals that his sister was lost to the poison, but Miley thanks him because if it wasn't for him, she would actually be dead. Then after that they hug and thank each other, it's so sweet, man. So we go back to Paradise, we see another replacement robot. Okay, don't kill us this time, please. And he says the purification of Earth is going to take another 5,491 years, so we should be okay for a while. Ooh. Then we finally go to the Tower of Darkness. So inside the tower, we learn from the dwarven god Waji that the dragons of the Dark Realm once lived in paradise, but they were too aggressive and militant with each other, and were almost going to use the poison of their realm in order to attack the other races of Astoltia. But however, they lost that battle, and that resulted in the Dark Realm being cursed with poison. And Dwarven God Waji accepts that we're trying to make things right and lets us proceed. Oh hey, I think I ended up in the wrong room. I probably should have quit while I was ahead. So we fight the boss of the tower with a Stella, and then after that we get the disc. So we activate the portal, and then we fight a boss that looks like Don Mold called Pachatika, and this fight with him was actually a test, and then he tells us to go to the Land of Water, thus ending version 3.3. So version 3.4 begins as we arrive on this island, which looks like a very nice place to vacation at. So we examine this tablet about the story about these dragon ghosts who just want to ascend into the afterlife in peace. So after we help them go back into the afterlife, we examine some dust, and then we're covered in a giant water bubble, which actually brings us down beneath the ocean, and we can actually breathe. Under the sea, under the sea. So we're able to explore the underwater realm, and then we go to the city of Ruska. And sadly we can't enter the Holy Water Tower because it was sealed by the priestess named Fina. And Fina is unable to speak after hearing the name Nadraga, because Nadraga is actually the god of disaster. And the people of Ruska are saying that Principal Orstov is a fool for serving Nadraga, and it actually incites a fight with Tobias. So Tobias is actually about to get into a fight with Ficus, one of the guards, but then after that they're both stopped by the badass Fuser! And Fuser says after we got separated at the gate, he was able to actually explore the underwater realm, and was able to escape Antero's captivity, and he's helping Fina. So Fuser tells us that we actually need to cut ties with the Dragon Clan because they're worshipping Nadraga, who's actually really bad, and that we should help the Blue Knights of Ruska. But however, Fina disappears, and then we have to go to the Gaios Ocean to find her. So we go to the Gaios Sea, and then we see this ship that's entangled by a gigantic octopus, and luckily this time we don't have to fight it like in most Dragon Quest games where you have to fight a really giant octopus. So once we drive off the octopus, Fuser says that he wants to help Fina because Fina says that the cult of Nadraga is actually plotting something evil, and that left Fina unable to speak. So we fight the boss, Abyss Fish Kuros, who actually looks a lot like Grey Coast from the past Dragon Quest games. And then after that, the black hooded figure comes back and places a curse on Fina, saying that the dragon tribe is going to perish. Oh no. So once we go back to Ruska, we find out that Fina is in very grave condition from the curse. And we need to get the rainbow palm fruit that was actually from an island that was swallowed ages ago back in Astoltia. So we go back to the ocean near Grand Zadora, and we find this island that kinda looks like an Xbox symbol, but then we realize it's actually the belly of Bjorn from Dragon Quest V! Hey, how's it going, Bjorn? And Bjorn says he has a lot of stomach pain because he actually swallowed a treasure. Yeah, Bjorn, I think swallowing treasure tends to give you really bad indigestion. And we pretty much assume the rainbow palm fruit is inside that treasure box that he swallowed, so we basically have to go inside Bjorn's belly. So Dragon Quest X has Vor in it, yes! My friend Allie was freaking out when she got to this part and was complaining, "There's so much Vor in Dragon Quest X!" So after we fight the evil bacteria inside Bjorn's belly, we work better than any antacid. So we get the rainbow palm fruit from the treasure, and then we meet Bjorn's son Boone. So Bjorn finally feels relieved that he doesn't have treasure box indigestion, so we go back to Ruska with Boone and the fruit. So after Fina recovers, we realize that her sickness actually caused the barrier on the water tower to get weakened, and Tobias actually took that as an opportunity to actually get the disc from the tower. You know, Tobias, you should have really waited for us. So after we reach the top of the tower, after doing a little fishing, we see Tobias on the ground, and we actually have to fight the boss, Divine Beast Kashal. So after we defeat it, we actually find out that Fina was actually the true form of the Divine Beast Kashal. Plot twist! She couldn't talk, but she's actually this Divine Beast. So we find out that Fina became the Divine Beast Kashal in order to prevent Nadraga from actually taking over the Dragon Realm because he's a bit of a dictator. And Tobias can't actually believe this, and Principal Nadia says that Fina is a traitor and she must be tossed into the sea! Into the sea she must be tossed! So we refuse, and Nadia says, "You're not actually the liberator, you're traitors!" So they advance to the next world without us. So we go back to the castle, and Fina actually tells us that she used to be a princess from a nearby kingdom, which was ravaged by disaster and her people were suffering, and so she sought help from Divine Beast Kashal and agreed to become his vessel. So after that, Divine Beast Kashal gave Fina and her people the means to live underwater. So they can live under the sea, under the sea. So Zion talks to us once again with his puppet and actually reveals that he used to be a beast of the god Zenith, so probably a tie to Dragon Quest 4 through 6, the Zenithian trilogy, maybe. and was told not to tell us the truth about Nadraga until now. So now we gotta stop the resurrection of the evil god Nadraga, thus ending 3.4. So now we go to the final realm in Nadragon, the Storm Realm. And we go to the city of Moost, and we're reunited with our pal Claus. And Claus tells us the Nadraga clan is moving, and they're kidnapping our friends in order to make them vessels for Nadraga. And so we're reunited with brave Princess Anne Lucia in a badass hot pirate outfit, and Prince Raguas as they escape the Nadraga cult. So we travel the Storm Realm to find the rest of the vessels, and then after that we see Estella and 2 dragon guards carrying out Fura, saying that she needs to be one of the vessels and you cannot stop the ceremony.
Ryan, do you intend to take this girl away? Do you not realize the path to salvation is to make her a vessel so we can revive Lord Nadraga?
Estella, I don't think this relationship's gonna work out, so I think we need to start seeing some other people.
I'm sorry, Ryan, but I must stop you here. Now face my true power!
Are you prepared?
But then sadly we're forced to fight Estella, but then we're accompanied by brave Princess Anne Lucia who comes to our aid, and then we have to fight Estella in her dragon form! Oh wow, Estella's still hot in her dragon form. So after we defeat Estella, we rescue Fura, and Estella goes back to normal saying that she regrets serving the Nadraga cult. And so we go back to the town of Moost, and then Fuser gets taken over by an unknown force, and then we gotta fight him. So after knocking Fuser back to his senses, the evil hooded figure comes back and then he kidnaps Anne Lucia, Fuser, and Fura, and then he reveals that he's actually Principal Nadia! Wait a minute, you're the traitor then! So we go to the final tower, the Storm Tower, and holy crap, look at this place. If you thought Dragon Quest dungeons were pretty insane, this place is gonna drive you pretty nuts. So we get to the top of the tower, then Tobias is injured once again fighting the boss, and after we beat the boss, Estella tends to his wounds and convinces Tobias to fight on our side. So we travel through all of Nadragon with our pal Claus, now in his form of Shin-E, to find the rest of the vessels. So we go back to the holy city of Ejarna in order to confront Principal Orstov, and Tobias takes us down to the dungeon where we fight Principal Nadia in his dragon form. And it's also revealed that Principal Nadia wants to fight us to get revenge for his brother Antero! I knew you were both working in cahoots, you hooded hoodlums! So after we defeat Principal Nadia, the last thing he sees in an emotional moment is Estella as a child that he helped raise, and then dies. So we go deeper into the dungeon, we see Orstov and Lucia and our sibling on the ground, and just as we're about to get any further, we're stabbed in the back by a huge scorpion tail, which actually belongs to Principal Orstov! So many plot twists in so little time! So technically we've died 3 times now because we're actually revived by Princess Anne Lucia, Prince Raguas, Fuser, and a whole bunch of our friends. So once we're revived, everybody celebrates, but it's short-lived as Orstov comes back and steals the Holy Seal, which is actually the heart of the Dragon God, which is needed to revive Nadraga. So Zion contacts us saying that we need the power of the 6 gods in order to fight Nadraga in the ancient city of Nadragram. So we go to the ancient city of Nadragram and we solve the puzzle of the 6 gods, and then after that we fight Principal Orstov now in a scorpion form. Yeah, that backstabber. So after we defeat Orstov, Nadraga is revived! Oh no! And then after that we see this big kaiju battle between Bjorn and Nadraga! Go Bjorn, you were awesome in your story, man! So now we're reunited with Claus and our sibling, and it's just like old times back at Ethine, me, Shin-E, and our sibling. So we go inside Nadraga's body. Yes, there's more Vor in this game, although his insides are a lot more cleaner than Bjorn's. And we find the Grand Zenith Sword of Condemnation that once defeated Nadraga and has the memories of the 6 gods. So we find out that Nadraga was actually the 7th god and was the brother of the goddess Lutaena. But Lutayana actually died in the battle with the darkness, so Nadraga went mad and said all the races must follow the dragon race. So basically he wants to be a dragon dictator. So he battled the 6 other gods and was defeated. But after he was defeated, he made a deal with the darkness in order to seal Nadragond. And so we're entrusted by the 6 gods in order to defeat Nadraga for good. So Estella is sealed away inside Nadraga's body as a vessel and we need to free her. Yes, we're gonna rescue you, my love. So we fight Nadraga in a very, very intense battle, and Nadraga is the biggest Dragon Quest boss yet, even bigger than Uzaru Nelgil. And after this battle, we use both Estella and Claus's dragon forms to escape. And then after that, we see Principal Orstav's spirit have a change of heart, and he helps us with our escape. So I guess Orstav wasn't exactly a bad dude after all. A bit misguided, but he's still a good dude. But however, a mysterious hand comes out and takes Nadraga's heart and then escapes. So now we have a celebration at the city of Ejarna, and then the Nadraga cult becomes the Nadragon Cooperative, which will help all the dragons live in peace, and unite all the members of the dragon race.
Ryan, thank you for all your help in bringing the lands of Nadragon and Estoltia together. I hope that one day Dragon Quest X will be localized for the West. By the way, did you treat yourself to a slushie? The tastiest in all of Nadragon!
So Tobias becomes the new leader, Estella goes to Astoltia to live in Balar Village, and Claus goes back to rebuild Ethine Village, and then we're reunited once again with our sibling for a very short time before our sibling fades away for good. So all this time our sibling was fighting for the wrong side, but eventually went to the side of good with us. But however, your sibling does leave behind a silver cube. And then we see this mansion with this young lady who looks a lot like Bulma from Dragon Ball, and version 3 comes to an end. So Dragon Quest X version 3 Lore of the Ancient Dragon, the second expansion to Dragon Quest X. So how does it compare to the first 2 parts? Well, I have to say, even though part 3 is good, it does suffer from a lot of repetition, especially in the music and the structure of the story. Like, it's pretty much, go to a realm, solve a problem, go to this tower, fight the boss, and rinse and repeat. And the story wasn't exactly as emotionally gripping as versions 1 and 2. I mean, there's still a lot of good emotional parts in version 3, but they didn't quite tug at the heartstrings just like versions 1 and 2. But the good news is, version 3 is probably the shortest of all the Dragon Quest X expansions. It probably took me a bit under 40 hours to complete. I think I beat it like around 35 hours. But however, it is a worthy addition to the Dragon Quest X saga, and I highly recommend it. And also, Estella is really hot. So if you want to play Dragon Quest X version 3 Lore of the Ancient Dragon, sadly you can't play it on the Wii version anymore, but it is available in the current version 1 through 5 pack for all the consoles. Alright guys, so that ends this episode of awesome video game memories about Dragon Quest X version 3 Lore of the Ancient Dragon, and stay tuned for Dragon Quest X version 4 the 5,000 year journey to a faraway hometown. See you there. Welcome to Awesome Video Game Memories, where we talk about awesome memories about video games. I'm Ryan, and the game we're going to talk about today is Dragon Quest X, Version 4, the 5,000-year journey to a faraway homeland. So, Dragon Quest X, Version 4, the 5,000-year journey to a faraway homeland is the third expansion in Dragon Quest X. So for those of you who don't know, Yuji Horii, the creator of Dragon Quest, his favorite movie of all time is Back to the Future. So you'll be seeing a lot of Back to the Future and Star Wars references here in version 4. Not exactly this guy, but you will be seeing a lot of green characters. And just like the previous episodes, we will be talking about the story and getting into spoiler territory, so just make sure you know what you're getting into, and I do recommend you stick around. So after peace has settled in Nadragond, we're wondering, who's the Dark Swordsman who looks like the evil version of the Luminary from Dragon Quest XI, and the woman who looks like Bulma from Dragon Ball? So version 4.0 starts with us here in Grand Zadora on a beautiful day, and then we see Sage Horo eating his bento box, so we sit down and tell him all of our incredible feats and journeys.
Ryan, laddie, good to see ya. I heard you've been accomplishing quite the feats.
Oh yeah, so all those dragons, I took them down like this, and I took them down like this because, I'm the hero, I'm the liberator. So Horo is interested in the silver cube that was left behind, and so when we touch it, we get warped to another time!
What? Where'd you go, laddie?
Is this the 50s or 1999?
Uh-oh. Ryan's getting to singing mode again.
All I wanted to do was tell Sage Horo that I rule. So take me away, I don't mind, because we're going back in time. So we end up in this mansion with the woman who looks like Bulma and her cat Chockle, which is actually a pun on charcoal, and she introduces herself as Melly, which is actually, according to the developers, a pun on Melody and Serenade.
What is it, Charcoal? Were we expecting visitors?
Hi, my name is Malid. I didn't even notice you entered. That's amazing. You have quite an amazing sense of fashion. I'm not quite sure how you got in here, but I'm curious. Welcome to the famous Dominus House, located in the Kingdom of Athene.
And we also find out we're in the Dominius house 5,000 years in the past on the island of Athene. Wow, technology was way more advanced back then, kind of like the Kingdom of Zeal from Chrono Trigger. So we meet her brother Quad. Oh wait, so let me guess, are the other siblings named Double and Triple, who's a bit overprotective of his sister, so he takes away our silver cube. Oh hey, we kind of need that to get back to our own time, So Malid helps us get the silver cube back, so we go outside and see how technologically advanced Athene of the past is compared to the present. Well, considering we're always going back 500 years in the past in Dragon Quest X, I think the past has way better technology than the present. So Malid comes out in a different outfit that looks more like an adventurer's outfit rather than her standard dress, and she gives us the red crystal of memory so we can check the contents with the King of Athene. And then we warp again. But then we end up in the way, way distant future and everything's destroyed! I'm afraid it is happening, Malid. All of it. Yeah, kind of like the alternate 1985 in Back to the Future 2. And this little bird named Karuru who looks like this.
Hey there, let me explain the situation. This is Lendasia in the future, which is destroyed. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Karuru. This is an Athenial cube which can travel through time. You seem to have the power of time flowing inside of you. Let's escape from this dangerous time. It's urgent. You can adjust the power of the time points within the cube. Just think of a place to go and I'll follow. Ready to go? This place is giving me the creeps.
Jumps out of the silver cube and tells us that it's an Athenial cube, which helps us travel back through time, and if this was actually localized, it would probably be the Tentonial cube. And this is why I said in the version 1 review why I think Athene is a better name than Tenton, because Athene sounds better when you say Athenial cubes rather than Tentonial cubes, and it's also based on the high technological advances of the city of Athens. So Athenial cubes actually replace the Rura stones here in version 4, so when you actually go into a town, you actually find a crystal which actually powers up your Athenial cube, and you can add that location to your cube list. So we go back to the present and talk to Sage Lucinda, and she says we can prevent this future from happening if we go back 5,012 years in the past. Yes, I know it's an odd number, not 5,000, but we have to go back 12 extra years. So we end up back in the Dominius house again, but this time it's in ruins. So maybe we should have went 5,000 years. Those extra 12 years, the house was probably still in construction or ruined. And so we go outside to the Frontier Guard Station. And Captain Laugo tells us that a monster that looks like a robot was attacking the Dominius house, so we set to investigate it. So once we defeat the monster, he gives us permission to enter the city of Kimball. So the city of Kimball looks really advanced compared to the island of Ethane in the present. And so we talk to the deputy commander and his men. And they give us a time guidebook regarding all these robotic beasts, and there's so much advanced technology in the past. I mean, all we got are these silly killer robots. And the kingdom of Ethane has a guideline of time as described in these books, and these books have a vision of the future determined by the king using the Tokimi boxes. So we go to the inn to talk to the deputy commander, and then we see a diva named Shantae singing. No, sorry, not you, my dear. Then we hear Shantae sing, and it's like, ah! And we're also introduced to her sister Linka from Captain Planet. And also we meet Zeph and his pet squirrel. So one of the guideline supervisors named Belma, who actually looks like a corrupt cop, yes, there are corrupt cops in the Dragon Quest universe, and she orders Linka to dispose of the magical creatures. But Linka has a problem with Belma's orders because she doesn't want the cute magical creatures to be hurt. So we talk to Shantae and she reveals that she was injured in an incident in the city of Rinjahar. Yes, totally rolls off the tongue. And even though she recovered from her injury, she ended up losing her singing voice. And Shantae learns from a diary that Laura's honey should be able to restore her singing voice. But after fighting the floral dandies at Laurelly Hill, she takes the honey and it doesn't quite restore her singing voice. Good job. And it ends up knocking us all out. And also we see a tomb with Shantae's name engraved on it. So when we return to town, we find out corrupt cop Belma actually stole all the poor magical creatures. You corrupt cop. So we go to Belma's location and fight one of the robotic beasts, and we set the creatures free. So Belma says that Shantae and Linka are actually rebels. Yeah, she's calling us rebel scum. She looks like an Imperial. So Quad steps in and says the happiness of the people is Kimball's priority, and that Belma was abusing her power like she totally is. But sadly, Shantae's voice hasn't recovered, but you know, Linka, being a good sister, still stands by her. Hey Shantae, if you need some singing lessons, my other friend named Shantae could also help you out. So we go to the Royal Palace in Kimball and use the red crystal of memory to display Malid's message to Quad. So she says that we need to go to the Royal Palace where the road is closed, and Quad was surprised to hear that because the transfer gate where the road is closed is prohibited. And two of Quad's servants, Zargruff and Dianji, are investigating the gate. So we help Dianji get the Light Star Flower to help with their investigation. So after Dianji uses the Light Star Flower to create a device to open the gate, we go with Quad and we chase a demon inside a labyrinth that looks a lot like the Dominius house. So we see Malid inside wearing her regular dress, but then Quad realizes she doesn't have a shadow, so she's a demon! Hey, great observation, Quad. And also Zargruff realizes he's actually in a maid's dress. So we end up chasing the demon, and then now we're on this chessboard and we're really small, and then we see a gigantic Malid as we're fighting all the chess pieces. Honey, I shrunk the questers. Alright, so after we defeat the chess pieces, we encounter the boss, Kagima Ramilia, and then after beating her, we use the device to restore the transfer gate. So we report the outcome to King Dominius, and then after that we go to the Padre house outside the gate. So after that we see the house is being attacked by all the robotic beasts, and then we see a guy named Ferris, no, not the Ferris from Dragon Quest XI, but a different Ferris who's actually really powerful. He's protecting a woman named Malone and her baby. And Ferris says he vows to protect Padre, who is the brother of King Dominius and the husband of Malone and their child. So after we defeat the beast, we look at this horn and realize that it can be magical, and we can use it as a transfer gate to the Alchemy Institute of Royal Alchema. A lot of alchemy. So Malid tells us to cooperate with Ferris, but Malid seems a bit different than the Malid we know. And she seems confident that we can prevent the future from being destroyed. So we go back to Kimball and Zeph analyzes the horn of the creature, and it actually belongs to one of the robotic creatures. And Zeph tells us to go to Freedom Village to speak with the former director, Wagumika, and Wagumika looks like a kid who's drank a couple too many beers. How old are you again? And how much did you drink? But Wagumika tells us a secret way to get into Royal Alchema. So Ferris comes with us into the portal to Royal Alchema, and then we're attacked by more robotic beasts. So as we uncover more about Royal Alchema, we see portraits of Director Yongi and his subordinates. So we find out that Royal Alchema was actually developing a Helgagog, Yeah, that's very, very easy to pronounce. Just like the robotic beast at King Dominius' orders! So Director Yonghi says that he was betrayed by the king, but then he gets killed by the Helgagog. Helgagog. So after we defeat the Helgagog, Ferris picks up the director's guidebook and we leave. So back in Kimball, we use the power of the robotic beast to nurse Malone back to health, and Quad confronts his father, King Dominius, about Director Yonghi's accusations, and King Dominius claims that we actually forged the book and throws us into prison. Oh, and also we're going to be executed too. But however, Malid's cat Shackle appears inside the prison cell, and during our execution tells us that we need to throw in the golden kettle and the stone of life just as we're about to die. Alright, so the next day we're about to be executed, and they throw our cellmate into a giant pot and he turns into a statue of gold. And just as we're about to be thrown into the pot, we throw in the golden kettle and the stone of life, then 3 gold golems come out and attack everybody. And we take this opportunity to set ourselves free in the ensuing chaos. So we battle it out with King Dominius, who is actually a robot in disguise, so he's basically a Terminator. So King Dominius wasn't a real person after all. So after we defeat the Terminator King Dominius, we realize Malid is missing, so we go to the Tokumi Shrine to confront the real King Dominius, who's still a bad guy. And the real King Dominius is actually trying to extract Malid's power, and he uses the Tokumi box to actually transform himself into a demon that actually looks like a Universe 6 version of Cell, but in a different color. So we defeat King Dominius, but then after that he's stabbed by the mysterious Dark Swordsman and then he leaves. So now everything's in chaos with the Tokumi Shrine collapsing, and then we go back to the present. But sadly, we now see a gigantic cocoon over Grand Zadora, and we're not exactly assured that we're going to prevent the destruction of the future. Thus ending version 4.0. So 4.1 begins with us in the underground meeting place under Grand Zadora with Sage Lushenda, trying to think what our next move is going to be. But however, above the surface, a robotic beast appears above the Bridge of Heroes, and so we're joined by Sage Lushenda, Sage Horo, and Sage Eidos, and some of the other sages, and during our fight, Brave Princess and Lucia comes to help stop it. So after defeating it, we actually deduce that it was very similar to the Demon King that terrorized Grand Zadora 1,000 years ago. So Brave Princess and Lucia wants to come with us, but she doesn't have the power of time like us Athenial people do. And since we do have the power of time, Karuru sends us 1,000 years back in the past to old Grand Zadora. So we arrive at Grand Zadora 1,000 years back in the past, and we see that it's war-torn, and we see a female warrior named Camille and her friend Yazlam who are trying to escape from the demons. So the demon army is attacking old Grand Zadora, and then we have to fight against the evil Giga Hammer. So after we defeat him, more monsters come, and then after that we see the legendary hero Alvin come and save us with Camille. Alvin, you're alive here. So Alvin introduces us to King Juti of Grand Zadora, and then Camille leaves the castle trying to figure out a way to defeat the demons. So we meet Alvin's wife, Princess Vistaria, and we find out Camille went to Junin no Sato down in the old Lobos Highlands down in the south. So we go outside, and the world map music of old Grand Zadora is actually Homeland from Dragon Quest IV. Well, I guess if we're going to rip off the music from the older games, might as well rip off a good theme. And we see that Grand Zadora and its surrounding areas are completely in ruins because of the Demon War. So we arrive at Jutin no Sato, and we talk to Captain Stork to ask about Camille's whereabouts. And if we get a Millennium Pickle, yes, I checked my translations, this is actually Millennium Pickle, we will actually learn from Stork where Camille is. So we go back into the present and find an actual Millennium Pickle. So once we get the pickle, we deliver it to Captain Stork, and he tells us Camille went down to the Godly Temple. So as soon as we arrive at the Godly Temple, Yaslam and Princess Vistaria arrive and tell us the secret of Camille's past. Now, Camille was supposed to be executed when she accidentally killed her opponent in the Oresco arena, and her opponent was the Prince of Falend, who was actually Princess Vistaria's brother. But however, Alvin was actually Camille's lover back in the past, and they agreed to not execute Camille if Alvin married Princess Vistaria. And because of her brother's death, Princess Vistaria actually hated Camille ever since. So we go down into the temple, and Camille finds a scroll that will help us defeat the demons. But however, Yaslam reveals his true nature, and he's actually General Jamira of the 12 Demon Army! So in the scuffle, Vistaria actually bites his tail, and we're able to actually beat him. Thanks, Vistaria. That probably tasted very bad, did it? But however, after his defeat, Jamira tries to seal us in. But Alvin breaks us out like the true hero he is. And after this, Vistaria actually makes amends with Camille and finally accepts her. So we go to the towers near Old Grand Zadora, and then we see Stork, who actually has a ship that'll take us to the demon's castle. And so we fight our way through the 12 demon generals, and we confront the evil king demon Nerodis. So after we defeat Nerodis, Alvin tries to use the scroll to extract the spear from Nerodis' body, but however the Dark Swordsman comes and takes away the spear from us. So Alvin says that his soul's been weakened from using the scroll and that his soul has been corrupted. But however Falkion arrives, Alvin does see a glimpse of the future and he sees his descendant Anne Lucia, and so he assumes that everything's gonna be okay because Anne Lucia is awesome. Falkion takes Alvin on his back and says that the scroll should be sealed in the Royal Labyrinth. And then after that we go back into the present. So back in the present we fight another beast on the bridge with the help of Anne Lucia and we defeat it. But however the Dark Swordsman appears above the cocoon and summons more robotic beasts. Oh great, how many of these do I gotta fight? But however, Ferris arrives from the past and actually stops them. Thanks Ferris, you're awesome. Ferris kind of recognizes the Dark Swordsman but doesn't remember who he actually is. And as you notice, in present Grand Zadora, the statue of Camille is actually missing, and we can actually do a quest to restore that statue by going back to the present, then back to the past, and back to the present again, and then we can restore Camille's statue and get a painting for our house. Thus ending 4.1. So Ferris wakes up in Grand Zadora with no memory of what happened because he actually lost his memory traveling to the present. So we go back to Glen Castle and talk to King Bagudo, who actually doesn't have his headache anymore, thank God. And he actually says he saw the Dark Swordsman appear at Cape Ronda. So we go to Cape Ronda and then we see the evil demon Zongalon from version 1, and he vows to destroy the Ogre continent. And so Karuru says our next goal is to travel 1300 years back in the past to the past Oresco Kingdom. So we end up in the Oresco Arena 1300 years in the past, and then we see Prince Gilgaran fighting a monster. But since we warped inside the arena, we're knocked unconscious, which interrupts his battle. And then we're all tied up in a chair and all our belongings are gone. Oh boy. And we're investigated by Gilgaran's servant Munil, who's really hot. So we're about to be executed, but we're actually saved by Gilgaran's younger brother, Prince Greer. So we learn that Ogre, the Ogre continent, is at war with the capitals of Oresco and Doland. And the evil Zongalon took over the ogres of Zolan in order to attack Oresco, which makes Zongalon way more dangerous than ever. So we go with Prince Greer to meet Bosch, who looks like Ogre Super Saiyan Goku, and he tells us that we need to go down to Oniwa Castle. And then we arrive at Oniwa Castle to see Chakal and the spirit of the body that we're inhabiting. So at Oniwa Castle, we see Gilgaran challenging King Doland, who actually now has Zongalon's power. So Gilgaran joins us in battle, we defeat Doland, and we hold the Mirror of Ra at Zongalon and reveal his true identity, which is actually Gilgaran and Greer's father Zoltogrin. So Zongalon was their father all along! So Gilgaran and Greer try to remind Zongalon that he was once their loving father, but Zongalon says he wanted power, so he threw his old life away. So we go back to the present to the abandoned Oresco Arena, and we find some records to see how Gilgaran actually sealed off Zongalon. So we inherit the seal of Gazbaron from Greer's descendant Eligan. So we go back to Glen Castle and it's attacked by another robotic beast named Puragog. So we beat Puragog and Zongalon appears, and he's pissed that there's another threat trying to prevent him from taking over the Ogre continent, and so Zongalon actually eats Puragog. Oh god, there's more vor in Dragon Quest X, and it tastes like metallic chicken. Yum yum. So now it's finally time to go back into the past to seal off Zongalon for good. So we go back to the Palace of the Evil God in the past, you know, the place where we do some raid missions to get that awesome belt, and we actually learned that Zoltogrin became Zongalon because he didn't want his children to fight in the war, and he sought out power to defeat his rival, King Doland, without endangering his children. So Zoltogrin opens the seal of the war gods and becomes Zongalon. So we go to the mountains and use the seal of Gazbaron in order to fight Zongalon, but in the ensuing battle, Prince Greer actually gets mortally injured. No, not Prince Greer, he was so young, man. So the army of Oresco, along with Gilgaran, use their awesome dance in order to stun Zongalon.
Ogre, are you okay? So, Ogre, are you okay? Are you okay, Ogre? Ogre, are you okay? So, Ogre, are you okay? Are you okay, Ogre? Ogre, are you okay? So, Ogre, are you okay? Are you okay, Ogre? So, Ogre, are you okay? So, Ogre, are you okay? Are you okay, Ogre? Ogre, are you okay? Will you tell us that you're okay? There's a sign at the mirror that he struck you a crescendo ogre. He came into your battle, left the bloodstains on the snowfield. Then you ran into the battle, you were struck down, it was your doom. Ogre, are you okay? So, Ogre, are you okay? Are you okay, Ogre? You've been struck by a smooth ogre.
And then Zoltogrin's spirit appears and holds down Zongalon, and with the help of his father's spirit, Gilgaran finally seals off Zongalon where we sealed him off back in version 1. And in another emotional Dragon Quest moment, sadly with the passing of Prince Greer, Longo Village is created to honor him and to seal away Zongalon. So we go back to Oresco and Gilgaran says that he's going to help rule the kingdom, and then the Mirror of Ra drops and actually reveals that Chockle is actually Malid.
Looks like I'm finally back to normal. Hey, Ryan.
Who are you? A human?
I am so sorry, Prince. The kingdom of Athene was attacked and the power of time turned me into a cat. Meow!
I really don't understand, but a friend of Ryan is a friend of mine. Excuse me.
Take care. Ryan, how are things in this era? A magical creature?
She seems kind of suspicious. But where have I seen you before?
Ryan and I are trying to save the world, so all people have a home to return to.
I like her, Ryan. You two can save time together.
Let's go back to Ryan's time!
Back to the present!
So Malid's kind of the crazy cat lady. So now we go back to the present, and now we see Zongalon, after eating Purigog, has now merged with him and becomes the evil beast Zotendor. We fight Zotendor, and King Bagudo actually uses the dance from the past in order to seal him off. So after defeating Zotendor, he's actually absorbed by the cocoon, and the Dark Swordsman is about to kill us, but then Ferris comes in and saves the day. Thanks, Ferris. But however, the Dark Swordsman is really agitated hearing my name in general, and he leaves. I wonder why. But then after that, Malid finally confirms that the Dark Swordsman is actually her Uncle Padre! So after this, we can finally rebuild the village of Athene, where Malid gets a house, and we can play this fun minigame where we get to collect cats, thus ending version 4.2. So versions 4.3 and 4.4 are the most Star Wars versions of Dragon Quest X. So after talking with Sage Lushenda, we see that the cocoon is over the Dala mining site on the dwarven continent of Dochaka. So we actually traverse the desert like a Star Wars Tatooine battle. Yeah, this is actually pretty cool, like Star Wars Rogue Squadron. And so we end up fighting some Urbea soldiers, and then we see Padre, and Padre says, if there's crystals in this time, he can revive the giant. So Karoo says we must travel to the dwarf continent 3,000 years in the past in order to stop Padre. So his name is Padre, huh? How's it going, Padre? But you know what? If you actually look up the definition of Padre in Spanish, it's quite revealing, and I'm going to tell you a little later. So we arrive at the Daraz ore vein back 3,000 years in the past, and we learn that the Urbea Empire actually lost the battle to the Gataria Empire 3,000 years ago, and we get arrested because we look suspicious. I told you we should have brought this guy with us because he can pass for a dwarf, right? But however, we're freed by a dwarf called Ryu Roshi, and he gives us a number 8 orb to accompany us. So we head off to the Urbea Underground Empire's technical agency in order to find out the whereabouts of this giant that Padre wants to revive. Alright, so we arrive at the Urbea Underground Empire, and it looks a lot like Coruscant from Star Wars. Like, where do I even go here? And we see the dwarves riding these space pods that look like Frieza's from Dragon Ball Z, and we're not exactly allowed inside the castle without a permit. And in order to get this permit, we have to give this thing called the Bulb of Time, which we get from Athene, to Princess Urta. So we go back to Malid in the present, and then she tells us we can go back in time to the royal family greenhouse to get the bulb from Ethine. But however, once we get the bulb, Malid collapses from exhaustion, so we leave her in Grand Zadora to rest. So then after that, we go back into the past and meet up with Princess Erda. So after handing the bulb to Princess Erda, she lets us into the castle, and she wants to learn how we can actually travel through time so we can prevent the assassination of her father, Emperor Jakuva. And so we fly on her anti-gravity device, which totally looks like a Star Wars vehicle here. And it's actually really cool because she actually blasts monsters away with a gun. I'm telling you, man, this is so Star Wars. So we arrive at the Imperial Technology Agency, and we meet Prime Minister Gailen Lash, who is actually an older version of Quad. And Quad says that the kingdom of Ethine was actually destroyed in this era, and he's working with Princess Erda to prevent the future from going bad, but Kururu warns us to not mention Malid's name in front of him for some reason. So we go down to the development center of the 4th floor, then we see the Athenial Cube under research, and one of the materials of the Athenial Cube is boronudium, which is one of the treasures of Gateria, and Erta has no choice but to get it. And Quad says it was actually this assassin named Bing Dao who murdered Jakuva, and we get a message from Ryuroshi to come back to the Daraz ore vein. So once we talk to Master Ryuroshi, he says that he wasn't able to accept the new military policy enforced by Quad, so he was banished to Gateria and actually became Bing Dao's master. And there were peace negotiations between Gateria and Urbea, and Bing Dao was sent as an ambassador, but it's widely believed that Bing Dao actually assassinated Jakuva, but Master Ryuroshi says that's a complete lie. So we finally get all the truth and the evidence in the form of Matrix 1, and we go back to the Imperial Technology Academy to prove Bing Dao's innocence. So we go back to the agency, and it shows Matrix 1 showing a clip that Quad was the one who actually assassinated Jakuva. How many plot twists does Dragon Quest X have? But Quad says that it's actually a fake video and then we're captured as rebels. Yeah, we're totally part of the Rebel Alliance. But however, we're actually rescued by our sibling again, so it looks like our sibling comes to rescue us in our time of need, and even though it's not a full reunion, I'll totally accept that just as long as I get to see my sibling again. So after we break out, we free Princess Erda, and Princess Erda says her father's last words were that only the people of Ethine can actually travel through time. So we finally locate the traitor Quad, and he locates the fallen Ethine kingdom right under us, and he reveals he actually assassinated Jakuva in order to get the Crystal of Urbea, which is the heart of the dwarf continent, in order to revive the kingdom of Ethine. I'm sorry, Quad, but taking a life doesn't justify bringing back the entire kingdom. But however, Padre comes up and extracts the crystal from the giant and disappears, and then as the complex is collapsing, the anti-gravity devices rescue us and we're on our way. And we also rescue the traitor Quad as well. So now, in another emotional Dragon Quest moment, Princess Erda is in tears, now knowing the truth that Quad killed her father, but she hesitates to shoot him. But Quad says that she needs to get it over with, so she shoots him, and then when he falls down into the ground, his last thoughts are thinking of his sister Malid. So Princess Erda returns to the Urbea Imperial Castle and claims that Bing Dao's honor will be restored and releases the prisoners, and she vows to be a good ruler to the country of Urbea. And Ryuroshi says that he may revive the great Urbea genie in the future and that solar power will be the best way to go. And Ryuroshi actually gives us a detector that will detect when solar power will be completed in the future, but since we have the Athenial cubes, we can kinda cheat. So we go back to the present and we see that the detector is working at the Dowaria Sandstone ruins, and then after that we see the great Urbea genie. Sadly, it's used for bad now. And it's attacking the base, but this time in the battle we actually get to use cannons, which is really cool. And Bian Dao, the descendant of Bing Dao, is actually leading the charge against the genie. So once we use the sun bullets to defeat the genie, we actually finally come face to face with Padre, the dark swordsman. So once we defeat Padre, a big Tokimi box appears, and a voice belonging to a being named Cyronos says that we have more potential than Padre, and Padre was only a puppet. So the box vanishes, and Kururu actually remembers Cyronos' name, thus ending version 4.3. So Malid is now recovered and goes with Ferris, and we get a message from Prince Raguas that we need to go to Medrish's castle right away. So we go to Medrish's castle, and we're told we need to get the Pukalas, which is actually a stone slab, in order to save the Pukalan continent from some evil demons. And now we see the cocoon over Epiceta Hills. So we enter this bottomless hole with Dr. Palmio and Sage Horo, and we see this demon growing inside the hole. So the Puculus slab actually begins activating, and it actually tells us a machine from the future called the Lithograph of Intelligence, which was the basis for the Gopher plan 6,000 years ago. So we go back to the past in an undetermined time period to restore the slab when it was manufactured so we can use it to its fullest power. So the turbulence when we time travel is so rough that Karuru has no idea where we are exactly. So we arrive at the town of Arwen, and the town administrator Puculus, just like the stone slab name, maybe he is the stone slab, is the one who rules the town, apparently with an iron fist. Because we see a lot of sleepy Puculipos, aka poppets, is going around town in a zombie-like state. So we go to the upper management building and we're in outer space. Like I said before, 4.3 and 4.4 are the most Star Wars of Dragon Quest games. Yeah, the Puculipos, aka the Poppets, aren't exactly amused. So as we use one of our slabs, we actually see Poppets inside space pods, and then we see space dolphins! There are floating space dolphins up here in space in a Dragon Quest game. Cool! But these things are actually called Picoria. And we have a whole bunch of things that look like arcade consoles, so maybe we can play some Dragon Quest arcade games here. So we realize that the town of Arwen is actually a spaceship for Puculus, and we're more than 1,000 years in the past. So C-141, one of the workers on the spaceship, actually revolts, and he wants to stop the energy reactor of the ship and exploit the energy from the residents. You traitor puppet! So we end up fighting the space dolphins, aka the Picoria, then we're thrown into the garbage disposal with spikes. But with the help of the mysterious spirit, who actually looks like us back from Oniwa Castle, we're saved, and then we go down to the Natural Heritage Reserve down below. So we make our way through the Astolti Museum and we try to figure out a way to restore the energy to all the residents, but our slab doesn't exactly respond to one of the doors, so we go back to the present. So in the present, Shin-E says he's found a way to bring Padre back to normal with the Talisman of Phalaenopsis, but however, a person close to Padre should be the one to make the talisman work, and says we might actually look like Maloney's baby, and maybe even be the same person! Hold on, we're not jumping to any conclusions yet. So we go back to the past to confront C-141, and he wants to actually eliminate all the primordial species, and then he becomes Parumio 2, who looks like the puppet version of Cell! So wait, we got King Dominius and C-141 trying to be wannabe Cells. Yeah, what's up with all the Cell lookalikes in this game? So during the battle, Puculus stops C-141's growth and we actually defeat him. But then after that, Padre and Cyronus appear, and Karuru defends us against their power, and Cyronus says we may end up being his new puppet. No, you ain't taking over this mind, man. So the Infinity Power Reactor shuts down, but Puculus is missing. So the residents decide to use the Crystal of Memory to restore the Power Reactor. But now we go back into the present and back inside the hole, and the slab we actually have is the result of Puculus being trapped 6,000 years in the past, and we actually named the slab after him. So now we have the completed Talisman of Phalaenopsis, and the slab stops the demon beast and we defeat it. And then Cyronus and Padre appear again, and Ferris tries to use the talisman, and we actually end up in Padre's memory. And then after that we see memories of Padre, Malone, and their child, and then Padre regains his sanity, but then after that Ferris dies! Not Ferris, no! But then after that, Malone gets brainwashed by Cyronos, so Padre wants to go to the Labyrinth of Togoku in order to pursue Cyronos. But then Prince Ragoas is wondering if Astoltia is finally going to be destroyed once and for all, thus ending 4.4. So 4.5 begins with Padre recovering in Gran Zadora, and he tells us about the Labyrinth of Hell and how he created the robotic beast in order to go into the sealing cocoon so Cyronos can rule the world. But it's not accessible to those who haven't already been there. So we go back to the past to Kimball and we see that Quad is alive. So how are you alive after you fell like 3,000 feet? Because after he was shot by Princess Urda, he had an Athenial cube and it activated and it sent him to Kimball. I guess saved by the cube then. But however, Quad wants to make up for his evil ways, and he resolves to change the future of the kingdom by trying to solve the Earth energy problem. But however, Malid is not buying it and still reminds him of his past crimes in Urbea. But however, Quad does acknowledge it and bets his own life that he will protect the kingdom of Ethine. We'll see about that. Even though Malid may not agree, but it's the royal family's duty to protect Ethine at all costs. And Malid says if Quad does save all the people, that she can finally forgive him. So we go to Greater Ethine and recover some energy by beating the boss Mega Rhydon. So now we save the kingdom without having to use the Tokumi box. So now we go to the Temple of Made, and the seal can only be unlocked by the Key of the King, so Quad uses it so we can all enter. But then we meet a humanoid creature who looks like an older but more stoned version of Karuru named Kurex. And he's been here for over 700 years. Bro, I'm so stoned after 700 years, man. Dude.
Bruh. Coming in here is rude, dude. My name's Curix, bruh. I'm from another world, broskies. Quad, my dude. You're like the 50th generation of dude bros. You're kinda righteous, unlike the previous kings. My best bro was King Latorius of Ethin. We smoked many joints, bruh.
So Curix explains that his best friend was King Latorius of Ethine in the past and gave Curix the power which helped the kingdom. But however, after King Latorius passed away, his descendants wanted the power of time from Curix, so they took the power away from Curix and put it inside the Tokumi box. So Malid gives Curix the source of power from the Tokumi box, which is the bulb of time, and Curix finally gets his powers back, and he looks like a bigger version of Karuru.
Bruhs, you got back my stash. Time to dig in. Bring this joint to the fullest, man. That was some dope stash, dudes. Haven't had it in 700 years. I seen time clearly, broskies. Ethin's stash rules.
But however, he warns them that the kingdom of Ethine will still perish because a meteorite will destroy the kingdom. So we had the Dolworm energy crisis in the present, then we have a meteor problem in the past. But I assume since the present is okay, the meteor is gonna go away, right? So Curix tells us that the Ring of Eternity, which is also created by King Latorius for the anticipation of the kingdom of Ethine's destruction, also stores the power of time, and he says that Malid, who is actually descended from King Latorius, is the best person to use it. But however, Malone, who's actually possessed by Cyronos, appears and battles Curix, and Cyronos explains that he is the culmination of the existence of power inside the Tokumi box, warped by the evil desires of the humans who took Curix's power. But however, Curix suffers a fatal blow and transfers all of his powers into Karuru. And for the first time, Karuru actually experiences sadness, man. And so we encounter the cat Shackle, who turns into Malid and says that she will do her best to preserve Ethine's future even at the cost of her own life. So we go back to the town of Kimball and we see the meteor fall because Malone is being possessed by Cyronos, but Malid tries to convince Quad that he must serve his people as their new king since King Dominius is gone. So Quad calms down all the people and uses the Tokumi ring, and Malid tries to use the Eternal Ring but is attacked by Cyronos. But however, Quad takes a fatal blow trying to protect Malid, and Cyronos summons more beasts for us to fight. And after fighting the the people take their time bucks from their backs and Malid helps us stop the meteor, but sadly Quad dies as the king of Kimball and passes on his Athenial cube to Malid. And after all this, Malid finally forgives Quad for all his actions. So I guess Quad did have some redemption in the end. So we finally go to the labyrinth of Togoku with Malid and Padre and see that the mysterious figure from earlier, which was the spirit of the body we've been inhabiting, was trying to guide the way, and we actually see Padre, Maloney, and Ferris taking care of a baby and actually sending it to the current Ethine village. Then after that we realize we're actually the son of Padre and Maloney! Wait a minute. I don't exactly look like him, so I assume this is kind of a recessive gene or something. I mean, look at me, I don't look anything like my father Padre. And also, the word Padre in Spanish means father. We battle this monster with the possessed Malone. After beating them, we finally free her of Cyronos' influence, and so we entrust Malid to take Maloney to safety, and then we go with Padre to finally face Cyronos. So we face off against the Togoku beast with Padre, and after defeating it, Padre severs the time and space connection, saying that he's satisfied that we will be the ones to finally defeat Cyronos before he disappears for good. So long, my awesome father Padre. You look a lot like the Luminary. So we take another warp in time, and then we see a world where all life forms are destroyed, and then we battle Cyronos, who actually looks like a Sentai villain. And then we finally defeat him. But sadly, the world has already perished, and there's nothing we can really do about it. And Karuru says we can actually still go back in time, but at the risk of reviving Cyronos, but we actually take that chance. So we go back to Kimball, and we actually succeed because Cyronos doesn't exist anymore. But however, Karuru has actually used all of his energy to prevent Cyronos from coming back, and actually disappears.
Cyronos, is gone. Mission accomplished. Astoltia is now safe, but my power is now overwhelmed. It was a fun journey. I don't feel sad at all. I'll become part of this world and I'll always watch over you. Thank you for being my friend. Goodbye, Ryan.
Goodbye, my time-traveling bird friend with the awesome, crazy name. So we go back to the present Made Temple and we see Malid now with gray hair emerge from Curix's pod, and she says now the power of time is fully exhausted and we can never time travel again. And she looks over the ocean and pulls the band out of her hair and wonders if her actions to save all of time and history were wrong, but she does realize that her brother Quad did everything he could to save his people. With tears in her eyes, knowing that her brother and all of her people are finally gone.
There's no more shadow. The kingdom really sank to the bottom. Kimball is gone. We saved so many lives from destruction. Even with the blue sky, I remember. Athene is gone. Quad! I should not exist in this era. I've distorted history. We were just trying to survive against the impending destruction. Brother, you did what you could to protect our people, and the path you chose was the right one. Right, Ryan?
Ode to you, Malid. Ode to you. And then we see a door at the island of Gamilgo, and a certain man says he's ready to go to Astoltia, thus ending version 4. So Dragon Quest X version 4 is actually a huge fan favorite of fans of Dragon Quest X, and I can definitely see why. Not only is the story much better than version 3, it does bring us on a ton of emotional roller coasters, and we actually get to see a lot of cool locations in the past like Old Grand Zadora, Old Oresco Kingdom, and we finally get to see the Urbea Kingdom, and a whole bunch of the Star Wars and Back to the Future references. And also the game does remind me of Chrono Trigger a lot. And last but not least, the big reveal about your past, that Padre was actually your father. So Padre was kind of like the Darth Vader figure of the game, but without the mask. And the story is done so well that it does pull you in emotionally, just like versions 1 and 2. And it's kind of hard to say whether I like this better than versions 1 and 2, but I'm still gonna have to go with version 2 a little bit more, even though I do think version 4 is way better paced and has way more variety than version 3. So Dragon Quest X version 4, the 5,000-year journey to a faraway hometown, is definitely one for the ages, and you can definitely play it on the all-in-one package with versions 1 through 5. And that ends this episode of Awesome Video Game Memories about Dragon Quest X version 4. So stay tuned next time for Dragon Quest X version 5, the Thorn Maiden and the God of Destruction. Oh,
Tell me, Karuru, where are we going down the line? Is it Grand Zadora, or the end of all time? All I wanted to do was take my sword and swing. So warp me away, I don't mind. And I promise you I'll save all of time. I'll save all of time. Don't let the future pay the ultimate price. Always remember, I can't save it all twice. Please don't harm a lead. Don't wanna risk her life again, so warp me away, I don't mind. And I promise you I'll save all of time. I'll save all of time. I'll save all of time. I'll save all of time.
Welcome to Awesome Video Game Memories, where we talk about awesome memories about video games. I'm Ryan, and the game we're going to talk about today is Dragon Quest X version 5, Thorn Lady and the God of Destruction. So Dragon Quest X version 5 is the 5th part of the Dragon Quest X saga and the 4th expansion originally released in the fall of 2019. When I first started playing Dragon Quest X in January of 2020, version 5.1 was being released. However, there was a slight delay between 5.1 and 5.2 because of a certain virus that began with a C. So that gave me time to play the entire game from the beginning, and I was there when 5.2 was new in the summer of 2020, and when the rest of the version 5 parts were coming out in 2020 to 2021. I also heard that version 5 was originally going to be the final part of Dragon Quest X, as Square Enix only wanted to support the game for 10 years, and I started playing in 2020 just when the game was about 8 years old after its 2012 release. Fortunately, Square Enix announced that there will be a continuation after version 5, making them stick to their 10-year plan, and who knows if they'll make more parts since the game is still profitable. Alright guys, now it's time to talk about Dragon Quest X version 5 spoilers, as we do here on Awesome Video Game Memories, so just be prepared, because this is going to be a doozy, man. So we begin 5.0, and after saving the world and all of time from Cyronos, we're still wondering who the mysterious man on Gamilgo Island was, saying that he's ready to head to Astoltia. But before that, we're invited to the glittering windmill tower on the Pucalipo/Poppet continent in order to go on a magical balloon ride by Princess Anne Lucia herself. Oh my princess, you want to go on a balloon ride with me? Oh, I'm totally not blushing right now like a dork because you just want to spend time with little old me. And one of the first things you do notice about version 5 is the characters have Japanese voiceovers.
それと、前からあなたとのんびり過ごしてみたかったから。
Well, I do have some voiceovers of my own, which I did use in my past Dragon Quest X reviews.
Oh, you're already here! Sorry to keep you waiting. Thanks for coming on such short notice. I really appreciate it. I dreamed of getting this balloon. It was a limited time offer, so I made a reservation for the two of us to go on a ride in the sky. I've always wanted to spend some time alone with you and was wondering if we could do it together, after everything we've been through. Now let's get on the balloon. Wow, amazing! Look, the windmill tower is so far away.
It's such a magnificent view! Spending time with the princess!
You know, we've had so many adventures together. Every hardship that we faced, I was able to overcome them since you were always by my side.
Because it's the Dragon Quest way.
I'm always constantly thinking about you and us. You've become more than just a special person to me, than the relationship between a brave hero and ally. I really mean that from the heart. I'm just so excited thinking about everything. I wonder if you feel the same way about me. I want to know. Oh, how naughty. You should have seen the look on your face. I was only kidding the entire time about everything I said. That look was so priceless.
Oh, Aunt Lucia, you are such a kidder.
Well, playtime is over, so have a nice trip and see you next fall.
What? Why, princess? Why?
Ryan, are you all right? I'm glad I was just in time. Hey, you imposter! Show me your true identity! Looks like the real one has shown up, so it's time to end this little charade. A plush doll?
Whee! Pudding pop! Hey, hey, old friends! It's been a while! Did you miss your old pal Pewju? I sure put on an entertaining show, don't you think, pals?
You evil clown bastard, you're back!
You're the one who set up that incident in Gartland a while back. Pewju.
Well, I'm gonna punch those glasses off your smug clown face!
It's been a pleasure to meet you, the legendary brave princess. It's an honor to be recognized by someone of your important stature. Not every day I get to make the acquaintance of the legendary hero. So let's have some fun, shall we? Unfortunately, your usefulness has run out. We simply don't need you anymore. Our purpose was the special baggage you left before you even got on the balloon. Now we have all the pieces we need for our plan.
Two of you? What do you mean?
What? I'm seeing double! 12 Pewjus!
Prepare yourselves, kiddos! This is where all the scary fun time really begins. Yup! Hoi! The door to hell will open and disaster is a-coming! Lots of blood will flow! Where it stops, nobody knows! Hey! Fun time is over, kiddos! Now it's time to say bye-bye! Yup! Hey!
Wait! Come back!
Yeah! Yahoo!
By the way, Ryan, did that fake version of me say anything strange to you? Like, completely out of character for me? Did I really say that? Then I guess there was a really big misunderstanding. So, what he said, yeah, definitely not happening. Well, now then, let's not worry about that now. I'm so sorry. What matters now is stopping that evil clown. Actually, I heard you are in danger from Sage Lushenda. So I immediately rushed here, and was glad I made it in time.
Sorry, after I was kicked off the balloon, I kinda lost my lunch, and I hope it didn't fall on a poor Pucalipo/Poppet or something.
Lushenda is waiting for us down below. So let's head on back.
Hey, my favorite hot ogre mage. So we talk about the thing we had before we got onto the balloon. Oh hey, after that pretty long fall, I don't have any more food in my stomach. Lushenda says that our bag seems to be okay for now, but however, the seeds of war that we got after defeating Cyronos are gone. So Lushenda talks about the seeds of war back when Pewju was in Gartland during our battle with Sage Marine. Pewju actually caused the incident back in Gartland, so the seeds of war are what Pewju needs to open the gates of hell. And Spindle, the ogre soldier from Gartland, arrives and tells us that he found Pewju's location. He went to an uninhabited part of the Weena Islands and his other half went to Gerd Strait. So we split up into two teams to hunt down both of the Pewjus. And Lushenda talks about the incident at Gamilgo Island over 500 years ago. Oh hey, we kinda know that Gamilgo guy. I mean, we can take the train to go back in time and say hi to him. Lushenda says that Gamilgo was her ancestor and she feels in her blood that a crisis is coming soon. After Lushenda and Lucia and Spindle investigate Gerd Strait and the Weena Islands, we investigate Gamilgo Island with Pewju at the supposed Gate of Hell. He's happy he's finally able to fulfill someone's wishes and we sneak up behind him. Aha! And then we see multiple Pewjus. Okay, I really need to get my eyes checked. And they welcome us to the gate of the demon world. Ah, no, like I said before, I'm totally not going back to high school. The clouds gather as Pewju throws the seeds of war to open the gate. He says that once upon a time the evil god of war was trapped in the demon world through the river of light and says that they should offer something for the ritual. Hey, don't look at me, man. And Pewju and his clones surround us in a horribly dizzying way. And we engage him in battle. And after we defeat Pewju, the seeds of war begin to flash and he says that the demon army from Baldista will appear. He holds up one of his balls and the seeds begin to emit power to the door to the demon world. Pewju and his clones begin to fade away as the power from the seeds begins to overflow the door to the demon world, breaking it down. Guys, I think we better hide. After the door crumbles, mist begins to emit from the cave that was behind the door and we see a female figure riding on a demonic horse. She says that Astoltia will be conquered as she looks at us. And she attacks us and knocks us back, but we get up. But then she unleashes a more powerful attack that knocks us out, or maybe for good.
Astoltia is now ours for the taking. Attack!
After the battle, we wake up in the rain with a demon with red hair looking over us saying that he'll save our life, then he carries us off. And then we wake up in a small house and notice that we look like a demon! So we pick up a red jewel that fell into the water, and these are known as the Abyss Jewels, which replaces the Rura Stones and the Athenial Cubes as our means of traveling around the demon world. Just like the Athenial Cubes, we find a large Abyss Gate and can register a location to warp to. And so we open the door and see that we're in the demon world. Whoa. This looks cool. Scary, but cool. Can I go home now? Outside we see the long red-haired demon who rescued us and says that the blood contract has worked.
Finally awake. Been waiting for a while. Huh. Hold it. Is there something wrong with your face? I'd say you look like some kind of fool if you ask me, friend. Well now, friend, from the looks of it, I think the Blood Pact went over better than I had ever expected. The name's Yushka, and as you can see, I'm what you might call a demon traveler. And welcome to the demon world. It's a place where we, the demon tribe, live out our lives and prosper.
He introduces himself as Yushka, a demon traveler, and welcomes us to the demon world. Yushka explains that from Astoltia, the River of Light was struck and there are 3 countries in the demon world who yield great power. So this is basically the last arc of Yu Yu Hakusho. And there's Baldista, a country of iron, blood, and violence. And then there's the oldest magic city in the demon world, Zekli's Magic Country, and a chaotic emerging country, Farazard. And the current area that we're in was destroyed by the Baldista army and was on their way to attack Astoltia. Yushka found us dying after the mysterious demon female attacked us, and we were injured so bad that we couldn't be cured by a normal recovery spell. Yushka had to use a blood contract to save our life, and with Yushka's blood our life was saved, but it turned us into a demon. Well, you know, maybe I can still score big on Tinder. I mean, chicks dig the horns, right? Yushka says that we can use the Abyss Jewel to travel to and from the demon world as much as we want. Because we're in a blood contract with Yushka, we become a servant and have to do what he says. Oh man, I have a boss now? I mean, I already have a full-time job! After we tell Yushka our name, he says it's unfitting for a servant. We head to the Great Court Gate, which is on the north part of Gerhenna Geno, our current location. As we explore Gerhenna Geno, we see a lot of the nice but spooky demon world imagery, and we see the monsters, especially slimes with red eyes, indicating that they're the hard versions. I watch you while you sleep! Okay. We arrive at the Great Court Gate, which is inhabited by monsters, and Yushka tells us that the gate behind us leads to Demon Mountain, where Lord Mawson lives. Yushka explains that even though there are demon rulers who govern each country in the demon world, the seat of the main demon world ruler has been vacant for some time since the death of the predecessor. Lord Mawson is the only one who has the authority to select the main ruler of the demon world, and they need to find a suitable king in order to combat the great darkness coming ahead. Many demons are outside the gate waiting to meet Lord Mawson in order to become the ruler. So wait, this is pretty much an intense presidential election. I mean, we just survived one not too long ago. And Yushka explains to the monsters outside the gate that he's a messenger for the king of Farazard, and the monsters back off. Yushka wants to make his lord the great demon king, and in order to achieve that, they must open the closed gate to the demon mountain. The words on the gate read, "When conflicting people with heavenly luck gather together, the road to the great demon king is opened." The past great demon kings have always passed through the gate and have overcome the competition with the past rulers. The gate hasn't been open for a long time, since there hasn't been anyone who's been qualified to be the great demon king for many, many years. Well, you can totally elect me, Ryan/Yushka, 20XX. Let's make the demon world great. No, let's not say that quote, ever. And Yushka explains that the current rivals of the king of Farazard are Asval, the demon lord of Zekli's Magic Kingdom, and Valeria, the demon lord of Baldista who attacked us from the beginning. For some reason they aren't interested in becoming the great demon king and aren't at the gate, so Yushka is pretty confident that his lord has a chance of winning. However, he still needs to drag Valeria and Asval to the gate in order to open it. Sadly, Yushka explains that once we become a demon we can never go back to normal. Well, I just have to get used to the horn since I work from home anyways. And since I never go out, I don't really have to worry too much, I think. And Yushka explains that Lord Mawson can actually turn me back to normal if we help him out. Well, I guess I might not be able to keep these cool horns anyways. I decided to go to Baldista first. After traveling the rocky mountain path to Baldista, we arrive at the Baldista fortress to confront Valeria, who attacked us and left us for dead. Yushka says not only is Valeria powerful, she's also great at commanding and judging the battlefield, so you probably don't want to mess with her. Well, I should know, because I nearly died! Valeria returns with her servants as her army stands ready to greet her. Ma'am, yes ma'am! And suddenly a rogue demon attempts to attack Valeria. Yes, get revenge for me. But Valeria easily deflects it like the boss she is. The rogue demon reminds her what happened at the Kingdom of Jamur, and she doesn't remember or apparently care. He reveals himself to be Dar Jamur, the Prince of Jamur, whose army was destroyed by Valeria, and vows to kill her in revenge. But Valeria cuts him down with relative ease. And Valeria remarks that his kingdom was weak, and that's why it's gone.
You scoundrel! You couldn't even estimate the strength between you and I, which is why your country was destroyed.
Cold. So we try to enter the castle, but we're stopped by the guards. Yushka explains that he's a messenger for the king of Farazard and wants an audience with Valeria. However, the guards are skeptical because of the attack that just happened, and nobody is allowed in the castle without permission. We're turned away and Yushka tries to figure out how to get permission into the castle. We encounter Yale, one of Valeria's servants, who was with her earlier, arguing with another demon about the magic stones at the Brannick Quarry, which are occupied by bandits. Yale is angry that he wanted progress on the magic stones before they decide to reinvade Astoltia. The demon warns Yale that the bandits in the quarry are super strong, and Yushka, using his charm, offers that we will stop the bandits in exchange for an audience with Valeria. In Brannick Quarry, Yale joins us and we get assaulted by the bandits who make fun of Yale, wondering how a wimp like him got into Valeria's army. While Yale goes after the bandits, we deal with their huge machine. After we defeat the machine, the bandits beg for mercy and offer to work for the country of Baldista, but Valeria arrives and wipes them all out mercilessly. And Valeria says that the bandits attacked the wagon heading to her castle and killed her subordinates, so she got her revenge and goes back to the castle. At the castle, Yale is happy that we got the magic stones and grants us an audience with Valeria. Yale explains that Valeria saved his life in the past and she saved him from being killed by an enemy soldier, so he was happy to serve her. We meet with Valeria and Yushka gives her a letter from the king of Farazard. After reading the letter, Valeria turns down the offer to come to the Great Court Gate because her top priority is to reinvade Astoltia and has no interest in becoming the Great Demon Lord. As Yushka tries to convince her again, she gives us an intense anime stare which startles us. Yikes! Valeria is angry and draws her weapon at us. Yushka, don't push your luck! Valeria leaves and says she'll leave the castle to both Yale and her other servant Veltro. As we make our exit, Veltro awaits us and tells us to go to the Baldia mountain range where we might catch something interesting.
Ah, got the cold shoulder, huh? Oh, turn that frown upside down. You'll ruin your face that way. Head to the Moonlight Valley in the Baldia Mountains. You might just find something of interest there.
Wait a minute. Why are you bothering to help us?
Oh, I'm just talking to myself. That's all you heard. Just someone talking to themselves in the castle. Okay?
So we arrive at the Moonlight House at the Baldia mountain range and the keeper says that it's an orphanage. And Valeria arrives and the children seem to like her. The keeper says that Valeria is the one who founded the orphanage and asks us about the big war between the demon world and Astoltia 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago, under the rule of the great demon king Nerodus from version 4, there was a war and Nerodus was defeated. I think me and Alvin had something to do with that. Alvin! There was confusion in the demon world without a great ruler, and a civil war broke out. Valeria was still young and saw her family killed in front of her. She resolved to become a great warrior, and then after that, Mata Segura became the champion of the demons. I think we kinda killed him too. And Valeria vowed not to let her people suffer the way she did, and when she enters the orphanage, she gives us another cold stare. Yushka makes a joke about Valeria becoming the next demon ruler, but freezes us in rage. I told you not to push your luck, Yushka! Luckily, she leaves and spares our lives after seeing her weakness. The kids make fun of Yushka for apparently flirting, but still says Yushka is too weak to be her type. Yushka asks the kids on how to get on Valeria's good side, and says that girls like things like fruit pies and jewels and swords. After talking with the kids, we see a mysterious figure overlooking the Midnight House. We collect some flowers and head back to one of the kids, and one of them gives us a note meant for Valeria saying that she should get along with us. Aw, that's so adorable. The kids wrap the letter along with the flowers for us to give to Valeria, and then we go back to the castle and Valeria says she still hasn't changed her mind. Yushka gives Valeria the flowers and the note from the children, but she's still unconvinced, and one of the guards arrives and has an urgent report saying a large amount of magic beetles are heading towards the Moonlight House at the Baldia mountain range, so Valeria summons her forces there and also goes herself. A dark aura surrounds the Moonlight House as Valeria arrives and Veltro tries to stop her, and Valeria runs inside and rescues one of the kids, and Yale arrives and asks if Valeria is okay and offers a recovery medicine. However, before Valeria takes the medicine, Yale slaps it out of her hands, saying that he knew the contents of the medicine were replaced with poison. Yale blames us for trying to poison Valeria, but she seems suspicious of Yale and not us because she never told anyone the relationship between the orphanage and her. Then she gives Yale a cold stare and he runs away. However, you and Yushka confront Yale as we give Valeria time to treat the child. After that, Yale transforms and reveals his true form. So after we defeat Yale, Valeria approaches him with her sword and says that he saw the Demon King is coming and noticed the orphans made Valeria forget the war. He accuses the children of trying to corrupt Valeria and making her weak, so he murdered all the children. Valeria is angry and stabs Yale. He gives off a happy and twisted expression knowing that he died in Valeria's arms. Best death ever! After burying all the children, Valeria explains how she took care of Yale when he was young and says the gravestones are the ones of her friends who fought with her. When she was young, she was picked up by mercenaries and was trained to become a warrior. And Valeria's dream was to build a house where everyone could live in peace when the war was over, but sadly she was the only one who survived. And Yushka gives Valeria the children's flowers and letter and she sets them on the children's graves and finally agrees to go to the Grand Court gate with us. Veltro confesses he didn't want to invade Astoltia in the first place and was hoping Valeria would be the great demon lord. He thanks us and takes off. Our next goal is Zekli's Magic City, and as we arrive at the castle, we're immediately stopped at the door as usual. Yushka tries to use his charm to enter but fails at first, but says to the guards that not letting him in would be an insult to the King of Farazard, which freaks them out. So that's how Yushka gets into nightclubs. And the gate opens and we see Empress Elgadora angry that Asval is not around to attend the Wara Wara tea party and orders a search. So we go around town asking for his whereabouts. We encounter a little demon girl named Rinberry who is the head of the Veristor family and her escort. She acts really snobbish and says we're lower class demons. Well, excuse me, Rinberry. However, Rinberry takes a liking to Yushka and says that he would look great dressed up for her party for the Veristor family, which results in us getting an invitation.
Let's go find some influential people around town who might have some information and ask around. Well, looks like we're getting some info right off the bat.
Who are you? This is Miss Rinberry of the Veristor family. Don't you dare get any closer.
Oh, if you're that important, then you must have some good information then. Hey, miss, you got a minute?
Hey! What is it with you people? How dare you approach me with a shabby appearance like that? I can't stand lowly demons who don't know what they're doing. Can you please get out of my sight, now?
Nice to meet you, Miss Rinberry. I'm sorry to be so blunt, but do you know where Lord Asval is?
Oh my God, I can't believe what you're asking me. Oh my, look at you. You're better looking up close. It's a shame you're dressed so shabbily. I'm sure you'll be even more handsome in proper attire.
What?
Yes, you're invited to my party at the Versitor House tonight to celebrate the unveiling of our prized artifacts. Servant, give this man an invitation. I will personally find you a suitable outfit and hire you as my personal servant. If you become my favourite, you're guaranteed a good career. I'll give you an inspiring look.
Miss Rinberry, it's time to get ready for the party.
That's right. I haven't decided on the colour of the flowers yet. We have to hurry. And you should be flattered that I've taken a fancy to you. I'll see you at the party.
Sorry, I can't make the party, but I may be able to get some information from exploring the castle. You'll have to infiltrate the party instead. I'll meet you back at the castle after we're finished, so here's the invitation. Word of advice, try not to offend that selfish young lady.
I think Yushka's having a lot better luck here in Zekli's. Yushka hands over the invitation to us as he wants to infiltrate the castle, so we're left to crash the party. At the party, Rinberry is angry that we came instead of Yushka. But hey, can Yushka do the smooth ogre?
Who are you? Why is a miserable thing like you invading my party? He's the guy who's standing next to the hot guy? I don't remember him at all. Where's the handsome guy? I didn't invite you to be my servant. I invited him. This is terrible. You can't turn me down. How dare you turn me down? If I ever see you again, I swear to God, I'll make you regret not coming to see me. Hey, you! I didn't give you that invitation. I want it back! For those who weren't properly invited to this party, no admission. Throw this bomb out right now.
Wait a minute. He's with me. He must have gotten lost here or something.
Oh, he was your servant. I'm sure you can totally get him replaced with someone better.
I'm sorry about this. My mistake. You scared me back there. Now, come with me.
Oh, hey, Cyril! I'm trying to decide which painting to buy for my next connection, and I need your opinion. Hey, wait up!
Okay, I'll be right there. Just give me a minute. My name is Cyril, and I actually wanted to talk to you, so I went out of my way. Since my hands are tied at the moment, let's meet at my antique shop, the Six Continents, north of the Commoner's Quarter. I'll be on my way as soon as I'm done, so I'll talk to you there. Well then, see you later at the Six Continents.
However, Rinberry says that Yushka refusing her invitation is unforgivable and rips up the invitation. She's so mad that she orders the guards to throw us out. However, a demon in a brown jacket vouches for us and Rinberry tells him to put us on a leash. His name is apparently Cyril and seems to be close with Rinberry. Cyril tells us to meet him at his shop in town. We enter Cyril's shop and it looks magnificent with a map of Astoltia in the center. After asking our names, Cyril comments that he knows that we came from Astoltia based on our appearance, and he says that he admires Astoltia because the people there can live freely without any differences in status. He opened his shop in order to collect artifacts from Astoltia and admires our key emblems we got back in version 1. His pet dragon Fluff needs Cyril's attention, and he says that he rescued Fluff from a demon that was attacking the lake that Fluff and other dragons lived in. Cyril requests that we defeat the demon at Lake Belvine so Fluff can go back to his family. We meet up with Yushka outside and he decides to stay in town as we go to Lake Belvine to help Cyril. We go to Lake Belvine and battle the demon beast as Cyril keeps Fluff safe. After we defeat the beast, Fluff is reunited with his family of dragons. Aw, they're reunited again. And Cyril says he longs to travel the world freely and that going to Astoltia would make his dream come true. Because he met us, he finally makes the decision to leave for Astoltia. Hey, you can crash on my pad, man. I got my town, I got all the amenities, you can hang out with me, my friend. However, the guards from Zekli's arrive and bow towards Cyril, saying that Empress Elgadora is waiting for him. Could he be? And Cyril says he's looking forward to the day that we can hang out in Astoltia and... Oh wait man, you're leaving right now? I mean, I was gonna order some Astoltia deep dish, you know, with some Weena Island fries and fish and coke and stuff like that, man. So we arrive back at Zekli's and talk to Yushka about Cyril in the shop, making that our next destination. At the shop, Yushka breaks the door down and we check out the giant map of Astoltia in the center, which is rearranged and now has some shapes on it. After solving the map puzzle, it reveals a secret passageway to the castle. As we make our way through the passageway, we see a collection of items that Cyril has collected and see him in a different outfit. Being startled by our presence, we pick up the compass that Cyril wanted to take to Astoltia and Yushka calls him by his real name, Asval. Plot twist! So Yushka says he's known Asval for a long time as a traveling jeweler and knows about his love for Astoltia. Yushka also says that he was the one who gave Asval the compass. Yushka offers Asval a chance to run away from Zekli's, but everyone gets spotted by a guard, so we follow Asval as we make our escape from the guards. So we meet up with Asval at the secret exit for the royal family that was used to escape the castle. Once we get outside, we're confronted by Empress Elgadora and the guards.
I didn't realize there was a spell in place to make the jewel in my wand glow when that secret passageway was opened. Very interesting. To think that you could escape from your mother is a very far-fetched fantasy. Don't you think, Oswald, my son? I know you are planning on taking the compass, and we're going to take the most recently opened road to Astoltia.
Ugh. Looks like we're in quite a troublesome pinch here. You think?
You're Yushka! You have a lot of nerve coming back here after I've declared that you were to be banned from entering this kingdom. Oswald is of the royal blood, which belongs to the noble house of Zeklis. In the end, he will become the great demon king who will take rule of this country and rule over the entire demon world. This is a completely different world than the one you mongrels live in. There is no way you can understand. There is no use spouting nonsense about traveling to Astoltia. No more wild fantasies.
How did you find out about all this, Mother?
I know you've always been obsessed with this compass. He gave it to you once, from what I can recall. So you know. Your friend Yushka left the country suddenly that day is because I banished him. He's a bad influence on you.
No way! Don't tell me that letter went to...
My son, you were foolish in thinking that you could go with that mongrel. So I decided to crush that letter. I made sure to remove that irritating bad influence on you.
Looks like that misunderstanding was her fault. I had a feeling that was going to be the case anyway.
What's the use of going to Astoltia anymore with a man from who knows where? Not quite a reliable source, I'm afraid to say. However, I'm sure you won't have a desire to go anymore after knowing all of this. It was all pointless dreaming from the very start. But yet, I see you still want to indulge in these silly dreams and aren't fully prepared to become the great demon king. It is a shame, my son. However, you spoiled brat, even a mother's patience begins to run out when she's absolutely furious.
No, stop!
You can't escape from your mother, and you will soon learn that you only exist to become heir to the ancient house of Zeklis. Your silly dreams and ambitions end right here and now, before you lose sight of what your true purpose is, my son.
Hey, wait, we can still put out that fire, man!
Ah! How dare you! How dare you! Ah!
Asval, wait!
If only you could put in that effort into taking over other countries, the kingdom of Zeklis could conquer the entire demon world in no time at all. You have no idea what you're talking about. And you still don't understand that you can't go against anything I say.
Please, stop!
Hey, don't worry, Asval. We can use the Abyss Jewel to crash at my pad.
Such perfect timing. Now, let's use this monster to get rid of those who stand in our way. Now, Oswald, let's tear them to pieces.
No way. Is he under some kind of spell? Let's deal with this thing first. Then we can get to Asval later.
Oh no. After we defeat the familiar, it sinks to the ground and Empress Elgadora says that Asval is the heir to the Zeklis royal family and has no freedom. Hey Empress, if Asval wants to become the greatest traveler in the world, who are you to stop him? Asval can be whatever he wants to be. Empress Elgadora forces us to leave and disappears. We talk to Asval and he's convinced that he'll join us to become the next Demon King and break free from his mother so he can travel to Estoltia. Asval just wants to be a free spirit, man! Our next goal is to finally head to Farazard. So we go to the desert kingdom of Farazard to the Demon World Bazaar with Yushka, and he's finally happy to report on the success of Baldista and Zeklis. Citizens at the bazaar are shocked because the prices on even medicinal herbs are high and supply is low. I gotta pay that much for a herb? Yushka talks to the female demon Jilgamat, who was a former clerk at the bazaar, and she says that various supplies were traded from the Dinga trading post, which is northeast of the Jalim Baja Desert, and monsters were attacking the caravans. Yushka resolves to fix things in the bazaar as we rest at the inn. At the inn, Yushka says that Farazard is the most emerging country of the three major powers of the demon world, and is not like the pedigree of Zeklis or the violent nature of Baldista. The king of Farazard vowed to protect the people and guarantee their livelihood, but there are rogues who did not sign a contract with the king and are hiding on the streets. Yushka says that he'll go to the castle first thing in the morning as we try to solve the problems at the bazaar. In the morning, we talk to Jilgamat and she hopes that we can get to be her customer sometime. After the caravan leaves, we see a knife on the ground with a note saying that someone is waiting for us in the back street hideout and there's no way we can escape. Oh no. So we go to the back street hideout and encounter Shish Kebab, a big pig monster and his gang who have been terrorizing the caravans. Shish Kebab insults the king of Farazard and vows to destroy the country and become the new king. However, Yushka arrives and we battle it out with Shish Kebab and his gang. After we defeat him, his men run away, but Yushka stops one of them and says he doesn't like to resort to violence. He lets the henchmen go and Shish Kebab attacks Yushka again. But Yushka beats him and he tells Shish Kebab that with his strength he can become the kamikaze commander of Farazard. And suddenly Najin, one of the king's commanders, is outside with the Farazard army and Shish Kebab vanishes.
The bandits are still nearby. Make sure to take them out quickly.
Yes.
You guys aren't members of the bandits, are you? From the looks of it, I'd say no.
Does a dignified thief really exist?
Well then, since you put it in that way, all of those involved in this matter should appear at Farazard Castle and explain the entire story to us.
Oh, come on. Even if the bandits got away, you gotta give me a little credit for fending them off, right?
Well, if you're so sure of yourselves, the main gate of Farazard Castle is in the central square. If you speak to Hulton, one of the guards, he should let you in.
Even better than a metal slime. That dude is Najin, one of the guards of the Demon King of Farazard. How about that? We finally got an invitation to Farazard Castle. Let's finally meet the Demon King. I'm sure we'll have better luck now.
At Farazard Castle, we go to the throne room, which is empty, and Najin bows to King Yushka. What? Yushka was the king of Farazard all along? So Yushka says he kept his identity a secret in order to avoid the smaller demons from attacking him, and while Yushka was gone, the bizarre incident happened. And thanks to us getting rid of Shish Kebab and his group, we're given a free room in the castle. Alright, this pad's got it all. Off to the pool! And Najin leads us to our new room and wants to talk with us. He says that the blood contract we signed with Yushka was a forbidden spell in the demon world, and it was miraculous that it worked since it only has a very small chance of working. A servant enters the room and says the Demon King has disappeared, and Najin goes to a meeting of public affairs. So we go to Zard Tower and see Yushka at the top. He talks to us how he was born from a family of jewelers, and the caravan was his home, saying that jewels are a symbol of wealth and power. He's concerned that a civil war between the nations will cause ruin for the demon world, and wants to build a utopia in a way that no past Demon King has ever tried. Yushka decides that he'll become the great Demon King, and we plan to leave for Demon Mountain in the morning. We go back to the castle to the throne room with Yushka in his king outfit with Najin. They're in an argument because Najin doesn't want Yushka to become the great Demon King, regardless of them being childhood friends, and isn't happy what happened in Baldista and Zekles because it could have ended in a dispute between the nations. And from here we get access to the Monma Tower, which is a huge arena where you get to fight a ton of monsters under a time limit to get a special coat of arms accessory. So Yushka is dressed up as he's ready to meet Lord Mawson past the Great Court Gate at Gerhenna Geno. Najin explains that there will be trials for each of the candidates, and then Yushka leaps into action, jumping from the balcony of the castle. And Najin asks us to keep an eye on Yushka. We arrive at the Great Court Gate along with the demons who want to become the Great Demon King. We greet Valeria and Asval who are waiting for us, and we finally open the door to Demon Mountain. Valeria pretty much stops the rest of the demons from climbing the stairs like the badass she is. And suddenly we see Shish Kebab appear along with Veltro and more Baldista Knights. A small demon from earlier peeps out and enters the gate as well. We arrive at the site of trials as the Baldista soldiers are hiding, but we proceed on with the trial anyways.
Hey, I've been watching you pretty closely. That was quite the fight you had back there. There's still a long way to go, so let's get a move on to the next point.
Spider Yushka, doing all the things a Spider Yushka can.
I thought I got most of you guys. I didn't realize how many of you were still lying around.
Oh hey, don't mind me. I'm just trying to give you a nice splitting headache, that's all. Not like we've really known each other long. Regardless, I hope you enjoy this little present we've prepared for you. I'm sorry we got off to a rocky start. Rock on, Demon Lord Yushka. Lord Valeria!
I didn't ask for your help to test my strength as the great Demon Lord. Why did you ignore my orders and follow me here?
Well, we were all just feeling really worried about you.
If you don't believe in my power, just stay there where you are. I'm going to slay you, just like I did those rocks.
So sorry, Your Highness. We're leaving now.
Yushka thanks Valeria, but she responds not to mess with her, kills two of her own soldiers, and walks off. Ah! and the little monster from earlier pops out from behind the rock and says that he can proceed in the trial. We arrive in an area where Shish Kebab appears and looks like he was thrown right in front of us. Asval appears and warns us to get away from Shish Kebab. Shish Kebab gets infused with a dark power, and it's revealed that Empress Elgadora is controlling him. Asval says unless Shish Kebab's anger disappears, the curse will deteriorate his mind and body until he dies. Shish Kebab attacks Asval thinking he's Yushka, and Yushka taunts Shish Kebab into battle. After defeating Shish Kebab, Yushka offers him a place to stay if he stops being the king of the bandits. Shish Kebab still tries to attack Yushka under Empress Elgadora's influence and claims that he'll always be looked down upon and there's no place for him anymore. He also says that Yushka has everything and he doesn't, and then falls off the cliff in a super sad moment. However, Yushka rescues him at the last minute because he doesn't want him to throw away his life and his strength can contribute to the kingdom of Farazard. Yushka makes Shish Kebab the kamikaze commander of the Farazard army, which will give him meaning and a place to live. With Yushka's words, Empress Elgadora's curse is lifted. And both Yushka and Shish Kebab fall, but Asval uses his magic to rescue them. Shish Kebab gives Yushka a big hug for giving him a second chance. And salute the kamikaze captain, Shish Kebab! Yushka asks Asval to come with them, but Asval says they're still enemies competing for the title of the Great Demon King. A small demon from earlier arrives and heads towards the next trial. So we climb up Demon Mountain and see Valeria and Asval attacking the small demon, who reveals that he's a traveling merchant named Satenten who wants to become the next Great Demon King. And Satenten offers the survivors a place to camp, but Valeria claims it's a trap. Yushka accepts the offer. And over the bonfire, Yushka realizes that this is the first time all three of the demon rulers sat down together. Yushka wishes he can trade with Baldista and Zekles and wants something more than profits. He says his master taught him important lessons and was a traveler from Astoltia who taught Yushka about the development of Astoltia. Those lessons were cooperation, which is a term the demon world doesn't have. Yushka wishes that everyone would cooperate and there's no need for violence. Valeria still doesn't buy it, but Yushka still thanks her for opening the gate to Astoltia. She says the aftermath of her invasion forced her army to withdraw. Yushka offers Asval a chance to go to Astoltia with him if he becomes the Great Demon King, but Asval vows to win. We wake up and head to the next part of the trial. After getting to the next part, we see Satenten waiting for us as he transforms into an even bigger monster named Temon Zugito, who is the gatekeeper of Demon Mountain. Plot twist again! So Valeria and Asval try to attack him, but their attacks prove to be ineffective, and now we have to fight two of Temon Zugito. And after we defeat Temon Zugito, he turns back to Satenten and grants us passage to meet Lord Mawson as a reward. We're in a misty area and all of the demon lords vanish as we're left alone and the ground begins to shake. We see a huge Sanguini king sitting on a throne. And the Sanguini king asks us if this place is really a dream and welcomes us to Jaiden Rose Garden, which is the paradise of the demon world, and also to the Sanguini kingdom. He introduces himself as King Memorian, or if this game was localized, he would be King Sanguinian. He asks us to locate his wife, Antoinette, who is missing, so we have to search the Jaiden Rose Garden for her as a test of measuring our hearts. King Memorian shows us the answers that Valeria and the others gave him, and Valeria wasn't exactly optimistic towards him, saying that the strong eat the weak. Well, I guess the weak tastes like chicken according to Valeria. Asval, on the other hand, is talking with the monsters and says that they need to give up and accept everything and not to be afraid of death as he kills all the monsters. That's kind of morbid, dude. And then he laughs maniacally as he cries? And Yushka gets along with all the monsters and says that the people are suffering due to the bad decisions of the king, and he vows to change things. King Memorian says let's find out who the Great Demon King is together, and then turns into another being who looks like Demon Mr. Popo. And then the being reveals himself to be Lord Mawson! He invites us into the castle and we see all the other demon rulers there. Lord Mawson says that he knows why everyone is there to become the Great Demon King because there is a big disaster coming, and each of the rulers give Lord Mawson why they should become the ruler. So I'll give everyone Dragon Quest X stimulus reviews for everyone who votes for Ryan/Yushka 2020X. So even if you can't translate it, you should still play it. I think that's a good slogan for our campaign, Yushka. So after much arguing, Yushka says that Astoltia can help everyone prepare for the upcoming disaster, and then he gets into a bit of an argument with Valeria. Lord Mawson stops them and says that they shall all partake in the ritual to select the Great Demon King. He asks who will be the best choice for the Great Demon King, and a large scary hand comes out. The hand goes over everyone, but it doesn't choose anyone as it retreats. Lord Mawson says nobody is really suitable to become the Great Demon King. He says Valeria hates the world so much that she's trying to drag everyone into hell. And Asval had given up on saving himself and others, and Yushka thinks he's the only one for the job, making him look down on people, and Lord Mawson says he's pretty arrogant. Well, I review games? However, Lord Mawson says there is one person suitable to become the king, and that's us. Hey, vote for me! I will localize Dragon Quest X! Send in your mail-in ballots! Lord Mawson says since we rescued Queen Antoinette, we are the best person for the job. Valeria leaves feeling angry and Asval also takes leave. Yushka still tries to plead his case and wants us to fight him to prove our worth. After our battle with Yushka, he's still convinced that he deserves to be the Great Demon King and claims that the next time we meet, we can become enemies. Lord Mawson says if we want to return back to normal, we have to use the power of the Great Demon Ancestors, which is the source of the Great Darkness that makes the demon world whole. We enter a chamber with a strange statue inside, and Lord Mawson says he knows we may have endless light in ourselves, so no matter how bad the darkness is, the light will never go out. Spoken like a true Dragon Quest trope. So we put our hand out in order to make contact with the darkness, and we had to fight a hooded boss on a horse. The hooded figure notices that we were born over 5,000 years ago, and we're not in our original body. And he says, "Can a person who even killed God be called a person?" Deep, man. And he also says, "Does the soul remain for one who's died twice?" And after this, he engages us in a battle for our soul. So after we defeat the hooded figure, we're warped back and the statue begins to crumble, revealing a bright light that turns itself into a human girl with thorns on her arms. Ah, so I assume she is the Thorn lady from the title. I wonder who the god of destruction is, though.
Why did the statue break?
It was your light that has awakened me from my slumber. Become who you once were, your true self.
What kind of magical sorcery is this? Who are you?
My name is Irusha, and that's all I know.
A person born from the crystals of magic, I see. Let's head back to my throne and hear your story, Irusha. I'm very intrigued by all of this.
I'm normal again! And this young lady calls herself Irusha, but that's all she knows about herself. And Lord Mawson says our power was the light that conquered the darkness, and a great demonic power will soon be attacking the demon world. And if we don't stop it, Astoltia will be destroyed along with the demon world. Lord Mawson still has no idea who Irusha is and says he will protect her in Jident Rose Garden. He is also worried about the Demon Kings and wonders what they will do next, thus ending version 5.0. So we begin 5.1 walking outside Jaiden Rose Garden with Irusha looking over 2 gravestones as she admires the scenery and asks us if the light is still guiding us. Lord Mawson appears and says that Irusha still can't remember anything other than her own name. Since Irusha has the power to remove demonic influences, Lord Mawson requests that we travel with her to get rid of the demonic power in certain magical mounts across the demon world. The mounts are located in Jalim Baja Desert, Gerhena Geno, and the Belvine Forest. Our first stop is the Jalim Baja Desert. As Irusha removes the demonic influence, we see a vision of dark hands coming above us, but it's only a dream that knocked us out. Irusha was able to turn the magic mount back into a beautiful rock structure, Irusha's home and garden. The next stop is Gerhena Geno, and we see Valeria and Veltro at the magic mount. Veltro says that they're near where the city of Gora vanished. Gora, huh? It can't be. Valeria isn't exactly too happy to see us. Hey, can't say hi to your old pal, the future demon world ruler? You know, I'm gonna count those ballots pretty soon. Valeria looks at Irusha and doesn't recognize her, but decides to leave to prepare the next invasion of Astoltia. Just remember folks, a vote for Valeria is a vote for the end of the world. Just remember that when you turn in your ballots. Irusha clears the demonic influence from the mound and we move up to the next one. We go for the final mound at Belvine Forest and see 2 demons from Zekles who threaten us, but the bigger, more jolly one tells us to leave. Irusha once again removes the demonic influence from the mound and it turns back into a nice rock structure for your backyard. So the jolly fellow from Zekles introduces himself as Ojaros, and he is the younger brother of Empress Elgadora and the Grand Duke of Zekles. Ojaros is happy that we're able to clear the mound and leaves with the guard. Now we go back to Lord Mawson. However, a mysterious monster appears as we leave, as it was spying on us. Once we get back to Lord Mawson, he detects a presence in the room and the monster from earlier appears. The monster summons a lump mage hologram who is Nuburo from the country of Gora. Lord Mawson says that Gora is the home of the now deceased Mata Sagora. What? Mata Sagora again? The city of Gora was destroyed by a big eruption a long time ago, but Nuburo says that there were survivors who still live in the city. However, Gora is on the brink of collapse and requests that we and Irusha come to Gora to help their people because of her powers. Irusha volunteers without hesitation and we go to the city of Gora. We arrive at the Gora gate and Irusha uses her powers to open the door. Just remember, if you forget your house keys, Irusha can open that door for you. However, we get trapped in a vision once again with the hands and it weakens Irusha a bit. The door is open and Irusha says that impending doom is still far into the future. As we enter the door, Valeria is looking at us from above. We enter the castle of Gora with the survivors and they are glad to see us, and we also meet Nuburo. He tells us that this was Mata Sagora's old castle and the survivors use it as a shelter. And then a figure stomps on top of the stairs, he has 4 arms and spray paints the walls. Is this a demon tagger?
Well done, Shrine Maiden! I welcome you with my art, a true masterpiece! Oh, I'm sorry, too fascinated with my art to even speak, eh? I can't blame you, it's just that good!
Hey, you're being rude in front of the Shrine Maiden! How dare you!
Hey, don't spray graffiti on the wall that Lord Mata Sagora left behind. It's rude to his legacy.
It's not graffiti, it's art! How rude of you guys! Who do you think I am? Don't question me or my art ever again! Humph! I'm the great unprecedented artist who revolutionizes art in the demon world! The great Pepper Agora! Now at your service! What? What's going on? Hey, let go! You're ruining my artistic hairstyle, man! You'll regret this! You'll truly see how wonderful my art is someday!
So this is Pepper Agora, the grandson of Mata Sagora who tagged his grandpa's wall and is apparently a problem child. Hey now, graffiti is a form of expression, man. Irusha mentions the seal of the Great Demon King, but Nuburo doesn't know where it is. We go to Irusha to our designated room as Nuburo searches for clues. As we're resting, Irusha remembers being scared and since she was trapped in the darkness for so long, and she is grateful that we're by her side even if she can't remember anything. The next day we go to the throne room and Pepperogora volunteers to help us out, but Nuburo isn't having it. Pepperogora says he knows the place better than anyone in Gora and leaves after having an argument with Nuburo and that all he knows is to cause mischief, but he's an artist. And Nuburo says that Pepperogora lost his parents and became his caretaker on Matasagora's behalf. Pepperogora wanted to be a great artist like his grandfather Matasagora, but he's gone now. We totally have nothing to do with that. Nuburo says that we will need to go to the lower depths of Gora where the magical beasts are in order to stop them and save Gora and find out the cause of the eruption that nearly destroyed the city. So we go take a special coffin vehicle that Matasagora left behind, which is basically a Gora roller coaster.
I've been waiting for you guys. Ready to ride?
Oh, hey, it's you, Pepperogora. What are you doing here?
I've decided to tag along so I can see Grandpappy Matasagora's work of art. You guys cool? Grandpappy had a masterpiece he was working on before all of Gora was destroyed. I need to see it for myself. That work is called the Phantom Masterpiece, which was big among Grandpappy's fans. It's my birthright as his grandson to finally see it. I want to see what all of the demon world is talking about, since it's such a big piece of art. Alright then, are you ready to ride my art aficionados? The Shrine Maiden and her escort are pretty dope. Man, you both can be my minions who love good art, especially mine. Alright, my auteurs, let's head to Magical Garden Matasance! Did Grandpappy really take this old coffin there? This is my first time going from another road. Hey! Come on, Shrine Maiden and Escort! No more lollygagging! Get on and let's go!
Pepperogora, please don't call me Shrine Maiden and Escort. My name is Irusha, and this is Ryan. I don't even know if I'm a proper Shrine Maiden or not. I can't really remember anything.
You're a Shrine Maiden and can't remember anything? Man, that sounds like a complete and utter drag, Missy. Ha! Such a way of life lacks true artistry. You should be more expressive, like your pal Pepperogora. Eh? What's so funny? You think I'm some kind of idiot? Here we go! I'm not sure if my body is ready. Wait a minute! I think my heart is about to sink! Ah!
Whoa, I'm in Magic Mountain, dudes! Or better yet, Matasagora Mountain! Once we get off, Pepperogora comments that his old man was crazy for actually using these things to travel, but Irusha had fun and wants to ride again. Hey Irusha, we don't exactly have a fast pass. After going through the crazy dungeon in the magical garden of Matasance, we arrive at the art chamber where Matasagora's painting is, but notice there's a massive hole in the ceiling. Pepperogora searches frantically for the Phantom Masterpiece, but to no avail. Irusha sees a sketch on the wall and Pepperogora notices that the Phantom Masterpiece was trying to contain monsters in a living canvas called the Feast of Life. Irusha goes to the production diary and reads that Matasagora had trouble containing the demon dragon, and that the spray paint cans that Pepperagora is holding were able to contain the dragon. The Great Demon King's seal was to seal away the dragon inside the painting after Matasagora considered it a failure at first. Pepperagora is saddened and feels like a failure no matter what he draws, and feels like if he saw the Phantom Masterpiece, he would finally create his greatest work. With Irusha's encouragement, we go off and find the Phantom Masterpiece at the art graveyard. At the art graveyard, we find the Phantom Masterpiece, but there's nothing drawn on it. Suddenly, a portal appears in the painting and the demon dragon comes out. Irusha notices there's only one seal on his eyes and convinces Pepperagora to draw the other seal, but he chickens out and we battle it out with the demon dragon.
Oh, this is my grandpappy's Phantom Masterpiece that everyone has been raving about? Weird. There's no painting in there. Could it be that this one is different?
What is that? Something's coming out!
Ah! What is that thing? A dragon came out of the painting!
Did Matasagora contain this dragon in the painting? It's probably the cause of the increase of demonic energy.
Matasagora! How dare you seal me away?
There's a seal on his eye, but only on one of them. I don't see a seal on his other eye. Maybe if you put a seal on his other eye, you can actually seal him away again. I think it's worth a try if you're up for it.
What? I have to do it? Are you crazy? No way, man! It's too much! I'm nowhere near as good as my grandpappy!
Ryan! We gotta help Papero fight the monster! Is this the seal of the Great Demon King? It looks like that monster swallowed it whole in his belly.
The one who sealed me was... Matasagora!
Whoa! Hey! Don't come over here, bruh! You messed with the dude. My ultimate pride and joy. Now take an L to the eyes, man!
This pigment is... It's you, Matasagora!
Did I seal him? Heh. You couldn't handle my mad artistic skills and talent. I made this look easy. Whoa, what the? Yeah.
Pepero, watch out!
I've completed Grandpappy's work. I will not fail this time. I've now made it into a true masterpiece of art. Yeah!
Pepero, hang on! No! Use the seal of the Great Demon King on the painting!
Irusha! That was amazing! The dragon's completely gone now! That looked kinda painful, though. Are you okay?
I'm okay. This is nothing. More importantly, it's now a work of art. Peppero's masterpiece. I really like this picture a lot.
Eh? It's only natural that my artistic talent has exploded, and this is the natural result. I knew I was the true artist all along. Yes. Let's take this picture home to everyone at Gora. I'm sure they will be so impressed that they'll be crying tears of joy. Let's get back to the castle right away. Now everyone will see my art.
Pepero seems to be in better spirits. I'm glad. Now, let's head back to the palace now before it gets late.
After we defeat the demon dragon and send him back, we head back to Gora. We go back to Gora Palace and see that the demon dragon painting is now hung above the wall, and everybody is impressed that Pepero Gora finished it. However, Nuboro gives Pepero Gora a bit of crap for it, but he agrees with Irusha that it's a good painting. Pepero Gora vows to become the best artist in the demon world, and because we saved the city of Gora, we are able to keep the seal of the Demon King. As we leave Gora, Irusha still hasn't regained any of her memories, and then we encounter the Baldista army with Valeria waiting for us. Valeria says that Irusha can help save Baldista from the upcoming danger and forces her to come. However, one of the guards uses a smoke bomb to get Irusha to safety, and it's Yushka and Najin. Plot twist! And Yushka, being the absolute smart aleck he is, says that Valeria's army is pretty easy to infiltrate and takes Irusha back to Farazard as they escape. Angry, Valeria sends her troops to Farazard. Veltro isn't too happy and is wondering if he'll survive the war. We head to Farazard and see the Baldista army outside with Valeria declaring to get Irusha back from Yushka. As Valeria's army advances, a messenger from Lord Mawson arrives saying that we need to get to Farazard another way or else we'll face Valeria's army and that we should take the Necrodia route through the destroyed destroyed kingdom of Necrodia, we're given a scroll of ghosts to unlock the gate to Necrodia. We arrive in Necrodia, which looks a lot like the Nightmare Before Christmas. Or should we say, a Nightmare Before Dragon Quest. This is Dragon Quest, this is Dragon Quest. We see a little girl surrounded by zombies and we stand up to fight against them as Najin comes to save the day. Najin tries to help the little girl but she runs away, so Najin offers a safer place for us. We head inside a chamber where we see this eerie glowing statue and the little girl introduces herself as Lantel, who was looking for herbs and found her way to Necrodia. Najin says that Necrodia was once a prosperous mining colony that was destroyed by Baldista, and the statue is of General Zobris who destroyed Necrodia. And the sword of Astron is stuck in Zobris' body and turns Zobris into an iron ingot. Najin's goal is to get the sword of Astron after 200 years so Farazard has a chance of winning the war. He pulls out the sword and is ready to finally eliminate Zobris but is stopped by Lantel. Another plot twist! The little girl's a traitor! And Lantel goes into the statue and reveals that she is Zobris! Plot twist forever! So Zobris created Lantel out of her left hand that was cut off before she was turned into an iron ingot. Zobris also reveals that she took out Najin's eye in their last battle and was stabbed by Yushka when he was younger with the sword of Astron. After she says that Najin was the former prince of Necrodia, she declares she wants us to suffer and we battle Zobris. I gotta admit, Zobris got the jugs. After we defeat Zobris, we see a vision of young Yushka and Najin.
Yushka, why have you come back here? The sword of Astron is here to save the demon world, and it needs a wielder. I wish you'd left the prince that destroyed your country behind. I've lost everything. I no longer have anything worth living for.
Take my hand and live your life for me. I'm in the process of building a new country, and I'm definitely going to need your help. Come with me, Najin.
Yes, you said those words, didn't you, Yushka? The words that brought me back from the depths of despair and saved my life. Forever, we are friends and allies.
We go to the Blood Tower and meet up with Najin, and he reveals a secret elevator that was used as a trade route to avoid thieves, and we can use this as a secret way to get into Farazard. We get back into Farazard with Yushka on his throne, with the Irusha there as well. Najin presents the sword of Astron to Yushka and wonders why Yushka can't cooperate with us right now, even though Yushka preached about cooperation from his teacher in Astoltia. Yushka doesn't want to work with us anymore because we're no longer his servant, but Najin reminds Yushka that their cooperation brought them to the Great Court Gate, and if they all work together, we would be unstoppable. Shish Kebab arrives and says that the Baldista army is closing in. However, Ogeros arrives and says that the army of Zeklis is surprise attacking the kingdom of Baldista, while Valeria's army is headed towards Farazard. Genius! Yushka says he kidnapped Irusha to lure Valeria out and leave her kingdom unguarded. Yushka, taking the Astron sword, vows to protect the demon world in his own way. After that, we witness the battle between Zeklis and Farazard versus Baldista. As everyone is fighting, we see Empress Elgadora and Asval watching from above. We battle it out with the Baldista army while Yushka and Valeria are battling it out one-on-one. Then suddenly Empress Elgadora begins to control Asval and turns him into an S-Star monster who's colored like Frieza from Dragon Ball Z. Asval fires beams into the battlefield, causing intense chaos, turning against Farazard as well. Ah! And Empress Elgadora turns Asval back and declares victory over Farazard and Baldista. Once the smoke clears, we see Najin in a weakened state protecting Yushka and then dies as he tells Yushka to fulfill his dream to save the demon world.
Are you okay, Yushka?
Najin! Hey now, just hold on. I'm gonna find a way to get your wounds healed. Just hang on.
Don't worry. You're the Demon King of Farazard. You have to keep on going. Do what you have to do. Your dream to save the demon world.
The dream, but I can't achieve it unless I'm with you. What's the point of doing any of this if you aren't here?
Yushka. On the day of my departure, covered in ashes, on the morning sunrise, when I came to Farazard, you spoke to me. You said, I will build an ideal world and save the demon world in a way that no demon king has ever been able to do so before. I enjoyed hearing the things you had to say, wildest dreams that you always talked about. So please, never give up on that dream you shared with me, in your own way.
Hold on, Najin! Don't leave me! Just hang in there!
I'm your second in command, if you need anything. I'll always be at your side, Yushka.
You are a great man, Najin. As Yushka picks up Najin's eye patch, we go back to Farazard. We go back to Farazard and talk to Irusha, but Yushka hasn't come out of his room ever since the battle ended. As Shish Kebab cries, the messenger from Lord Mawson arrives and tells us that the Wand of Miara that Zekles has once put the demon world in crisis, so we must destroy it. Shish Kebab's men suggest that we use a secret passage in the Belvine Forest to enter the castle of Zekles, but we actually used it at Asval's old shop when he was Cyril. Irusha says she'll look after Yushka as we head to Zekles.
You're the one who broke into the basement, you lowly jeweler's servant. You will rue the day you stood up to me, not once, but twice.
Sister, it seems the front door has been breached.
Elgadora! For the crime of insulting Baldista, I will have you atone with your head.
It's you who will perish, savage beast. The crystal of profound wisdom of Zekles. Savor it with your own body.
Please, Mother. Not again.
No, did that big lug just beat Valeria like some kind of ragdoll? All troops, retreat! Like, scram and move it!
Now, do you understand, Asval? If you can do as your mother says, you can bring the whole world to its knees. Nobody shall ever stand against our might. You will always be my little doll, forever a doll of straw to play with.
Don't listen to that old hag's ramblings, Asval! Hang in there. I'm gonna set you free for good.
He broke my control with that sword? You've got a lot of nerve taking away my doll, Yushka. I give you all my magic power, son. Now kill Yushka. Kill him! Vaporize him until there is not a trace left of him on the ground.
When the path we've chose intersect, great power will be born, a tremendous power that can move the entire demon world with its bare strength alone. If there's something I'm usually right about, it's the fact that I don't like to lose to any strong opponent, no matter what. It's us against him. Come on, Asval!
After we defeat Asval, the wand falls to the ground and Yushka destroys the Jewel of Miara. And Yushka is about to take revenge on Asval for killing Najin, but Ojiro says that it's not Asval's fault and it was the fault of his sister, Empress Elgadora, and the jewel she used to control Asval. Even though Yushka is angry, he spares Asval's life. Irusha arrives and is glad that we're all safe. With all the demon nations suffering huge blows, Yushka vows to rebuild Farazard and heads back as we go to Lord Mawson. In Baldista, Valeria is missing, while in Zekles, Asval recovers and wakes up. Yushka stands atop his tower with the Sword of Astron and declares he will go together with Najin to rebuild his kingdom, thus ending version 5.1. So 5.2 was the first part I actually got to play brand new when it first came out over the summer of 2020. This is also where we got the new coin boss, Sir Leopold from Dragon Quest VIII, who gives you a nifty mask accessory. So 5.2 begins with us talking to Lord Mawson in the Temple of Goda about how difficult it will be to fix things within the demon nations of Zekles and Baldista after the recent conflicts. So Lord Mawson requests that we help solve things between them. Irusha volunteers to go because of her powers have proven to be useful. We first go to Zekles and talk to Rinberry, who we ask to take us to the castle, and she confesses she has a crush on Asval. She says that Asval is in pain due to the death of his mother, Empress Elgadora, and Rinberry wants to help him because Odros is clearly taking advantage of the situation because Asval left Odros in charge of the country. Odros isn't letting Rinberry see Asval, and she gives us proof of servant as we get into the castle. So we're inside the castle and talk to the depressed Asval, who refuses to see anyone. However, the person lying in Asval's bed is a demon taking his place! Asval! Your ears got so big! The demon reveals his name is Bogan and was chosen to masquerade as Asval because he has a similar voice. And Bogan eats the cookies, and then the servant's proof in her bag begins to shine. Rinberry pops out of it. Feeling angry, Rinberry vows to take out Odros because Asval might be killed like his father was. Bogan says that Asval is in Verenard back in Astoltia, and Rinberry says it would take her a month to get there by normal means, but since we have the Abyss Stone, we could travel there right away. So we go to the Poetry Ruins in Verenard and see Otis talking to Asval disguised as a Weddy. Prince Otis says that Asval is a well-known historian and his new tutor. Asval is surprised that Odros is now in charge and he doesn't want to go back because he was nothing but a tool for his mother. He praises Odros, who is kinder to him than his mother, and understood his sadness, and Odros even told Asval to go to Astoltia. And Asval says he'll never be coming back to the demon world. Prince Otis asks about a poem from Asval's hometown, and Asval recites one that his late mother loved. Endless sky, endless time, 1,000 stars, one flower, one voice, 1,000 lives filled with earth. The moving sky when the flowers die, even if the stars disappear. And then Irusha says the rest of the poem, I dedicate it to you, the heart remains the same. Oh dear one, believe me, burn my heart this love. Asval is wondering how she knows it. She saw the poem in Zekles' castle in Odros' room. Because of this, Asval decides to go back to his hometown. Back at the castle, Rinberry appears and asks about Asval as she goes into Odros' room. Asval and Odros are inside with organs in a jar, and Asval tells everyone to go home. Asval still wants to hand over the kingdom of Zekles to his uncle Odros, which makes Rinberry angry and says Odros doesn't have the blood of the royal family. She is so angry she swipes the servant proof from us and vanishes. As Asval and Odros leave, Asval hands us a note saying to meet him at his store and activate something in a book. So we enter the hidden chamber in Asval's store and get the Lidos talisman. As we go to the store, Asval appears as a Draki and turns back into his normal form. We hand over Lidos' talisman and Asval says that it'll help his mother. Asval reveals that the organs in the jar are his mother, Empress Elgadora! Plot twist, Empress in a jar! Asval says that the poem was the only one he and his mother knew, and Odros wants to help bring his sister back to life. However, Odros seems to have other plans and wants to bring his sister back even stronger. Asval says that Odros is controlling her with the same jewel that she used to control Asval and vows to free her from Odros' rule. He plans to expose Odros' crime at the ceremony for his ascent to be the king of Zekles. He asks us to team up with Rinberry to formulate a plan. So the ceremony begins as Asval addresses the people of Zekles that he is responsible for the pain of all his people and is not suitable to be king. Asval signals to Rinberry to cast a spell which blocks everyone from hearing their conversation, and Asval demands that Odros frees his mother and to leave the country. Odros feels that it's better to leave Elgadora in her current state because of the jealousy he endured from her. Rinberry undoes the spell and Asval tells everyone that Odros wants to take over the country and banishes him. However, the eyes of the people begin to glow and Odros says that he was prepared for the situation, and all the people begin to attack us and Irusha frees them from Odros' control. So Odros summons power from the sky and turns into a reskinned id from the Magistress scenario back in version 1, and we engage him in battle. And after we defeat Odros, Asval rushes to his mother in the jar and uses Lidos' talisman to help her. He succeeds in freeing her, but Odros had a trump card and turned his sister's body into a bomb ready to explode. Oh no, mother's gonna blow! So Odros says if Asval kills his mother, he can save Zekles or perish with his country. Elgadora begins pounding on the glass, saying she can't become the great demon lord and can't even consider herself a full being anymore, telling Asval he can't become the king either. So Asval summons his familiar and Odro says he should kill his mother in anger. The familiar grabs both Elgadora and Odros, and the spirit of Elgadora hugs her son. Whispering something into his ear, the familiar brings Odros down into the underworld, and Elgadora's last words were saying now that Asval is now the king of Zekles, and Irusha comments that Asval should choose to live as the king from his own free will. Having freedom for the first time in his life, Asval addresses the citizens as the new king of Zekles. Asval reminisces how his mother loved the kingdom more than anything, and he will not run away as he wanted to be free in Astoltia. He wants to make peace with Baldista and Farazard and says Zekles will be an open country. He thanks Rinberry and walks off, but Rinberry is still angry that he still doesn't notice her. She vows to make Asval fall in love with her yet.
My mother was fiery, fierce, and beautiful. My mother was a proud person, and I don't think she would want anyone to know she went out like that. Please keep the identity of that demon a secret. Well, I don't think my mother made all the right decisions for Zekles. She loved this country far more than me or my uncle. The reason why I longed for Astoltia was because I wanted to live in a world without my mother, and I wanted to escape. Astoltia, the land of the free, where my father tried to take me when I was a baby. If I had doubted my uncle's facade of kindness, then maybe my mother would have... I won't run anymore. I am going to live in this country as the king of Zekles' magic kingdom, in this precious homeland my mother once loved. The blood of the people of Zekles will never be spilled again. In order to do so, the entire demon world must be at peace. I'd like to make peace with Baldisa and Farazard if possible. I need your help.
Asval, I think your decision is very admirable.
I'm really indebted to you guys. I'd like to thank you as the Demon Lord of Zekles' Magic Kingdom. I'll see you then. From now on, Zekles will be an open country. Please drop by anytime. Oh yes, Rinberry of the Varister family. I have to thank you too and appreciate what you've done. Bye.
Using your serial alias to get close to me. After all the mumbo-jumbo, what's with your attitude, Asval?
Rinberry, calm down.
Why, you... I see. Because you can't admit in front of everyone that you're in love with me. Watch me. I'm going to make Asval fall to his knees with my charm. Asval, you're killing me.
So after this, we and Irusha casually walk into Baldissa with the monsters fighting among each other, claiming that Valeria has died. After witnessing the chaos, we go inside the castle. Once we're inside, we talk to Veltro, and two giant monsters called the Ganon brothers enter Baldissa. Wait, are they related to Ganon from Zelda? So Veltro says the Ganon brothers were banished by Valeria a long time ago and now have come back to cause chaos. Irusha tells Veltro to step up and save the country, but he's too much of a coward to do so. So he does ask us to look for Valeria and tells us to go to Gausia Jukai, which is north of Zekles, to find her. He also says the path was blocked by a huge rock, but there may be tools in the Brannick quarry to break it. So after getting the tool we need, we go to Topal village in Gausia Jukai and see children playing in the flower garden. However, this young girl named Tilia looks a lot like young Valeria. Could it be her daughter or a relative? It can't be Valeria because, this kid is so kind and doesn't like destruction. So the girl makes a violet lamp and Veltro arrives saying he feels chills seeing the girl. Okay, she isn't Valeria, or else she'd be burning flowers on the ground. So Tilia invites the other children for some pie and we decide to talk to the villagers for information. So the villagers tell us to look at a big spider cave and we encountered a reskinned Aragune from version 1. However, as we rush the spider, it acts like a coward. Wait, are you Aragune's cowardly cousin? So the spider says his name is Webney, a soldier of Baldista who was turned into a giant spider. When they were attacking Zekli's castle, he got attacked and fell off the bridge, which made him fall into a lake, which turned him into a spider. We agreed to help him go back to normal, and he tells us monsters have been drinking from a cursed spring that turned him into a spider and have become bigger monsters. Webney tells us to go to Raw's Square, but it's difficult to get past. After investigating Raw's Square, we give a fruit of Raw to Webney and he eats it, and turning back into a normal Pucalipo demon. Aw, how cute. So Webney is actually afraid of spiders and Irusha comes up with an idea. So she wants to talk to Tilia. However, Webney says there's a more terrifying spider and that we should be careful. We go back to Topol village with Tilia doing some chores and she still doesn't remember anything about herself. In a sweet gesture, the other villagers give their bread and jam to the elder demon. However, upon seeing us, Tilia walks away and runs. So we go after her after a Meowgician says she may be heading to the Cursed Fountain. We confront Tilia at the Cursed Fountain and give her a fruit of Ra and she refuses. Veltro appears by surprise and accuses Tilia of actually being Valeria. He forces Tilia to eat the fruit of Ra, but she pushes him away. We hear bells ringing and an injured demon warns that the village was attacked. The demon is injured by one of the Ganon brothers and the Ganon brothers declare that they will rule Baldista and attack Veltro. Tilia goes back to the village as we battle it out with one of the Ganon brothers. After defeating one of the Ganon brothers, Veltro quickly dispatches him as we go back to Topol village, and back at Topol village the other Ganon brother and his monster minions are attacking everyone, and the other Ganon brother attempts to kill the elder demon. No, not the old lady! Go back to Hyrule! However, the elder demon is rescued by Tilia holding a pen. The pen is mightier than the sword. The Ganon brother is surprised that Tilia has so much power, and Tilia declares that he's gonna die. Sounds like Valeria. So Tilia agrees to finally have the fruit of Ra and turns back into Valeria. Of course!
I won't let you take the life of someone I care about in front of me ever again.
No, you're the Demon Lord Valeria! What do I do now?
So Valeria, now back in action, easily takes out the Ganon brother and the rest of the monsters. So she says she was blown away back at the attack of Zekles and drank from the Cursed Fountain in order to survive and was turned into a child. And she felt weak and decided to live as a child in Topol village. Helpless? I mean, you can wield a pretty mean pan, Valeria. So Valeria is convinced that the demon world still needs her power and offers Baldista's help to help rebuild Topol village. The children still call her Tilia and give her violet lanterns that Valeria taught them how to make. The elder demon says that Valeria is welcome to visit anytime. It looks like you warmed her very cold heart. So Veltro confesses he knew Tilia was Valeria and had a plan to lure the Ganon brothers here so we can get rid of them. So we go back to the war-torn Baldista and Valeria, being her badass self, fends off all the monsters as everyone is surprised to see her. Valeria offers us a place in her army but laughs it off since we're actually going to be the Great Demon King. Yushka arrives and also wants help for Farazard. He tells us how he wants to still unite the demon world and after losing Najin but doesn't know what he should do. However, he also realizes he doesn't need to be the Great Demon King to save the demon world. Realizing our actions have brought peace to Zekles and Baldista, Yushka accepts that we will be the Great Demon King through our actions, and Lord Mawson asks if we're ready to become the Great Demon King, and we say yes. Vote for me, your next Demon King. So impressed with our determination, Lord Mawson asks if he can talk to us alone in his private chamber, and he takes off his head, and it's our sibling! Our sibling was Lord Mawson all along! So after the battle in version 4, our sibling was warped into the demon world hundreds of years ago and was about to be killed by a demon on Demon Mountain, but the previous Lord Mawson came and saved our sibling's life. So the previous Lord Mawson was about to pick his next successor and chose our sibling to take his place, becoming one with the power of darkness, giving our sibling a body to live within the demon world and the chance to be able to stay in an era for a long time. Our sibling has watched over the demon world for hundreds of years and knows a great evil is coming, but wants us to become the great demon king to save the demon world, as our sibling is masquerading as Lord Mawson. So Yushka is happy we made our decision to become the great demon king, and Lord Mawson decides to hold a ceremony to celebrate the new demon king. Yay, we won the election! I'm now the new demon king! Dragon Quest stimulus reviews for everyone! Lord Mawson says that we should invite Valeria and Asval to the ceremony and gives us invitations for them. We make our way to Zekles and Asval congratulates us, saying he will attend the coronation and gives us the Demon King's crown. We go to Baldista and Valeria challenges us to a fight with all of her subjects watching. Hey, I won't go down as easily as last time, Valeria! So after defeating Valeria, she's impressed and tells all of her subjects that we are the new Demon King, also confirming that she's going to the coronation. Man, I wish people like this would actually come to my birthday party. So we go back to Goda Temple and tell Lord Mawson the good news, but Yushka rushes through the door saying that Irusha got kidnapped. Oh no, not Irusha! So Yushka says that the kidnapper is heading towards the Desido Dark Wilderness as we both head there together. We enter the castle in the Desido Dark Wilderness and see Irusha there safely with Pepper Ogura, who apparently designed the throne. Whew, I'm glad Irusha is safe because we can always trust Pepper Ogura. So Yushka is laughing his ass off because he fooled us into actually coming into this castle that he built just in case he was to become the great Demon King. Whoa, so you're saying that you built me a castle? Like, this is one hell of a pogger's pad, man. I'm gonna put my Dragon Quest collection there and there.
Hey! Hey! Look at the mega awesome throne that my artistic talent crafted for our great Demon King!
So Lord Mawson arrives and says the coronation will be held in this castle, spreading the news that there is going to be a new Demon King. So the day of the coronation is at hand with all of our guests as Lord Mawson officiates the ceremony and crowns us as the new Demon King. However, the crown falls to the ground and Lord Mawson says a great evil is among us and flies above the ground, attacking everyone in the room. Hey sibling, you're supposed to be making me look good. Get down from there right now! So Lord Mawson says that the demon world was once part of Astoltia and the source of the great darkness called Jaganuba attacked, so the goddess Lutayena separated the demon world and Jaganuba from Astoltia, making the demon world abandoned by its creators. Those people left in the demon world were forced to either die or become demons to adapt to the harshness of the demon world. So now those demons have a hatred for Astoltia for being abandoned, and Lord Mawson says now it's time for the demons to reinvade Astoltia, and if we can break the chain of hatred as a new Demon King. Lord Mawson transforms into some kind of weird creature and begins attacking everyone. So the demon rulers protect everyone as we team up with Yushka to take down this weird eyeball creature. And as we defeat the creature, everybody talks about the great disaster that will arrive and how we all must team up to stop it. So back at Grand Zadora, we see Anne Lucia come out of the Royal Labyrinth with a brand new outfit and sparks of electricity around her. Super Saiyan 2 Anne Lucia? And we also see a boy who looks familiar to Irusha, thus ending version 5.2. And upon finishing version 5.2, we also get Irusha's sketchbook. So 5.3 begins in the throne room of our swanky new castle as our new servant Carlo greets us as we sit on our new throne. So the three demon lords are in the room together and pledge their allegiance to us. With peace settled between the three kingdoms, Yushka is wondering what Lord Mawson was trying to do to us earlier and that we should look as we want to break the grudges that the demons have against Astoltia. Carlo suggests that we try to win the hearts of the people since we're the new Demon King. So we begin by trying to make the outfit of the great Demon King with the help of an elderly demon named Dissia, and after she helps us out, she passes away. No, not Dissia! So she leaves us a letter saying that she was ill and hid it from us, but wanted to complete our suit before she died. I'm Batman! So when I first got this costume, I told the Dragon's Den team in our team chat that I'm Batman, so my pal Dan was surprised and asked where I got the costume, and I just said I just got it through the main story. So the rest of Dissia's letter says that the mask of the king will be used to hide our gentle hearts so we can strike fear and authority into the demon world. I am vengeance. I am the knight. I am the great Demon King! So we go back to Gerheno Gena and a poster of Yushka's face is crossed out. We hear Veltro talking with someone who may have betrayed us and we go down a stairwell. In the jail cell we see a young boy who looks similar to Irusha asking for our help. He introduces himself as Narazia. so he has no recollection of how he got here nor anything about himself. Veltro arrives and says he has some information about an attack on our castle and the leader of the rebellion may appear. Veltro suggests we go to the Jalan Baha Desert, and that's where the attack may begin. We end up leaving Narazia in his cell. So Narazia is brought with the rebels who are plotting against us, and the leader Gotse appears, who looks like a demon dwarf. Veltro is there with some Baldista soldiers, and Gotse declares that he's about to be the new demon king. As the rebels are about to kill Narazia, Veltro and his men spring into action and says he only serves Valeria and the true demon king as we step in. Veltro and his men defeat the rebels, but Gotse summons the jewel and transforms into a much stronger monster. He excels breath, which knocks out all the soldiers, but Narazia is still alive, and Veltro escapes like a coward as he leaves us to deal with Gotse. And after we defeat Gotse, Veltro interrogates Gotse on why he wanted to rebel, and Gotse says he didn't want to go to the Great Court Gate to avoid Asval and Valeria. He's shocked that someone like us is the Great Demon King and throws a tantrum that he couldn't be the Great Demon King. Gotse asks for forgiveness and swears allegiance to us. We forgive him, and Gotse vows to follow us for the rest of his life. And Veltro is glad that his plan to infiltrate the rebels worked and questions who Narazia is. And just like Irusha, Narazia doesn't remember who he is and only remembers a deep fog and is trying to find Irusha. And Veltro asks Narazia if he wants to come with him to Baldista, but Narazia disappears. So after Veltro leaves, we go to the Great Demon Wall and see a sculptor named Mohipenko, who we give a box of demon macroons to. Mohipenko is happy that he will carve our face in the Great Demon Wall, which is the Mount Rushmore of demon rulers, and we see the past rulers of the demon world, such as Nerodus, and say we're the ones who beat him 1,000 years ago back in version 4. Mohipenko is angry and draws out the power from Nerodus' face to bring out a phantom Nerodus to fight us, and sadly we don't have Alvin to help us out. Alvin, help us! Mohipenko says if we defeat the Phantom Nerodus, he will carve our face into the Great Demon Wall. So after having our face carved into the Great Demon Wall, we go back into the castle and Rinberry arrives saying we should get ready for the Great Demon Ball by learning how to dance. Rinberry also says she's going to decorate the interior of our castle with her high sense guidance and meets us at the ball. We arrive at the ball in Zekles with Asval and Rinberry as we go down the stairs to mingle with the Zekles aristocrats. The aristocrats say that the Great Demon King should also be a great dancer, cause the Great Demon King is a smooth ogre. So we show off our new dance, which isn't exactly the smooth ogre. So Rinberry begins to laugh how funny we look, but one of the elder demons says that this is a dance from ancient times and is truly a winning dance which impresses everyone. So we go back to the castle and Carlo is impressed how much of a name we made for ourselves as the Great Demon King. However, a guard from Zekles rushes in and says a magic mound appeared near Baldista, leading to the great cave that leads to Astoltia. Soldiers who are at the mound are seeking help and we call Irusha for help. So on our way to the mound, we talk to Veltro in Baldista about a mysterious group of hoods looking for Valeria.
Oh, hello, Great Demon King. You've just come to the right place at the right time. It's a good thing you've come on such short notice right now. Oops, pardon me. I do need to ask you about something first. So, how are you doing right now? Did some suspicious people show up at your door too? Yes, I wanted to talk about that too, as expected from the Great Demon King. So it looks like a particular group of mysterious hooded figures came here to start trouble in Baldista and were about to cause quite a ruckus. They were here to find our own Demon Lord, Valeria. So, on that day, our forces here in Baldista were spread thin after Valeria disappeared. Hey, they're here! So they were like, where is the Demon Lord Valeria? If you don't tell us, we'll show no mercy. Then one of my guards says, who the hell are you people? The hoods say, out of the way! Ah! So the hoods beat the elite forces of the Baldista army and made their way into the throne room. The hoods were like, we're not leaving this castle until we get her head. Then they were like, Blood for blood, tell us where she is, and we won't kill any more of your soldiers. I know Valeria destroyed various nations, so I assume those hooded figures were probably one of them. Obviously, this is some country that wants revenge. What do we do now? They were led by a swordsman with unparalleled strength and 3 magicians. It's a shame my strength was too much for them. I might be able to survive on my own, but the others might get killed. I don't think it's a good idea to fight them here. Well then, I think I might have a solution for this after all. The swordsman was like, "Answer me this. Where is your demon lord? If you try to cover for her any longer..." "Well then, you intruders, if it's Valeria you seek, she's not here right now." They were like, "What did you say?" "Valeria is at the Great Demon King's castle. Now that I've told you where she is, you will leave Baldista as promised." They were like, "The Great Demon Castle, huh? You better not be lying." So just like that, the hooded figures left Baldista and made their way to the Great Demon Lord's castle, and were all safe now. Well, I kinda added a few things here and there. The hooded figures will probably show up sooner or later, but I'm sure you can handle it. Valeria's enemies are your enemies now, so that makes them your responsibility. Don't worry about a thing, Great Demon King. I'll handle the rest.
Back at the castle, we get a warning that the barrier outside the castle was broken and that we need to prepare for the attack. Our comrades appear in the main hall and Valeria says that we should withdraw because the hoods are after her specifically.
Impossible. My barrier was broken that easily?
Hold it right there. I'm reluctant to spill your blood here in the Great Demon King's castle, but I can't help it. Who are you?
I don't know. I can't remember anything. I'm wondering if you are Irusha? At last, I finally come all this way to meet you face to face after
all this time. Ugh.
You! Who are you, really? So Narazia also has the same thorns on his arms like Irusha, but still has no recollection on who he is. Carlo takes Narazia to the medical office and wonders who Irusha and Narazia are. We go to the medical office and see the mummy, Dr. Mu, with Irusha as she watches over Narazia sleeping in bed. Irusha is wondering if Narazia will wake up soon and somewhat feels like she's met him before. She touches his hand, but their thorns shock each other. Dr. Mu is confused on why that happened, and Irusha continues to watch over Narazia. So we go back to the throne room and talk about how Narazia is actually a human that crossed into the demon world who got found out by Veltro and the Baldista army. Asval thinks Narazia is not human since he was able to pass through the barrier he set up earlier, and Valeria deducts that Narazia is not related to the Hoods and plans to interrogate him as he gets up. So one of the guards arrives with our new scythe and we finally wear all the equipment for the Demon King. I'm Batman, the Great Demon King, yeah! Huh? Who are you guys?
You're the ones who invaded Baldista, am I correct? Come to take my head as part of your vengeance? I give you credit for coming this far to the Great Demon King's castle, but it looks like you'll be dealing with me right here and now.
This road has been long and arduous. All this training, risking our lives, and the journey straight into hell were all for this moment. I'm not alone. We've all made this brave journey here, which is our mission.
Huh? What? Where? What? When? How? Puff off!
I am on Lucia, Princess of the Brave from the Kingdom of Gran Zadora. Since time immemorial, the invasion against Astoltia, the destruction and slaughter of our people has gone on far enough. We can no longer allow this destruction and slaughter to continue. Let's settle this once and for all, Demon Lord Valeria. And the root of all evil, the Great Demon King!
Who, me?
Look who it is. The little girl from Astoltia from back then. No need to get your hands dirty, Great Demon King. Let me handle this child. Huh? Why you?
Heroes and allies from generation to generation. Please, lend me your strength!
You seem very confident in your sword technique, but can you handle this, brave princess?
My sword is for Astoltia, the world that I vowed to protect!
My hometown and friends were destroyed. I felt nothing but anger and despair since the day that it happened. And now it's your turn!
Brave princess, huh? I never expected this much power from you.
Demon King! Now I will put an end to the history of Astoltia's pain and sorrow. Your evil reign shall end right here and now! Demon King, prepare yourself to meet your maker!
Hey, Carla, what do I do? Okay. Listen,
I am the Great Demon King, and I'm gonna give you to the count of 10 to turn around and go out the door, or else you're gonna feel my wrath. Yeah.
The little girl does have some spark to her after all. I'm shocked. Not bad, hero.
And Lucia! Leave them to us! Go after the Great Demon King!
Demon King, it's over!
Hey, wait, let's talk about this. No!
Not yet!
Wait, Aunt Lucia! It's me, Ryan! No!
Ryan, I can't believe that you are... Why are you the Great Demon King?
So after we're unmasked as the Great Demon King, we offer a truce and talk to everyone in the conference room about the upcoming threat. After explaining how Yushka saved our life, and Lucia wonders where our allegiance lies, Yushka says that he will not only save the demon world, but all of Astoltia as well. Aswell says that Irusha has the power to stop the conflict and that we should work together. However, Shin-E says that Ethine was destroyed by demons and he doesn't trust Irusha. And a guard comes in and says that there's more dark energy at Demon Mountain, and Yushka thinks it may be Lord Mawson and asks Anne Lucia to help us out. We all leave for Jiden Rose Garden at Demon Mountain. When we arrive at Jiden Rose Garden, it's covered in purple mist, and Irusha assures Queen Antoinette that they will remove the magic beetle soon. Yushka sees Lord Mawson ascend up the stairs to go to temple, but can't make chase due to the mist. Irusha tries to dispel the mist, but is unable to. Narazia has also come to help as Irusha still tries again, but Narazia raises his hand and it looks like he has the same powers as Irusha. They both try to dispel the mist, but are surrounded by dark energy balls. Yushka takes out special jewels which take out most of the balls. Lucinda says that she'll try to help Yushka, who she also calls a kid, but Yushka says he's not a kid. He's over 300 years old. Irusha and Narazia are able to get rid of the energy balls, but not all the mist, and suddenly a dark matter appears and we must battle it to stop the mist. After we defeat the dark matter, Irusha and Narazia get rid of the mist, but the Jiden Rose Garden is in ruins. Yushka says that we must go after Lord Mawson at the Goda Temple. Inside the temple, Irusha and Narazia walk together where Irusha was initially captive. And together they open the passageway below, and the true evil is God of Destruction, Jaganuba. Lushenda wonders if Lord Mawson's goal is to revive Jaganuba, and we head down to find out the truth. And down below we see a door, and Irusha claims that the door is sealed to protect the world from what's inside the door, which is Jaganuba himself! Irusha and Narazia open the door together, and Ann Lucia says we should keep Jaganuba sealed, but the seal has already been weakened and Jaganuba is about to awaken. Irusha says that she and Narazia appeared in this world to stop Jaganuba, and as we enter the door we see Lord Mawson next to the body of Jaganuba. We try to stop Lord Mawson, but he tells us to stay out of the way and wants to talk to us alone. And Lucia tries to assist us but is caved in by the debris. Lord Mawson saves us from a rock and says it's safe to talk. Our sibling explains that Jaganuba is still asleep and was the cause of the destruction of Jiden Rose Garden. Our sibling also explains that they were trying to find a way to Astoltia and the demon world to exist for a long time but couldn't find a way to do it. The only way was for our sibling to accelerate the awakening of Jaganuba so we can all be forced to cooperate. Our sibling apologizes for forcing us to work together and summoned the monster at the Coronation to deepen the bond between the demon world rulers. Our sibling is convinced that we can be the bridge between the two worlds, and ever since the end of version 4 we promised to protect Astoltia no matter what. And Lucia breaks through the debris and both Irusha and Narazia go towards Jaganuba's body as one of his eyes opens, and then suddenly a guardian named Daviaga, the god of violence, appears and rushes towards us. Lord Mawson tries to fend him off, but Daviaga Zankokins Dragon Ball Z style behind him and knocks him away. Lord Mawson falls to the ground and Jaganuba is moving his fingers as Daviaga heads towards us. Lucinda tries to use the same jewels that Yushka had earlier to defend us with a force field as we battle it out with Daviaga, with Irusha, Yushka, and Ann Lucia joining us instead of our normal party members. Irusha takes out a crossbow as we get ready for battle. After we defeat Daviaga, Irusha attempts to destroy him for good, but Jaganuba causes Irusha to faint. Jaganuba absorbs Daviaga's spirit as a sacrifice and blasts away Lucinda's barrier. Jaganuba blasts us all away like we're nothing, and we think it's over until we see a pair of jewels form a seal around Jaganuba that was thrown by a person Yushka refers to as Lady Wolf, but it's actually Sage Marine! So apparently the Sage Marine we fought in the Gartland scenario back in version 1 was apparently a fake created by Pewju. Sage Marine was Yushka's master from back in the day and taught him how to use the jewels, and Sage Marine says that only another god can challenge Jaganuba, the goddess Lutayena. Sage Marine holds off Jaganuba as we make our escape. We go back to the castle, but Narazia still hasn't woken up because he has a terrible fever. He passes out as Irusha watches over him. We go back to the throne room where everybody is waiting for us. At the throne room, everyone is chatting it up as Yushka talks about Sage Marine, his former master who he called Lady Wolf, who was traveling to see what happened in the demon world and taught Yushka the value of cooperation. However, we're all worried that we aren't strong enough to fight Jaganuba, but Ann Lucia agrees that we should all join together with the demon world and we need to resurrect the goddess Lutayena, thus ending version 5.3. 5.4 is where the newest class, Demon Swordsman, was introduced, which matches your suit on the cover of the game, which is an awesome class. And the story begins with us checking in on Narazia, and he's finally awake. Narazia is telling Irusha that they're the only ones who can create God. Irusha is unsure as we join in the conversation, and Narazia notices we're inhabiting another body. Observant, are you, Narazia? Yushka arrives but leaves as we're apparently busy. We go outside to talk to Yushka and Ann Lucia as she's surprised to see how adored we are as the great Demon King. Well, my dear, I did promise to provide Dragon Quest X stimulus reviews to everybody. It's a bit of a tough job, but someone's got to do it. And Ann Lucia remarks how helpless she felt in front of the presence of Jaganuba, so she spent some time collecting extra wisdom crowns and has begun planning countermeasures to battle Jaganuba. We all decide to go to Astoltia with Irusha following us. So we go into the secret meeting room at Grand Zadora with all the sages, with Sage Horo not exactly liking that we became the Demon King. And Sage Marine appears as a hologram, and she says she met all the sages back when they were all younger. Sage Marine was able to seal Jaganuba for a bit, but if he fully reawakens, both the demon world and Astoltia will be destroyed. Lucinda proposes that Astoltia joins their powers with the demon world in order to stop the threat of Jaganuba. Sage Eidos says the only way to stop Jaganuba is to resurrect the goddess Lutayena, and Sage Horo suggests we go to the town of Finitoka, which is the town of light where the descendants of Lutayena's apostles reside. On our way to Finitoka, we see Narazia arrive and wonder how he even got there. He claims he was looking for Irusha but ended up here before he knew it. Narazia seems sus. In order to get to Finatoka, we need to follow a path of light from each statue, and this place can be kind of a maze. Once we get through the maze, we arrive in Finatoka and see a small dwarf mage riding in something like Frieza's space pod, but blue.
Well, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you guys for a long time.
Whoa! Who's this munchkin?
I am the Heavenly Empress, the Empress of the Extreme Heavens from one of the 6 sacred families. I am an apostle of Lutiana, and I'm also the town elder.
A little munchkin like you. You're an elder? I don't really get it.
Who you calling a munchkin? Shaggy-haired demon. Watch your tongue in front of your elders, demon boy. Well then, I know why you've all gathered here. There's an abomination who's about to awaken the source of darkness, isn't there? Of course, we of the 6 Holy Sect know more about this. Let's talk in the cathedral for more details. I'll be waiting for you guys.
We go to the temple where the Heavenly Empress is waiting and Narazia vanishes. Irusha can still feel his presence, but he's not there. Inside the temple, we meet up with the Heavenly Empress and the other apostles. Irusha kneels down to pray in the circle and a large sphere rises from the water. We are now told the story of the gods which has been passed down to the 6 disciples. When the earth was born, the end of time was approaching. The old god of the old world entrusted the power of creation to a pillar of young gods. With this, a young god became the god of creation. This god's name was Lutiana. Lutiana left the cradle of eternity and greeted the 7 gods who created the world of Astoltia, with peace seeming like it would last forever. However, a darkness was rising from the bottom, which was an evil god known as Jaganuba, the god of destruction, thus beginning the long battle of the gods. Irusha feels that she knows this story, and the Heavenly Empress says that the device had woken up after 1,000 years of sleep, which responded to Irusha. The Heavenly Empress says that the person who can activate the device is the goddess's substitute, who is Irusha! Whoa! The Heavenly Empress gives Irusha the armlets of Lutiana, which get absorbed into her. Irusha sees a vision of Carsadora volcano, and we're told the armlets are part of Lutiana's equipment. We need to do a ritual to revive the Goddess of Light, with Irusha being the substitute, so we need to go to different places in Astoltia to find the shrines of the goddess. The apostles say that we can only accompany Irusha to the shrines because we defeated Nadraga back in version 3. And since we defeated Nadraga, we were given the power of the tribal gods, and Irusha woke up reacting to our power. The apostles say that they will give us the technique to battle the evil gods like Jaganuba, and learning it is incredibly difficult. And Lucia and Yushka agree to take the training as we go to Carsadora Volcano. After we defeat the trial boss, Irusha makes another prayer. The Heavenly Empress is impressed we finished the trial, and we look back into the memories of the 7 pillars of the evil god. When Jaganuba appeared, Lutiana cut off the land, and Jaganuba created 7 pillars from his body and sent them into the living world. The tribal gods fought against the other gods created from the 7 pillars, and the battle lasted for a long time. Lutiana shot an arrow that pierced through all the evil gods and sealed away the area where they all fell so they wouldn't come back. We now get one of the gods of light in the form of a bracelet telling us to go to the dark forest on the elf continent of Eltona. Oh man, we gotta go back there again. You know, maybe I can ask my boy King Nikoroi for some help. Yo Nikoroi, what's up my boy? We kinda need a little help. Oh wait. Oh, you're busy? Well, hey, you know, we still gotta check out the cherry blossoms, yo. And back at Finatoka, Irusha prays again, and we see a memory of the Battle of the Gods. No, not the Dragon Ball Z movie. After the 7 pillars of the evil god were defeated, Lutiana and Jaganuba had their big battle, which lasted for thousands of years. How can you even battle for thousands of years? I can't even stand internet trolls for 2 seconds. Lutiana, desperate, used her last resort, but the memory gets stopped as Irusha notices a hole that wasn't there before, which the Heavenly Empress says that it's a trace of the evil god, taking advantage of the natural disaster 500 years ago when we defeated Razburn in version 1. The Heavenly Empress also says she met Irusha's alter ego a long time ago as Lutiana's bow appears in front of everyone and gets absorbed into Irusha, and we see a vision of the Sierra pilgrimage site on the Weena Islands, which is the next part of the trial. At the Dark Forest, we see Puju asking why we're here and laughs that we actually didn't defeat him at Gamilgo Island. He remarks that he was going to get Irusha, and the Heavenly Empress blasts Puju out of the sky, and a dark presence is seen at Irusha's feet. After we defeat the trial boss, Irusha makes a prayer and the Heavenly Empress says that the trials are about to end, and we see a vision of Lutayena trying to seal Jaganova with the mirror alignment, which split their bodies and souls, and Jaganova's body was sealed in the demon world, as Lutayena's body became the river of light and the souls of both Lutayena and Jaganova, and then we're cut off as the Heavenly Empress can't see any further. Lutayena's headband appears and gets absorbed into Irusha as she feels some pain and collapses. The Heavenly Empress says we need to take Irusha to the inn to rest. So at the inn, Yushka and Aunt Lucia are watching over Irusha as she's resting, and Yushka heard all the stories of the goddess versus Jaganova and wants to hear more. The Heavenly Empress says the ritual of the gods to revive Lutayena will be to reconnect the soul and body of the goddess, and Lutayena's soul is inside Irusha. What? Are you saying Irusha is the vessel for Lutayena? And Lucia asks what will happen to Irusha after the ritual, and the expression on the Heavenly Empress's face says it all. No, not Irusha. After all the good times we had together, she's gonna be gone. When Irusha becomes one with the River of Light, which is Lutayena's body, she will be gone and will have served her purpose as Lutayena's vessel. Yushka is angry that Irusha will be sacrificed to revive Lutayena and asks if there is another way, but the Heavenly Empress says that's the fate that has been decided. Irusha awakens and feels that a very big person is sleeping inside of her, and finally understanding why she was born. She's willing to accept her fate if it means saving the world. Yeah. We totally understand, Irusha. Yushka is angry and wonders what's the point of being born if you're gonna disappear anyways, and Lucia says she wants to spend some time with Irusha before she goes. So we go to Kamiharamui Castle to look at the sakura tree. Hey Nikoroi, I know you're a busy man, but I brought a friend here who doesn't have a lot of time left, so I let her see the cherry blossoms without your permission.
This is the cherry blossom. My, it's beautiful! I absolutely have to sketch this.
Hey!
Yushka and Lucia! What are you guys doing here?
I've always wanted to see the cherry blossoms here in Estoltia. I'm sure Asval is gonna tell me that I'm sneaking around again.
The cherry blossoms here in Kamiharamui are beautiful. Do you mind if we join you?
Of course I don't mind!
Wow! You're really good at drawing, Irusha! I can really see how precise you are.
Thank you so much. To be honest, I'm a little bit embarrassed. And Lucia, would you like to try drawing a picture?
What? No, I'm not that good. When I was a kid, I tried to draw a picture of a dog for my brother, but he complimented me on a drawing of an onion. I kind of felt silly for that.
You wouldn't think the goddess of creation was such a big deal, would ya? She draws pictures and laughs, just like any normal woman you can find anywhere. It's like she's just a normal person, like us. Well, is she really the goddess Lutiana, or is Irusha just Irusha? We're heading back to Finetolka. It's time for the last leg of my training in the secret art of killing actual gods.
I had fun today. See you later, Irusha. And you too, Ryan.
Yeah! See you later, Aunt Lucia, and best of luck to you.
So we take Irusha to the glittering sea so she can sketch one final picture.
I'm ready! I always thought it would be really great to paint the blue sea of Astoltia. It
looks so beautiful today. Now I've been to all the places here that I want to go. Thanks for taking me so many places. Everything here's been great. Maybe it's because I've been the vessel to the goddess, but I do feel like Astoltia is full of the power of creation. Oh, I'm sorry, Ryan. Can we wait a little longer? I want to go in the water. I've never been in it, and I don't want to miss this chance. So the beach is hard to walk on, but the waves are so pleasant. I didn't know that. I'm sorry, it's funny. Just like seawater is so salty. There's still so much I don't know about this world. I don't want to disappear. The truth is, I'm scared to disappear. I want to know so much more about you. I don't want to leave. Please, I just can't. I'm sorry to be so selfish, but I just can't help it. I love this world and the people who live in it. If I can save them, I'll gladly give my body to the River of Light. Thanks for keeping me company. It's time to go back to Finitoka. You'll have to color the sketch and finish the picture after I'm gone.
At Finitoka, Irusha makes her final prayer as the Heavenly Empress says the trials are over. The spirits of Jaganoba and Lutayana were sealed away separately and their memories were sealed in shrines around the world. And Irusha wonders where the soul of the god of destruction is and... oh no. Oh no! And the final part of Lutayana's equipment arrives, which are her clothes, and all of the items come out of Irusha as she absorbs them and is dressed like Lutayana. Wow!
The soul of the god of purgation is...
This box has the robe of the goddess. I can't believe it. about her? What's going on? Since all of the armor of light has been gathered, it must have responded to the Rusha and attached itself to her. Yusha, have your memories returned to you after all this time? Do you remember me?
Elder! It's been so long! I'm so happy to see you again after all this time!
Oh, Yusha, I've been waiting so long for this moment to reunite with you. I always knew in my heart you would return to us. But what can I say? There were times that we all lost hope awaiting your return.
I'm sorry I put you through all of that. I knew it was my destiny to return to you. I remember everything, and now I know what I need to do. Now I know what Narasia had told me. It all makes sense now. I feel someone coming. We have to go.
What happened to Yusha? Something seemed off. Let's hurry up and go after her.
Welcome back, Goddess.
It's you, the evil clown!
Oh, little missy. You're the one trying to revive the goddess? Am I right? Look at the little goddess and her motley crew. Too bad I won't let you do that.
Whoa! So many of them!
No! Hold on!
Are you dead? Are you dead? Huh?
Yusha, did you? No, Goddess Luciana!
It seems that I have awakened, and I will protect these two for as long as it takes.
This is the power of the goddess Lutana?
Hey, what are you yakking on about?
Okay, this isn't funny anymore. Playtime is over, kiddos. I think it's time that you come out, old pal. Lord Jaganuba!
Oh no, Dragonova! Where?
Are you some kind of idiot or something?
That shadow felt really cramped. Now I can stretch my legs a bit. Pyuju, did these people give you a hard time while I was sleeping? I see you've been carrying out my will for a long time. For that, I give you my eternal gratitude, old friend.
Yes! They gave me a hard time, but we've already opened the door to the demon world, and now destiny's on our side, Lord Jaganuba!
You! It can't be!
Howdy, Empress. It's been a while. Miss your old pal, the god of destruction?
Narashi, why are you here? Why did you just call yourself? Did you just say you're the god of destruction?
That's right. I am Jaganuba. I finally remember everything back from the Jaganuba temple from the other day. That giant is my true flesh and bones. This body is only a weak vessel trapping my spirit. Now that everything is set in motion, I can finally become whole again. Everything is suddenly clear, and I now have a true vision of what I am set out to do in this world that I have awakened in.
I knew it! I knew it, you punk traitor! You were Jaganuba all along!
I want to destroy this entire world and everything in it by becoming one with my separated body. This is my true birthright as the Lord of Destruction.
No! No way! Narasia, you were the vessel for Jaganuba all along? I can't believe it! Why did the goddess do this?
Ryan, I'm surprised you were saved. But I was happily hiding in Arusha's shadow all along and had the pleasure of accompanying you. Why the long face, Ryan? Surprised that evil gods like us are still around, causing you the trouble we enjoy so much. All it just took was your interference to wake me up from my slumber. I really owe you my gratitude and all, Ryan. Alright then, boys and girls, let's start playtime together.
It's playtime!
Greetings, I am evil god Yavagil. Thank you for freeing me from the crack.
We need your power to revive me in full. You should come with us to ensure the revival of myself, Lord Jaganuba.
Yes, my lord.
Luciana, what do you plan on doing? We just can't let them...
Well, Luciana, what do you think? Time is of the essence, so come with us.
I understand. We must go to the Temple of Rufa.
Wait! Luciana! Why are you going to the god of destruction? It doesn't make any sense! Come back!
Children of Astoltia, do not fear. I am bound by the rules of my fate, but you can leave things in my hands.
I'm sorry, Ryan.
How could this be? I just can't believe it. Luciana, Yusha. I'm going back to Finetoka to warn the others. Be careful out there.
We go back to Finetoka and tell Anna Lucia and Yushka what happened. However, the Heavenly Empress says that Narazia and Irusha were created by Lutayana before she died, and that was the only way to house their souls. So Narazia and Irusha were twins housing the souls of the two gods, and the Heavenly Empress was serving both of them a long time ago, but never detected Jaganova inside Narazia. Now that Anna Lucia and Yushka have completed their training, they will assist us in finding Irusha at the Temple of Rufa, which is located at the River of Light, which lies between Astoltia and the Demon World, and we can access it through the Luxagarn Great Cavity. We travel through the Luxgarn Great Cavity and arrive at the Temple of Rufa, and we see Irusha and Narazia walking towards the temple, but we're stopped by evil god Yafagil as Yushka and Anna Lucia activate their Super Saiyan powers. So Yushka apparently takes down Yafagil with a single blow, but another one appears.
I'm seeing triple! 9 Yafagils!
The original one comes back to life and says he's one soul with 3 bodies, and as long as all 3 don't die, he can be revived over and over. The 3 bodies of the Yafagil go to the Temple of Rufa. Our friends Valeria, Asval, Shini, and Estella arrive to assist us as Yushka called them over, and we split into 3 teams. We form a plan to get rid of all the Yafagils at the same time since we need to defeat them all together. The teams are Yushka and Asval, and Lucia and Valeria, Estella, Shini, and us. Hey, just like old times, right, Shini? And hey, how's my hot dragon priestess Estella doing? So the Temple of Rufa is actually a split-party dungeon like in Final Fantasy VI, where you control not only yourself but Yushka and Anna Lucia as well. And the dungeon does require you to switch teams at certain points to open certain doors, and it's a bit confusing at first, but you'll get the hang of it. It's also cool to control the different characters as each of them play differently and everybody goes Super Saiyan. So we fight off all the Yafagils and finally defeat them. However, they all destruct and Estella gets injured in the process, forcing her to withdraw from the battle.
Well done, brave hero.
You too. I didn't think we could win if we were to go it alone.
You've gotten more powerful. However, you can become even stronger. Make sure not to neglect your training.
Yeah, I know. I'll make sure you won't see me as a little girl anymore. But I'll say, I'm glad I got to fight this battle with you as my ally and compatriot.
Spouting out such sappy rubbish, I see.
The explosion of the Yafagils caused the way to the central tower to be destroyed as everyone tells us to go ahead and we only have the path leading to the central tower. So a stairway appears leading us to the top of the temple where we see Irusha and Narazia awakening their respective gods. However, Puju stops us, but Sage Marine also arrives saying that she and Puju were old acquaintances. She brings out the Mirror of Ra, which reveals Puju's true form. He's bonkers, man. So now we got the chance to clown Puju for good. So after we defeat Puju, Sage Marine kind of traps him in a crystal and wow. So what did he taste like? So Sage Marine says that Jaganova's body was on the verge of awakening and appeared here, and after that Sage Marine leaves and then we head to Irusha, ready to say our final goodbye.
I knew you'd come. I felt your light all along. I'm sorry that I left without telling you anything. In order to resurrect the goddess Lutiana, it was necessary for me and Narazia to perform a divine soul melding ceremony. So I had to go with Narazia, even though I knew he was a refugee of the god of perditation. Ryan, thank you. It was great to finally meet you and your friends. Goodbye, my friend.
No, Irusha! Don't go! So now we see the goddess Lutayena rise from the River of Light. However, we see two dark gods appear from Carsadora Volcano, and Lutayena uses her crossbow and defeats them. Boom! Headshot!
Where there is light, there is always dark. Where there is darkness, is there always light? Darkness. It will always be there, waiting when light goes away. It doesn't need the light to survive. Well, I am eternally grateful to you guys. These thorns were meant as an obstacle to seal away Jaganuba from regaining power. In fact, regaining my power. But you guys played your part and undid the thorns to my convenience. Do you even know what I'm talking about with everything that happened? Alright then, I'll tell you. Do you know how the goddess sealed away Jaganuba? That was a powerful curse that sealed herself and her opponent in the same way. Even though Lutayena sealed herself away, it was the only way to seal Jaganuba too, even at the cost of sacrificing herself. Now that the goddess's seal has been broken, what do you think will happen to Jaganuba's seal? You guys get it? Not only did you revive the goddess of light, but you also revived the god of destruction. Thank you so much for all your wonderful hard work. I truly appreciate it. Irusha knew this all too. She believed she could protect this beloved world and chose to revive Lutayena. I have no idea if Lutayena will actually succeed. It's like a game. Now the stage is set. The fate of the world will be decided between the battle of the gods. I'll show you. Enjoy your front row seat.
Where are you taking us, Narazia?
It is time. Wake up, Jaganuba, the god of destruction. Become one with me and destroy everything. We will leave nothing alive.
Oh no. We see Jaganuba's body appear in the sky and eat Narazia, making him whole again. Now we see the intense battle between Lutayena and Jaganuba. Jaganuba takes the bodies of his fallen god pals, absorbs them, and takes Lutayena by surprise. Their battle intensifies as Lutayena is hit by Jaganuba and falls to the ground. Did we just lose? And Jaganuba flies off as we head back to Finatoka with our friends, as we no longer have any hope of defeating the god of destruction, thus ending 5.4. Holy crap! So 5.5 begins with us sitting on our throne with the three other demon rulers giving us the state on what's going on in the demon world. Valeria says the pollution of the demon world is getting worse, Asval says people are suffering from a disease caused by magic, and Yushka says the city of Gora also has this problem. However, Yushka says that Farazard is doing okay for now. With Lutayena gone, nobody is here to stop Jaganuba. Yushka refuses to give up, and then we hear a voice. So the goddess of the wind, Eldona, speaks to us and says even though her mother Lutayena was defeated, her soul is still sleeping at the bottom of the River of Light. We need to get the power of the flowers from the World Tree from the priestess Himea from the beginning elf story who is the guardian of the World Tree. We explain the situation and Yushka joins us as Asval and Valeria go back to their kingdoms. We head back to Ethine and Yushka is contemplating how people don't know the danger that is coming. Hana the pig comes to us and greets Yushka, and also Shinny arrives and says that we need to wait till tomorrow to leave because he has something to tell us, and a messenger from Tuskull shared an important message. So the message is that Maiden Himea will be doing her final mission on the World Tree and will be ending her life. We have a feast, and during the campfire we begin telling Yushka our amazing feats and journeys throughout all the parts. Yushka talks about his experiences in the demon world, and Shinny says that the more he talks to Yushka, the less he understands him. And after telling our story, Yushka says we're a way more amazing person than when he picked us up and brought us back to life. So we go to the World Tree and see Maiden Himea with Yushka. Himea says that we must unite to stop Jaganova, and she will bring us the flowers of the World Tree. And if she takes the flowers out of her, she's gonna die, but she's willing to go, and she will miss her children, saying farewell, and it's time to fulfill her destiny. And Yushka says they definitely need her flowers for sure after all the countermeasures in the demon world have been used. Yushka asks if there's any other ways rather than sacrificing Himea's life, but she explains how she lived for over 500 years and began summoning the flowers of the World Tree from her body. Before she gives us the flowers, she has one request, saying that if her actions don't amount to anything, a new guardian of the World Tree will be selected, but if the root of all evil is destroyed, the guardian of the World Tree will finish its role and Himea will be the final guardian. And her final request is for us to beat Jaganova. We will, Maiden Himea. So after that we take the flowers of the World Tree, and Himea tells us to go to Finatoka, and the Holy Light Priest will show us how to use the flowers. So Yushka leaves, and Himea says that we have followed a strange fate and that we are the right person to lead Astoltia to a bright future. Himea begins to feel woozy and collapses, and she's picked up by the ghost of Kohaku, who was her former lover, and she still feels uncertainties in this world, and Kohaku is proud of her and will be taking her away, saying to become the wind and watch the future of the world, watching the breath of the young leaves. Himea and Kohaku's spirits now ascend to the heavens as her physical body falls. Oh my god, Himea! Godspeed to you! So we go to Finatoka, and the Holy Light Priest sends us to the River of Light, where we see the light of the goddess. But we see a hand from a freaky skeleton grab the light and says everything is empty. He says his name is Vanitatos, the evil god of nothingness who controls Oblivion, who is ordered by Jaganova to look for the soul of the goddess. And Vanitatos offers to give us a hug and says our lives are valueless. Don't hug me, you bag of bones! And luckily we do have Yushka for most of these boss battles, who can turn bosses into metal statues. After we defeat Vanitatos, he says no matter what, nothingness is the only thing that awaits us. He tears apart the fabric of time and space and laughs that the beginning of the end is coming. We use the flower of the World Tree to get the soul of the goddess, and a butterfly comes out. So we go back to our castle, and Carlo gives us a report saying that big demons are appearing everywhere. We show everyone the flower of the World Tree and reassure everyone that we can stop the demons. Carlo says that the magic mound in the Jalim Baja desert has been reactivated. We all go to the magic mountain, which is surrounded by a massive dark mist, and Lutayena comes out and purifies the area with her light. The mist goes away, and Yushka talks about his childhood from 300 years ago, and his father was a jeweler that led a caravan in the desert. Even though his friends had no blood connection, they were like a family together. Yushka was learning the business, trying to become the #1 jeweler in the demon world. He was left behind by the group to learn how the business in Necrodia works with Najin, and was grateful to his father. And after that, Yushka learns that his father's caravan disappears, and a mound appeared where they were killed, and Yushka began traveling the world and see why the mounds appeared. Yushka met his master Sage Marine, and she told him that the mounds were appearing in the demon world. He began traveling as a jeweler and told the tragedy of his father to everyone he could in the demon world. And there was a time he was thrown out and made fun of by guards, saying that he needs help getting rid of the demons. No matter where he went, nobody wanted to help him. Yushka wanted to become the Demon King to move people's hearts in order to help him get rid of the bad demons. He's glad that he met us because we're carrying the fate of the world since we became the great Demon King. A messenger from Baldista arrives with a message from Valeria and says that the Abyss Gate and the path to Zahadigal Iwamine is blocked, so we head over to Baldista and talk to Valeria. We ask Valeria if she can get rid of the barrier around Zahadigal Iwamine, but Veltro says they sent a force over there to deal with the demons, but they were killed. So they had to put a barrier, and Valeria is worried that Irusha is gone, so there's no way to contain the magic mount. We summon Lutayena as a butterfly and give Valeria confidence that we can contain the threat. So Valeria gives Veltro the order to unlock Zahadigal Iwamine, and we can use the Abyss Jewel to warp there. At Zahidagal Iwamine, Lutayena says the evil demons are terrorizing the lives of the people, so we need to stop the demons. So Lutayena purifies the area and all the people can move again. So one of the guards shows us that he found Lord Mawson's headpiece. A guard from Zekles arrives and tells us to talk to Asval. We talk to Asval, and he says that one of the magic mounts has reactivated, and they took measures not knowing how long they will last. And Asval says a thief invaded the underground treasure house and took the talisman of Leto and also left a letter. And the letter is actually from our sibling! So the letter says our siblings survived with Lord Mawson's costume and will be playing their final role with the life they have remaining. The letter also says that Jaganova is hiding in the evil Garden of the Stars, which is underground in the demon world below Farazard after the Great Demon period. Our sibling needed Leto's talisman in order to access the way to the garden, and that Jaganova has been hunting our sibling down so they can't join us. And our sibling will try to get a trump card to help us as we protect the world as the Great Demon King. The letter ends with our sibling thanking us and saying they love us very much. So we explained the situation that Lord Mawson was our sibling and why we had to hide that fact so they can protect the world from Jaganova. And Yushka asks if we're going to help our sibling and will support us. And As will also support us too, and we head to Farazard going through the underground waterway. Our sibling is at the portal gate and wonders why Leto's talisman isn't working, and we arrive with Yushka. Suddenly all these balls of energy appear and attack our sibling, which knocks them out, and we have to do a series of boss battles. After defeating the bosses, we rush to our sibling and Lutayana comes out and says our sibling's soul is corrupted with demonic forces, and Lutayana absorbs them. Even though the demonic forces have been removed, our sibling's life is still endangered by a horrifying spell deep within their body. Lutayana says we need to visit the spiritual world inside our sibling's body, see what's holding onto their soul, and we're the only ones who can enter because we're close to one another. So we go inside our siblings' memories as Yushka holds off Jaganova's minions. Inside our siblings' memories we see past events, and this time from our siblings' point of view, and we see Narazia inside taunting us. "You little booger!" So back in Ethine in version 1, our sibling realizes that time has stopped and can't communicate with us as they're warped away. In version 4, we see our sibling interact with Quad, who now has a voice actor. Our sibling says that the curse of time has been activated for them and they can't stay in this era anymore. Quad finds our sibling in a cave and they tell Quad their story of how they got there. And Quad says that they're similar in wanting to return to their hometowns. As they make their way to fulfill their goals, Quad wants to be known as Gaelin Lash, the name he took from version 4 when he was grown up in the Pastor Bea scenario with Princess Urta. And Quad says that Gaelin Lash is a word that means return to that day from the kingdom of Ethine. He wants to make sure that our sibling remembers Gaelin Lash. Remember, Gaelin Lash. Remember it. At the research center in the future where Quad is an adult, he imprisons our sibling because of their Athenial cube and needs Borondium for its research. Our sibling says that Borondium belongs to the Gateria Empire and is asking if Quad wants to start a war with Gateria. Quad says that King Jakuva from Gateria was killed by Beyond Doe, or John Doe. But we know back in version 4 it was you who killed him, Quad. Our sibling knows that Quad killed Jakuva even though Jakuva wanted to make peace. And Quad is mad that if they waited too long, they can't go back to their hometowns, which is why he wanted the Borondium faster and claims he doesn't have the time to wait. Quad asks if our sibling is immortal because they haven't changed since they first met and that the value of time was completely different between them. And Quad wasn't happy with his progress with time traveling since the Athenial cube was going too slow, and he just wants to be an ordinary person, but he's doomed to stay in this time forever and can never return to his hometown. And Quad doesn't care if he commits crimes to be able to go back to his hometown, and if the Athenial cube is completed, his suffering can end. Now we go back to the Jaidan temple and see the first encounter between our sibling and Lord Mawson. Our sibling is wondering if we'll ever see each other again after our encounter in version 4. The previous Lord Mawson appears and notices our sibling has a troublesome curse where they can't stay in one era for too long because of the curse of time, and our sibling is too scared to be truly alone. Lord Mawson says because of their fate, our sibling is the right person to become his successor. The one who becomes the new Lord Mawson will have to make a contract with the darkness, and that will remove the time of curse our sibling has. Our sibling is hesitant to make a contract with the source of darkness which attacks Astoltia, but Lord Mawson says that our sibling can decide what to do with the power of Lord Mawson. Our sibling agrees with the contract to be freed of their curse and vows to suppress the darkness and will wait for us in the demon world. And Lord Mawson brings our sibling to the temple and passes his powers onto them, freeing them from the curse of time. And after chasing our sibling through many worlds, they tell us they can't come back and are ready to die, but gets grabbed by these hands belonging to the curse of the source of darkness, who says our sibling is still cursed and asks who our sibling is to us. But can we even call them our sibling without a blood connection, since we were born in the past and sent to the future, which was revealed in version 4? And is it possible to even call a sibling who never gets old or dies our sibling? And our sibling has caused a lot of confusion in the world, being the successor of Lord Mawson, and even knowing their sins, can we still call them our sibling? Yes we can, you evil red-eyed bastard! And the curse of the source of darkness says that our sibling has caused nothing but trouble, and we say that they're still our sibling and we can go back to Ethine together. And now our sibling is freed and has a nifty new outfit and says that their contract with Jaganova is over, but the curse of the source of darkness says that he will never forgive us and says the contract is made of blood, is a rule of steel, and will last until it dies. So the curse of the source of darkness says that our false bond has no meaning and we should remain forever in this prison of extinction, engaging in another boss battle where we team up with our sibling. And after we defeat defeat the curse of the source of darkness, the contract finally disappears and our sibling goes Super Saiyan, saying that they're our sibling and nobody else. Now our sibling is free from both the curse of time and darkness, and they're happy they can now remain in the same time as us. And Lutayena arrives and creates a doorway for us to exit with our siblings, saying we have a world to protect. Yeah, once we're back in Ethine with Shinny, everything's gonna be back to the way it was. So we arrive back with Yushka still fighting Jaganova's orbs, and then Narazia arrives. You little punk, I'm gonna strangle you!
It looks like you're finally out. Are you both okay?
Amazing. Amazing! It is an unprecedented feat to release the contractor from my curse. Ryan, you truly are something I never expected. That's right. Would you like to be a guest at my castle? I'd love to discuss something with you. Please be my guest of honor.
No! This is the evil abyss that traps you inside the darkness. You must never touch it.
Oh, Luciana, you should just learn to butt out. You lost to me and are like a cockroach who just came back. Oh, how much more will you make me laugh? Now, come with me, my little PogChamp. I'll make you into a real great demon king.
Jaganuba. I'm really disappointed. You really don't have any foresight, do you? It seems you really want this guy, but sad to say, he's not really the one that you want. A savior who saved Estoltia many times, blessed by the tribal gods, loved by the goddess, and blessed with a dazzling light. Oh, and also, he came to the demon world to fight on our side. This is the type of guy he is. Kinda hard to dye this guy with the power of light into darkness. I think there's someone more suitable for that. The great demon lords are a pretty interesting bunch. But I'm probably the most interesting of them all, my friend. I've got skills they don't have. If you join forces with me, I'll show you a newer, more exciting world that nobody can ever bring you. Things that only you alone can rule. I nominate myself, the great demon lord Yushka. I alone am suitable to be the new great demon king. Choose me. O great Jaganuba, the god of destruction!
Let's make your wish come true.
See ya. Now, Jin, when you protected me, didn't you think the same way? This is the path I chose.
The source of darkness is gathering the demons somewhere else. What does this mean? No way.
We tell Farazard that Yushka was taken and we bring our sibling to the medical room back in our castle. Dr. Mu says that our sibling will recover and Shish Kebab's men come into the room with Gilgamot from Farazard. And Gilgamot says she's glad we're okay and was surprised what Yushka did, saying that nobody else could be like Najin. Without a king in Farazard, Gilgamot says she wants to team up with Astoltia and that Yushka says that cooperation is the most important thing and to never give up hope. So can we rescue Yushka and defeat Jagonoba? Find out on the next exciting episode of Dragon Quest X, thus ending the first part of version 5.5. We start off the second half of version 5.5 hearing Yushka's voice in a dream and see a bright light in front of us. Yushka, I can totally hear you, buddy. You must have great reception where you are. Yushka says he was finally able to contact us telepathically in our dreams and doesn't have a lot of time left. He gives us a vision of the underground waterway and a very purple looking place and says that the final battle for the fate of the world is about to begin. The hands come out and we wake up from the dream. We're surrounded by our friends after we were apparently unconscious in the throne room. Hey man, you would totally pass out too if your pal Yushka was kidnapped by some kid who calls himself the God of Destruction. And Dr. Mu asks if there's something wrong with us and we tell everyone about the dream with Yushka and where we need to go next. Lutayena comes out and tells everyone that the world is about to head towards destruction as Jagonoba has unleashed the Seal of Perdition, which will pierce the River of Light and destroy Astoltia and all the demon world. And Lucia asks how we were able to contact Yushka, and Sage Marine says since we made a blood pact with him, that's how we're able to stay in touch. Because blood is thicker than smartphones. Sage Marine says that Yushka mastered the art of the blood pact, trying to help Najin after Najin lost his eye. After hearing all of this, Asval praises Yushka for trying to save our life and Valeria wonders how we can find Jagonoba in the Sea of Miasma. Then suddenly a guard arrives and tells us our sibling has finally woken up, so we all go to the infirmary. Our sibling is feeling a bit better despite having some trouble moving their body and recognizes Anne Lucia from the time they briefly saw each other in Nadragond in version 3. And Lucia is surprised that our sibling was Lord Mawson, and that's why Anne Lucia was protected from Jagonuba. Our sibling tells us that the miasma flows from the underground water veins from the demon world and how they ended up washing ashore the Zahigadal rocks, and Lord Mawson's costume protected them from the miasma. Our sibling tells us that they took the talisman of Leto and headed to the altar of Zard but got attacked by a demonic miasma spirit. They're certain that Jagonuba is in the evil garden of the ruined stars beyond the Sea of Miasma. Sage Marine suggests we go to the Goda Temple, and our sibling tells us a story of how Lord Mawson told them how after Jagonuba was sealed away, the demon world was cut off from Astoltia, and the remaining humans who were trapped in the demon world became demons. There were demons who gained power from the miasma and were unable to contain the power of it, which ended up killing them. Luckily, the Goda tribe was able to find a way to deal with the miasma, led by a demon named Goda. Goda covered the temple of Jagonuba with a great mass rock and left his son Jadin to watch over it, and led demons into Astoltia. This was done to prevent grudges and resentment from demons from using Jagonuba to produce more demon miasma. Goda passed on the duties of the demon world to his son Jadin, thus beginning the era of the Great Demon King and Lord Demoness. Lord Mawson didn't have the great leadership of his father Goda, but was able to protect the order of the demon world by selecting the most powerful demon suitable to be the Great Demon King. A demon named Varuzard was able to take Goda's strategy one step further and sought to counter Jagonuba. He saw the great source of darkness lay in the Sea of Miasma below the Jagonuba temple. Varuzard worked with Lord Mawson to create the Sea Beast, the only creature capable of breaking through the miasma. Sadly, it took so long to develop and create the Sea Beast that Varuzard was unable to see its completion as he died of old age. Thousands of years passed and the altar of Zard is where Varuzard left the means to communicate with the Sea Beast. If we can summon Varuzard's sea monster, we can head over to Jagonuba's location. Our sibling was unable to contact the Sea Beast from the altar and tried using Litos' talisman but failed. As we make our plan to go to the evil garden of the ruined stars, Valeria is confident she can kick the asses of everyone standing in our way. I totally believe you, Valeria, having been on the receiving end of one of your attacks before. Everybody is feeling determined and we're given Litos' talisman, but our sibling is still hurting from their injury and says Litos' talisman hasn't regained its full power yet. So we head over to the Temple of Goda and talk to Grand Mage Litos' spirit to free the talisman's power, and we have to say in Japanese, Lito is my friend. That's right, Lito is my bestest buddy in the whole world. We play fantasy football together, or should I say, Final Fantasy football. We're now at the underground waterway at the altar of Zard and give the fully powered talisman to our sibling, and they use it to summon Brulatos, the sea demon beast. Reminds me of Cetacea from Dragon Quest XI, like his evil brother or something. Our sibling was also able to restore Brulatos' power after it was taken away by Jaganuba many years ago. Sage Marine is determined to finish what her apprentice Yushka started, and Ana Lucia feels we can conquer anything as long as we're by her side. Aw, that's so sweet, Ana Lucia. Call me later. Veltro wishes Valeria a safe journey, but Valeria says if she doesn't come back, he'll be in charge of Baldista. However, Veltro feels confident that Valeria will return, and Asval thanks Rinberry for seeing him off. I'm surprised Rinberry would come to a place like this. And Rinberry gets in front of Asval and says she won't forgive him if he doesn't come back and will burn him to ashes, as a joke. I don't know who's worse, Rinberry or Valeria. And Asval swears he'll protect the land that his mother loved and will not give up on his people and himself. And then Rinberry massively blushes as Asval goes. Our sibling would have joined us, but they need their body to recover, so it's up to us, and they give us the Great Demon King seal as we head off on Brulatos to finally settle things with Jaganuba. As we're riding Brulatos, Sage Marine comments the amount of demon miasma is so intense that she can't even see ahead. We hear Yushka's voice and connect with him, which helps guide the way. A whole bunch of evil hands appear and Lutayena comes out and shields us from them. Just like blocking trolls on Twitter and my YouTube comments. Lutayena feels drained and needs to rest for a while as we finally arrive at the evil garden of the ruined stars. Oh wow, it's an endless supply of grape juice, filled with demon miasma. Yummy! We hear Yushka's voice and head into Jaganuba's stronghold where we must use Sage Marine's jewels to get across these chasms. We fight a few bosses who are knockoffs of the Holy Guardians, the game's toughest super bosses, and after defeating them we try to use the seal of the Great Demon King to proceed, but we can't because the elevator that leads below needs the life force of 4 beings to proceed.
Go, Great Demon King! The one I now recognize as our savior. If you don't take victory into your own hands, you'll never know.
I'm really proud to be of service for the greatest Demon King of them all. I know you can defeat the Root of Darkness for sure.
The crown of wisdom, the purple throne, Marine the wise. I will make a fool of myself here. I want you to be my apprentice.
The Demon Lords and a great sage, along with the power of the hero. We will banish the darkness that blocks your path. Now go, Ryan! You can save the world!
Now hurry, Ryan. Get here soon. You must kill me.
I'll try to do this without killing you, Yushka. Just hang on! And after our friends use their powers to open the final elevator, we go down below into a pretty crazy dungeon with Tetris puzzle elevators. Once we reach the epicenter, we're finally reunited with Yushka. However, he's been infused with the evil dark power of the miasma. He's glad that he was still able to lead us here while he still had some sense left in him. Yushka explains the forbiddenness of the blood pack he gave us at the start of version 5 and how it led to this fate, that we were destined to kill Yushka, who saved our life. Yushka feels like he's beginning to slip into the darkness and has no idea of how much longer he has left and asks us to kill him, and we reluctantly agree. Farewell, my friend. However, Narazia begins to take control of Yushka as his demonic hands come out. Narazia, you little punk! Narazia then talks about how arrogant Yushka used to be, how he used to look down upon others, treating them as servants and thought he was super arrogant. This is the reason why Narazia chose Yushka to join him.
The true Demon King has yet to be chosen. Why don't we decide it here? I'll make him the great demon king he's always wanted to be, as an offering. I'll sacrifice his body to the power of the source of darkness. You're so boring looking. Now, become the arrogant and resentful person you once were. The true PogChamp!
I feel a lot of energy from the bottom of my stomach. So this is the source of darkness. Not bad. You think you're the great demon king? A man who has nothing to offer. The one with nothing to bear. You're nothing more than my servants. I'll show you here and now. I'm the real PogChamp here. I, Yushka, will lead the demon world. A world where I rule. I will turn the hatred that plagues the demon world into the wings of flame and rule Estoltia and save the demon world. I am the true great demon king.
Whoa! Yushka became a dragon in a Dragon Quest game, just like Estella's dragon form. So, Estella Yushka?
There can't be two demon kings in this world. I'm sure you'll be happy I agree on that.
I am Yushka the Great, false demon king. Bow before me in submission.
So after we defeat Dragon Yushka, Narazia is surprised and says his ideals were nothing to him, so he has to perish. He snaps his fingers, putting Dragon Yushka in pain, as Yushka screams that cooperation was the strongest force of all and swore to save the demon world with us. We avoid being grabbed by the hands, but hear a young voice mentioning the Sword of Astron and using it on Yushka to turn him into iron, just like General Zobris back in Necrodia. With great hesitation, we stab Yushka with the Sword of Astron, and Narazia is making fun of us, saying, "Killing your friend is cooperation? Shut your mouth!" As we stab Dragon Yushka, we see a flashback to both when Yushka and Najin were kids, and Yushka is complaining that nobody is listening to him about the Great Demon Age. However, a young Najin says he should stand up for what he believes in and that Yushka should be a king. Young Yushka, inspired from Najin's words, vows to be the Great Demon King, and Najin is inspired to create the Sword of Astron that could save the demon world. Yushka keeps running until he falls down, and then we see Yushka as an adult, saying that he and Najin were supposed to change the demon world together, and content with dying, he could finally rest with Najin. However, the Sword of Astron is pointed at Yushka by Najin, and Najin reminds Yushka that to stop dreaming is the same as dying. Najin says he was in a deep sleep and that his soul is unstable, so this may be the last time they speak. Najin asks Yushka if he's still willing to fight, and Yushka grabs the Sword of Astron. Najin says that Yushka can make it on his own now, and says he can't really help it if he lost his body, and says that Yushka is the light that he lost. Najin walks away as Yushka now grips the Sword of Astron, but Najin turns around in shock at what Yushka just did, which is the blood pact with Najin's spirit, saying that Najin will share his life and spirit with him and will be a second in command until the day that he dies. Najin puts his hand on the sword, and now we're back in the real world. The Sword of Astron flashes on Dragon Yushka's iron body and shatters, bringing Yushka back to normal.
What's going on?
Najin!
It's Super Saiyan Yushka!
My soul is now your sword, here and forever.
Jaganuba, the god of destruction. I've come back from the depths of hell to defeat you.
For the crime of taunting my king and insulting his ideals, answer for it with your own death.
No matter how much you resist, the result will be the same. But the possibility of cooperation makes me want to look into it a bit more. I'll be waiting for you at the true depths of this world, where not even the slightest light can reach.
Thank you, Ryan. After all, you were indispensable to us.
Let's save the world together, my friend. Even if you take me down to those depths, Najin and I will protect you together. Let's go, Great Demon King. We must defeat Jaganuba, the god of destruction.
Now we finally confront Narazia in front of Jaganuba, and he says we may have the potential to be the most powerful in this world, and even though we were born into the world of light, our path has been far from blessed. Hey kiddo, everyone has hardships in life. I mean, I still gotta deal with Twitter and YouTube comments. And Narazia tells us that we're such a swell guy since we saved the world and how demons are even fighting on our side, saying that we're both a mixture of light and dark, a collaboration that will put an end to the War of the Gods. Narazia also says we're the embodiment of an unknown concept, even unknown to the gods, and gives us one last offer to join him and become the true Demon King. No way, man. Even if you offer to localize Dragon Quest X in English, I will not join you. Narazia tries to take us by force as Lutayena protects us, and Yushka is still mad that Narazia twisted the arrogance inside of him and is wondering if he was chosen as the Great Demon King, his beliefs would be warped. After taunting Lutayena, Narazia's eyes go into Jaganuba mode and he goes inside Jaganuba's body. We prepare for battle as Jaganuba wakes up and tells us that darkness can exist without the light. And after we defeat Jaganuba in a pretty tough battle, he comments on how we're both the embodiment of light and dark and wonders if this is truly the power of cooperation that Yushka was talking about. And he throws the usual villain temper tantrum and Lutayena vows to destroy him, and Lutayena shines brightly as Jaganuba tries hard to resist and begins to overpower Lutayena. Jaganuba comments on how light and darkness are always in constant battle, and their fight will never end as much as he tried to destroy Astoltia in hatred and rage.
I am Jaganuba, ultimate internet troll!
Jaganuba also says the stronger the light, the darker the shadow becomes, and wants to swallow up all the light, declaring it his method of cooperation. After absorbing Lutayena's light, he becomes his second form. Just remember kids, all Dragon Quest final bosses have 2 final forms. And his second form looks like a shriveled up old man. You know, I gotta admit his final form is a bit underwhelming compared to past Dragon Quest bosses, but don't judge a book by its cover. We try to escape from Jaganuba and Lutayena takes her full body and tries to fire an arrow at him to no avail. The shadow behind him gets bigger and his hands restrain Lutayena. He crushes Lutayena and her last words are for us to protect the world as the flower from Yggdrasil finally breaks apart. And Yushka and Najin protect us from Jaganuba's hands and Yushka vows to never give up. Yushka ponders a way to fight Jaganuba as Jaganuba gloats that he's finally found true cooperation. One last remaining petal from Lutayena falls into our hands.
Listen, children of Astoltia. The source of great darkness has awakened, and the world is about to be ruined. There are warriors who are confronting the destruction, who overcame the shackles of their differences, now working together. Children of Astoltia, please lend your power to those who continue to fight and challenge the darkness. Pray, wish, think. You have the power to protect them. The brilliance of the soul that flutters. Listen, Astoltia's children who live in the demon world. There was once a time I separated the demon world as a polluted land to protect the world from evil. Even after all this time, people's hearts were not lost. Your appearances have been changed, but that was a mistake. Children of the demon world, please pray for those who fight the darkness. A power is born there. An unparalleled effect that surpasses even a god. My dear children, it is now time to unite with Astoltia.
Yes, give us your energy, just like the end of Dragon Ball Z. Hashtag localized Dragon Quest X.
Ryan, can you feel the light from everyone in Astoltia? All of the adventures you've experienced, the bonds you have forged with your comrades, hand in hand along your arduous journey, will now dispel the darkness. Demon King Yushka, and the noble soul that resides inside the sword. I entrust you with my power, and with the blade of your creation, you will sweep away the darkness and localize Dragon Quest X.
The Sword of Astron is the sword that will save the world.
With our hopes and our dreams, we will help people play Dragon Quest X.
This game will never be in English. There are no plans for a worldwide release.
And with the classic Dragon Quest X boss theme playing, we now finally enter the final battle with Jaga Nova. Now, the final battle with Jaga Nova is very long, and we see all the friends we made cheer us on as we see these awesome looking cheers as we fight. And this is the most Dragon Ball Z battle in all of Dragon Quest. And after we defeat Jaga Nova, he's a pretty sore loser as the combined power of everyone in Astoltia and the demon world proves to be overwhelming to Jaga Nova as Yushka remarks that everyone has a desire to protect the ones that they care about. As Jaga Nova tries to attack us again, all of our friends arrive and we raise our hands Dragon Ball Z Genki Dama style, saying this is true cooperation, totally advertising the Mina DN books. And then our combined power destroys Jaga Nova for good.
Irusha? Is that you?
So Lutayena congratulates us on finally vanquishing the source of the Great Darkness and putting an end to a war that lasted since the beginning of time. Without Jaganuba's influence, no more demon miasma will be created. Lutayena says she can no longer help us and hopes we can stay strong. We will, Lutayena. We will. Anna Lucia and Yushka contemplate on how conflict will always exist in all worlds, and Yushka will never forget the day when Astoltia and the demon world teamed up to defeat the god of destruction. We have the power to shape the future, and us, the hero, standing between both worlds is proof of that. I'm glad you all voted for me! Lutayena believes in the new future that we will be building, and we all warp back. Lutayena returns to the River of Light and will dispel the residue of darkness. She thanks the children of Astoltia, and we ride on Brutalos and give a thumbs up as Anna Lucia runs to give us a hug. Give me a hug, Anna Lucia! Oh wait, you're hugging my game self. Oh, okay. So word spreads all over the world that we defeated Jaganuba and we celebrate back at our castle. Lord Mawson lets everyone know that we will be building a bright new future by having Astoltia and the demon world join hands, and our legend will live on forever. Yay! Yushka comes over to talk to us, saying that things have been a little boring since we defeated Jaganuba, but praises us even though we started off our relationship as demon lord and servant. Yushka's glad that we became the Great Demon King and thanks us for everything. Well, I couldn't have done it without my running mate Yushka. Yushka realizes he can't tie us up in the demon world and depend on us forever, and says when people from different worlds come together, a world of true cooperation will come. Yushka gives us a thumbs up as he wants to continue being our friend as different rulers from different worlds. Najin's spirit comforts Yushka, saying that Yushka's definitely grown in a short amount of time, but says you'll have trouble supporting him in political affairs since you know he's kind of a spirit now. Yushka is pretty confident that Najin can still help him out as his sword and second in command. Yushka says he plans to take Najin to see the Blue Sea of Astoltia and maybe bring Asval with him as well, so they can have a fun magical road trip. And Sage Marine is happy we've succeeded, and Yushka wishes that Irusha was here to see all of this. Pepper Ogura pounces on Yushka and demands he gets to talk with us, as all of our friends come over and want to also talk with us. Hey guys, I'll take appointments in my office later. And Valeria offers to train me and Anna Lucia to get stronger if we have the time. Well, since you beat us both before, I'm willing to learn Baldista Fu. And both Estella and Sage Lushenda say that the demon miasma still exists, but we'll all work together to stop it. And just like old times, our sibling and Shinny say that we're so popular with everyone. Hey, I'm kind of the Great Demon King now, so I got a lot of duties on my plate. So the credits roll, and for the post-credits scene,
When the goddess Luciana became part of the River of Light again, her will was gone, but she left behind one last wish. I've wanted to live here in this world. Her wish took shape, and at that time, everything is like a dream. I can't remember it all well. Is it okay for me to say I'm home now?
oh my god! Welcome back, Irusha!
I'm back!
And then we have another credit scene for all the voice actors in Yerusha's sketchbook. And then after another post-credit scene, we're in Lindor and see all the citizens look up at the sky and we see various floating islands. Fosdale, the Pukulipo hero from version 1, says it's finally happening. Who was the chosen one? Thus finally ending version 5 and giving us the to be continued text for version 6. Oh man, now that version 5 is finally done, wow, what a roller coaster of emotions this one was. I love how this version was more grounded in the demon world, and rather than being all over the place, and you really got attached to all the characters and spent quite a lot of time with them. My favorite character was probably Yerusha, as you felt you didn't want bad things to happen to her, and when you find out she was the vessel for the goddess Lutaina, you were so attached to her that you were sad when she disappeared, but I'm glad she came back. And the best part of version 5 was the interactions and dynamics between all the different characters and how they cooperated towards their goals and what they thought was best for the demon world. Just like all the other versions, version 5 had such a memorable and unique cast of characters that you couldn't help love to death and wanted to see them all succeed and achieve their goals. Also, how amazingly gorgeous the entire demon world was, and all of its unique locations were a sight to look at. In all honesty, I have no idea how version 6 is going to top all of this, and it did feel like this could have been the grand finale of Dragon Quest X because of how truly epic it was, especially the final battle with Jaganuba. Had things ended here, I would have been completely satisfied, but I'm glad we're getting a version 6, and I'm sure it will be every bit as epic as all the other versions. If I have to put a ranking on version 5, it's probably my second favorite version next to version 2, which really gave me the feels. I feel that version 5 has as many emotional and epic parts that made me feel motivated as well. Alright everyone, so that ends this episode of Awesome Video Game Memories about Dragon Quest X version 5, and oh man, that was a doozy. And I'll see you all next time for Dragon Quest X version 6.
Enough! This game will never be in English. There are no plans for a worldwide release. Hi, this is Gilbert Gottfried, and enough! This game will never be in English. There are no plans for a worldwide release.
Welcome to Awesome Video Game Memories, where we talk about awesome memories about video games. I'm Ryan, and the game we're going to be talking about today is Dragon Quest X's Beginning Race Stories. As you know, at the start of Dragon Quest X, you get to choose between 5 different races, and I was only able to cover the beginning of the Ogre race story in my original Dragon Quest X version 1 review, but now that I've created 4 extra characters, just take my wallet, Square Enix. I'm going to be going over the rest of the beginning race stories that I wasn't able to cover, and after I cover them I will replay the Ogre beginning race story from the version 1 review as the last part of the video. And just like I do here on Awesome Video Game Memories, I will be getting into spoilers just as a heads up. The Weddy story begins in Lane Village, where you and Fuser are doing some sword training where he compliments you, but is still determined to win and be called the Shellner. A female Weddy arrives and asks where another Weddy named Arsik went, causing you to be distracted, and Fuser actually kills you on accident! Whoa, Squall and Cypher's training duel at the beginning of Final Fantasy VIII has nothing on this! Later that evening, we're having a funeral for our Weddy character as the priest, Father Raha, says we came to Lane Village when we were young and was picked up by Old Man Balcha and we grew up in the Fia orphanage. Fuser is feeling guilty for killing us on accident as we're sent off into the sea, and Rebecca, the Weddy that called out to us and caused our distraction, cries saying it was her fault. And Satori, the mayor, is wondering who will be the Shellner and is angry at Fuser for taking our life away and we're pushed out to sea. However, our human spirit inhabits our Weddy body and we get up. Hey everybody, I was just taking this long nap and I was just totally faking it so I could sleep in this nice bed of flowers. And Father Raha says it's a miracle caused by the sea and Rebecca is glad that we are not dead. And Fuser is flabbergasted and helps bring us back to shore, saying that it feels like someone else has inhabited our body. Nah, it's totally me, guys. Just don't ask me any questions that I don't know the answer to because I totally lost my memory. And Fuser says he'll repay our debt to us soon and leaves. Satori still thinks he's got attitude and is wondering who will be the Shellner. Arsik, the Weddy that Rebecca was talking about, comes dressed in his wedding tuxedo, is glad that our funeral is cancelled, and is looking for shells for his fiancée Keel at the Memorial Beach northwest of the village. We arrive at the Memorial Beach and meet up with Arsik to find some shells. He picks up a peculiar looking shell which he describes like he's being sucked in by its beauty. After Arsik takes the shell, a dark energy comes from the tombstone and Old Man Balcha appears. Balcha says that Arsik shouldn't be at the memorial because the memorial is commemorating a very sad event. So once upon a time, a young man in Lane fell in love with another female Weddy and got married. The man gave the shell to his bride and the bride went to the sea from the memorial to cleanse herself before the wedding. However, an evil force took the bride and she never came back. The young man was saddened and also killed himself by going into the sea to drown. A number of disasters struck the village and people began to think that the soul of the young Weddy was haunting them. The memorial was created to calm the soul of the young Weddy. Arsik feels if he gets married and becomes happy, the past bride and groom will be happy too. Balcha says that Mayor Satori is calling for both Fuser and us to select a Shellner. If we're selected as a Shellner, we can leave the village to look for our parents, so we head back to Lane Village. Back at Lane Village, Satori isn't happy that Fuser hasn't shown up yet, and after he finally shows up, Satori says a message from the town of Gillette came in and that the bride, Keel, is going to the inn. And Satori tells us to go to a cave for the Shellner test and bring back the water located in the back of the cave. He gives us a bottle and says the first one to draw water from the back of the cave and put it back into the bottle will be the Shellner. Mayor Satori wants us to bring back the water before it loses its beautiful color, so he wants it back fast and the first person to do that wins. So the race begins. We get the water from the underground lake ahead of Fuser thanks to plot convenience, but Fuser also gets the water and still declares that he'll win. Back at Lane Village, we give Mayor Satori the water and Fuser arrives late. Mayor Satori is impressed and declares us as the Shellner of Arsik and gives us the first Rura stone. Fuser accepts defeat and leaves just as Arsik comes to the mayor's house. Arsik shows the mayor the shell and after that he asks us if we can deliver the shell to his fiancée Keel. Arsik thinks the shell has the happiness of the people inside of it and then we go back to the inn and pick up Keel. We arrive at the inn to meet Keel as the new Shellner and she thanks us for making the trip. We give Keel the shell and she feels that Arsik's heart is reflected in it. However, the shell emits a dark energy saying it's found its bride. Uh-oh, the shell could be a wedding crasher. And then we're in shock as a huge monster appears and calls Keel his bride. The monster takes Keel away to the memorial so they can get married. And the priest tells us that the groom who lost his bride on the beach a long time ago was turned into a monster and our duty as a Shellner is to protect the bride. We arrive back at the memorial beach with the monster holding Keel and Fuser and Arsik down on the ground. The monster says he'll live forever with his bride and is about to blast both Arsik and Fuser away. Arsik stands up to fight for his bride, but Fuser tells him to run away. The monster calls Keel Daria, which is the name of his old bride, and says he will not give her away. Just when the monster is about to blast both Arsik and Fuser away, we arrive just in time and the monster notices us as the Shellner and says we'll be a guest to his wedding. After defeating him, the monster vows to destroy everyone, causing a storm, and then we see the light from Ethine village pierce the dark clouds caused by the evil demon lord Nelgel, and the monster turns back into his normal Weddy self named Leg. He apologizes to Keel for trying to make her his bride and after Arsik tries to take her away from Leg. Leg says his heart was wrapped in darkness and was trying to replace Keel with his deceased Daria. And then Daria's spirit appears and offers her hand to Leg saying that they both need to go. They embrace and Leg says he'll never leave her side. They both ascend into the heavens and vow to be happy together forever. I now pronounce you spirits, both husband and wife, and you may now kiss the bride in heaven. Old Man Balcha picks up the shell and puts it back on the memorial and Arsik feels like he was used by Leg's grudge. Keel says that because of Arsik, Leg and Daria were able to reunite and vows that she and Arsik will find their happiness together. Fuser is glad that we're able to help and we go back to Lane Village for the wedding. At Lane Village, both Arsik and Keel are happy that we were able to help them and finally have their wedding, and we go out to find some new shells. Balcha says that we're still the Shellner until their wedding is completed. And the wedding takes place at the waterfall, and Arsik and Keel make their vows. I now pronounce you both husband and wife, and now you can kiss the bride. And then Keel sings a song to conclude the wedding. The wide sea you and I met, the small shells you gave me around shining beautifully in the sunlight. From now on the two will be forever. Even with that hand forever, let's walk with happiness. Yay! Mayor Satori is happy, so we write a book of adventure and he advises us to see Old Man Balcha before we leave on our journey to find our parents. Balcha says he's happy that Arsik and Keel are now married and tells us how he picked us up when we were young and raised us in the orphanage. He takes out the mirror of Ra and we see our original reflection in it. He says we're actually a human and not a Wedi, and he also says he's heard of people who have been transported from their spirits to other bodies, but has no idea how it's happening. Balcha says the light from earlier is the light that emits when the hero awakens, and that we should go to that location by visiting the 5 continents, as he gives us a train pass. Also, Balcha says that we need to get the key emblems as proof of our power that will guide us to the light, and says that we should find a large castle and our parents may have been researchers. So he tells us to go to the town of Gillette, and before we leave Lane Village, Rebecca is said that we're leaving, and we tell Arsik that we're gonna find our parents. And Keel is pretty sure that we'll head back to the village and that we should stop by her parents' house in Gillette. The 3 of them say goodbye and Fuser arrives saying that he's also planning to leave the village. He says he'll find his own path by himself and hopes he'll see us again, thus ending the Wedi story. So the Pukulipo/Poppet story begins with a man driving a wagon in the Puklet region saying someone or something wasn't so lucky. Our spirit passes by as the man looks at the coffin behind him and he offers to take us back to our hometown. Then our spirit goes inside the coffin and then we burst out, "I'm alive! I'm alive! I'm a zombie puppet!" And the man totally freaks out as we come back to life. I can't really blame him. So we're in Puklet Village and the man says that we were definitely dead. Our friend Hapal says to Mr. Tiltskin, the wagon driver, that we're definitely alive. Mr. Tiltskin says he found us dead without a heartbeat, so it's impossible for us to be alive. The rest of the puppets laugh and say that we're the best actor in the village, just waiting on my Oscar nomination. Mr. Tiltskin thinks that our corpse has another soul and takes off, not wanting to ruin the Pukulipo's work of art. So we go to our friend Palipo's house and he says now that we pulled off this silly stunt, we can go to a city and more funny things will happen. And Palipo says we won the Grand Prix performance 3 times and we are the funniest guy in the village of Puklet. Hey, my fake death was great, right? I mean, me just hopping out of that coffin. And Palipo says it's best we try to find a Rura stone to travel the world to show off our act. Since we don't have any materials, we need to see the mayor, and before we take off, another Pukulipo named Pudding comes in and tells us not to leave because we made a promise to him not to leave. So Pudding cries up a storm and Palipo tells us to go to the mayor's house to talk to him about the Rura stone. We talk to Mayor Pukali, who's kind of a groovy character, and we tell him about the Rura stone. So Mayor Pukali is mad that we lost the Rura stone and says he's gonna find a potato and has no clue where to find another Rura stone. However, he suggests we go to Sage Eidos since he may know where to get one, and Sage Eidos is a wise man who apparently knows everything that's going on in the world. So we visit Sage Eidos in his cave and he seals off an evil force from coming out of the ground. After he notices us, Sage Eidos is mad that we snuck into his place like a mouse and says behind the seal in his cave there is a great disaster coming. And then Eidos notices that we're actually in a reincarnated body and has a change of heart. He tells us that we need to overcome great challenges to get the Rura stone back and says that the foe who has it will be attracted to his magic, and says we need to talk to Pudding again because he'll be the key to solving all the mysteries. So we talk to Pudding and tell him about Sage Eidos. Pudding says that he remembers that we fought a monster in the Valley of Injury that also killed his parents, which also caused them great sadness. We see a flashback of someone telling Pudding that the champion of the village is supposed to make everyone smile and that we're the champion who tried to avenge Pudding's mother and father, and Pudding says that we may have lost the Rura stone in the Valley of Injuries, and Pudding thinks he's disliked in the village, but Palipo comes in with a cake and throws it on the ground saying that Pudding is too much of a crybaby and wants to cheer him up. You didn't really have to throw the cake. So Pudding apologizes and thanks us both as we head off to the Valley of Injury to avenge Pudding's parents as the village champion to get the Rura stone. So we go to the Valley of Injury and fight a big bad snake and his minions. So after defeating them, the big bad snake comes out and we get a flashback of how we tried to fight the big snake before, which resulted in our death. Mr. Tiltskin comes into the Valley of Injuries under the request of Sage Eidos and finds our dead body along with a notepad called The Secret Story of Palipo, which Mr. Tiltskin tosses away. He finds a Rura stone and says he wants to make a name for himself in the city of Orfair, and then he takes us back to our hometown. Then the light from the center of the world appears just like in the other scenarios, and it sends the snake back into its hole. We meet up with Sage Eidos with Mr. Tiltskin, and Eidos says that he gave the wagon a spell to repel the monsters. Sage Eidos gives us back the Rurison, and we begin talking about the white light that appeared, which Eidos says that the hero has awakened in Lindasia. Eidos says that we escaped death and our destiny is to go to that light. He also says he knows we have a different soul inside of us and summons the Mirror of Ra to show us our human form. Sage Eidos says there have been reports of souls of humans who died and have entered the souls of other dead people. Eidos says he's going on a journey to find out about the hero and that Mr. Tiltskin should give us a rail pass even though he stole money from our dead body. Over my dead body! Wait. And Sage Eidos creates a duplicate of himself just in case anyone needs him. Shadow Clone Jutsu! So Sage Eidos says that our destiny will guide us on finding why we came back to life, and that we should visit the 5 continents. Mr. Tiltskin says he's going to start a new business in the town of Orfair and offers to bring Pudding back to Puklet. And Pudding says that we'll be going to Lindasia to be the best actor ever. 5 motion picture deal, baby. Back at Puklet, Mayor Puklet does a dance and sings about our feats and Rura stones. Pudding knows now that we're not the same person who was revived, but still believes in us as we helped him out. Regardless, Mayor Puklet still refers to us as the champion of the village who makes everybody smile and we write an adventure book. Mayor Puklet says that we should get the key emblems from all parts of the world, and Pudding says he'll be at Orfair. And as we take off, Polipo and Pudding meet us at the front of Puklet village, and Polipo says that comedy isn't for him anymore and will try to master the art of crying just like Pudding does. Oh, you can easily master that by playing any mainline Dragon Quest game with all the emotional parts. And Polipo says that both our acting and his crying will rock the theaters of Lindasia, and Pudding says he wants to be someone who brings smiles to everyone's faces just like us. Polipo is having second thoughts about doing crying training and we all depart, thus ending the Pukalipo/Poppet beginning story. So the elf story begins in the village of Tuskull, with Priestess Hemia telling her servant Noma to calm down a little. And Noma says that we are a young genius who's going to revive a long-awaited ancient spell that nobody has been able to do. And Priestess Hemia summons a leaf to see our fortune, and it burns. Foreshadowing? So we're studying the spell, and if we succeed, the entire continent of Altona won't be destroyed. However, some sweat falls from our face and gets onto the spell paper, and a dark essence comes out. So we try to Naruto hand seal it away, but the dark force invades our body and kills us. That jutsu didn't work! So a little elf girl named Fira bursts into the room and asks us about studying, and comes upon our dead body. She tries to find a heartbeat and freaks out when she finds out that we're actually dead. Then our human spirit comes in and goes into our elf body, and we come back from the dead, freaking Fira out again. Woo! Scared you, didn't I? So an elf named Asanagi comes in and complains that Fira is being noisy, and she says she saw us die and come back to life. And Fira says it's like another soul entered our body, as she comedically tries to imitate our death and resurrection. I'm alive, ooh, zombie. So Asanagi says it's time for us to gather leaves, and Fira says to her doll Keki-chan that we're much kinder than Asanagi. However, Asanagi says that he vows to beat us in our graduation exam, and after that Fira leaves. So Kyusuke, an elf with a goatee, talks to an elf named Maz about her third time trying to pass the graduation exam. He offers a special magic medicine that will allow her to memorize everything from the dictionary for 10,000 gold, but gives her a discount at 4,000 gold. We arrive, and Kyusuke says that we're the child prodigy who's a fountain of intelligence and we don't need his help at all, so Kyusuke takes his leave. Before the exam, we're talking to another elf who wishes us luck, and Fira arrives saying that she can't remember anything that she studied at all. Our teacher named Izuyanoi arrives and says that the day has finally come, and that the exam will be between us and Asanagi. We all go to the Shrine of Wisdom, and Asanagi gives a perfect answer to Toyohoro, the mediator. Asanagi gives us a smug look when he leaves, and Fira leaves as Toyohoro asks us to come up. And our question is, if elves are destined to live in the world and perish together. Our next question is if 2 suns were rising in the sky. And our last question is if the river of light is holy and evil, and if we think it's holy. If we answer yes to all the questions, Toyohoro is happy and we pass the exam and we should have a drink. We go back to the village of Tuskull and tell teacher Izuyanoi that we passed the trial of knowledge. And back at Tuskull village, Asanagi talks to us about the answers we told Toyohoro and says those weren't our usual answers and we should have taken things more seriously. Hey man, I was just totally winging it. And after that we talk to a little elf girl named Akashi, and she hopes that we get good results from the exam. And Fira arrives and says that she was unable to answer anything from the exam and asks if we'll still be friends even if she doesn't pass the exam, and we assure her that we will. So Asanagi arrives and says that the results of the exam will be announced, and we all go outside. So Izu Yanoe gathers us all up and announces that we, Asanagi and Kyusuke have passed the test. And both Asanagi and us get Rura stones for passing, and we're told to go to Priestess Himea's mansion. So Kyusuke happily runs off and Fira is disappointed, and we're also told to go to the World Tree after meeting with Priestess Himea. At Lady Himea's mansion we meet up with her servant Azayumi, and Kyusuke is also in the mansion, and Kyusuke says he's only taking the exam to hang out with Yuchirin and confesses his love for her. She's happy and Kyusuke takes off for the World Tree. We go into Priestess Himea's room and are greeted by Nomu and says that they've always had their eyes on us, and Priestess Himea compliments our wisdom and still doesn't know our role in the world. She says that if we overcome the test of power, then we can go travel the world to find our purpose. After this we go into the Miso room and talk to Yuchirin, and she says that we're going to the Hill of the World Tree, which all the Shrine Maidens have protected for generations. Yuchirin cleanses us, and now that we're ready to take the test of power. So we arrive at the World Tree to take the test of power and battle the Guardian of the World Tree to show our power and become a full-fledged elf. After defeating the Guardian, he heals us and we pass the test of power. So the Guardian explains that this is the third World Tree and that evil beings have tried to get rid of it in the past for years, and the Shrine Maidens of Tuscul have always stood up to defend the tree, and now that we can go back to Priestess Himea and finally receive our proof of graduation. Kyusuke and Asanagi are asked if they want to take the test, but Kyusuke says that Asanagi can go first. Kyusuke is told that he should take the test of power because he does have a person he wants to protect. Asanagi steps forward and says he'll have a better victory than us, but gets knocked down easily, and however, a dark presence is coming out of the World Tree and the Guardian says that we need to get away or else we're gonna die. And Code, the mediator, dies upon touching it, and we all make a break. The light from the center of the world shines like in the previous scenarios, and the light is able to repel the dark presence, but the entire World Tree is destroyed. The Guardian uses his power to restore the tree, but at the cost of his own life. And after this we go back to Tuscul. So we go back to Priestess Himea, and Asanagi and Kyusuke are there too. We all sit down and talk, and Priestess Himea says that she's heard the bad news and that the light that saved us was from Lendeja, indicating that the hero has awakened. She says that we face the danger without fear and our courage will be needed for the road ahead. Priestess Himea grants us permission to leave the village as we pursue our destiny and tells Asanagi to inherit our will as we begin a book of adventure which will grant us an audience with the kings of the world. And Kyusuke is happy that he'll work on being a good man for Yuchirin, and Asanagi says he'll also travel the world. And Priestess Himea brings up a scroll that shows our true appearance and knows that we're not the original elf who is researching the spell. She tells us to travel the world to get the key emblems, and Nomu gives us a rail pass. And Priestess Himea wishes us luck, and we're told to travel to the Wind City of Aslan. On our way out of Tuscul Village, the ghost of the World Tree's guardian waves goodbye to us, thus ending the beginning elf story. So the dwarf story begins in the town of Agrani, where a sudden earthquake rocks the Acronia mine. Oh no, run! And Charco, a soldier dwarf, tells Master Hosey that we were inside the mine when it collapsed, and everyone in town gathers around our dead body, and one of the miners says that a strange purple mist was starting to come out of the rocks in the mine. One of the rocks fell off and crushed us, causing our death. So Priestess Malari arrives and is ready to guide our soul into the next world until our human soul arrives, and the dwarves say that even Father Holta, the previous priest, can't help us now. The other miners aren't happy because they can be next and decide to quit, but then our human soul inhabits the new dwarf body and we come back to life. So everyone is relieved that we're alive, but Master Hosey says it's like another soul came into our body. So Priestess Malari is relieved and tells Master Hosey that Lunana wants to talk to him. Hosey thinks Lunana is annoying, but she is the daughter of Father Holta. Just like Mr. Satan from Dragon Ball, Hosey pretends that he's feeling sick and tries to get out of it, so he tries to get us to talk to Lunana. Wait, who, me? I just inhabited this body and I have to talk to Lunana? And Hosey asks us a favor to have Lunana never bother him again, and then we go off to see her. In the church, we see Lunana, a human girl with glasses and a cape. Okay, she's really cute, but I won't let that pretty face fool me. So Lunana is surprised that Master Hosey isn't visiting her and is kind of angry at us. She says she really doesn't want to talk with us, but she gives us an order to be her servant. Whoa, I just came back to life and I have to be your servant now? And Lunana says that she's going to be a bigger hero than her father and that we can make a name for ourselves as her servant. Oh boy. So she says that no good gems have come out of the Acronia mine for years, and she knows where to get the good gems. She also says that the lower part of town are too submissive to their masters and won't dig in the special spot. So Lunana says we need to visit Sage Brogan in the mine and try to persuade him to dig for us. If we succeed, we can get Lunana's Rura stone, so we go off to the mine to meet up with Sage Brogan. Inside the mine, a staff comes talking to us and says that Sage Brogan is here. And Charco says that there was a collapse in the mine, and suddenly a dark mist comes out of the rocks as Sage Brogan seals it off. And Sage Brogan's staff says that the mist that just came out can kill anybody in an instant. We talk about Lunana to Sage Brogan, and his staff says that the place where the Acronia mine is located is the Land of Commandments, and there was an incident a long time ago where greedy dwarves fought each other for precious jewels. So the people of Agrani tried to calm them all down and told everyone not to mine in the Land of Commandments. The staff says that Sage Brogan will try to talk to Lunana about digging in that spot. So apparently the staff is an interpreter for Sage Brogan, as he can barely speak. We go back to the church and Lunana slams the door in our face as we try to come in. Ow! Lunana is pretty angry that Sage Brogan told her not to dig, thus not giving us her Rura stone, and we're not her servant anymore. Whew, I'm out of here. However, Sage Brogan's staff says that we should still go to the Land of Commandments, and he gives us a Rura stone. After this, we go to Master Hosey's house. At Master Hosey's house, he's talking to Sage Brogan and says Lunana has a lot of nerve giving attitude to the great Sage Brogan. Hey, Sage Brogan's covered wars, you know. And Sage Brogan's staff says how different Lunana is from her father, and then we go off to the Land of Commandments. We reach the Land of Commandments where two of the guards are knocked out, and one of them gets up and says Lunana took Muche and Bucha, two miners, into the back of the Land of Commandments. We go to the Land of Commandments and see Lunana commanding Muche and Bucha to dig for the precious jewels. Lunana was happy that her fame will be rising up soon and that everyone was buying into a silly superstition about greedy dwarves killing each other for the jewels years ago. Sage Brogan's staff shouts at Lunana that her father wasn't the type of person who gave in to greed, but Lunana says that she's nothing like her father. And she says that the town shouldn't submit to the superstitions and that she'll make everyone acknowledge her. Because one day, Lunana will be Hokage. Hosey tries to convince Muche and Bucha to stop digging, but they both want the jewels for themselves too. Hosey says that this is the place where the great god Yamagami is calming the souls of the greedy, and Hosey has sworn to Yamagami that they will not repeat the history of greed and fighting. Suddenly, a huge dark mist comes out and a huge miasma monster called Mammon appears and knocks out Lunana and Muche and Bucha. Mammon says he will never let anyone get the jewels and begins sucking out the power of everyone in the mine. Sage Brogan urges us to defeat Mammon, and after we defeat it, Hosey says that he can move his body again. Mammon tries to gather more power, and Sage Brogan actually talks to us himself and uses his staff to fend him off. Sage Brogan is hit by Mammon and is knocked out to the ground. Suddenly, the light from Lendeja appears and destroys Mammon, and Lunana angrily storms off, and Muche and Bucha go with her. A mysterious voice begins to speak and says it wasn't able to seal Mammon or save the mine, and the light that appears indicates that the hero has awakened and it helped regain the voice's power. And the voice says that it hopes the mountain god Ipchar will watch over everyone who mines once again, and the voice parts saying that the dwarves should not forget their dreams. Hosey thanks us for saving him and then leaves. Then Sage Brogan says that we need to talk to him at his house, and when we talk to him he knows that we're not a dwarf, but we were originally a human. And Hosey is shocked and brings out the Mirror of Ra, showing us our original self. Sage Brogan figured it out because everyone else in the mine was robbed of their power, but we were able to fight it because our soul is human and not a dwarf. Hosey also tries to ask Brogan more questions, but Brogan and his staff fall asleep. So Hosey gives us a rail pass so we can travel the world. And Hosey says that our original dwarf body was a good guy who didn't complain about mining and wanted to find treasure all over the world. So Sage Brogan's staff wakes up and says we have a mission to fulfill and makes a book of adventure for us. And then we're told to visit the 5 continents and get the key emblems by first visiting the town of Gatara in the northwest. And then the staff says they're also leaving on a journey to find the cause of the hero's awakening, thus ending the dwarf beginning story. So because I started off with an ogre, we start off the ogre story in the village of Langau, where we see this ogre woman named Miley carrying the body of a dead ogre warrior, and as the town is mourning this dead ogre warrior, your spirit inhabits his body and you're brought back to life and everybody's happy, yay! So technically I've kind of died twice in Dragon Quest X already, and I've only been playing the game for less than an hour. And every single race does have a different beginning story, but we're going to cover the ogre one here. So after recovering, you talk to Miley's father, Chief Cliff Glenn, who looks like Ogre Burt Reynolds. And he's telling us that he dropped one of his Rura stones in a nearby cave, and Rura stones are actually translated as Zoom stones in Dragon Quest XI-S. unlike other Dragon Quest games, you don't exactly get the zoom spell for convenience to visit places you've already been to. You actually have to get these things called Rura stones, Rura being the word for zoom in Japanese. And you can actually set these Rura stones to the beginning of dungeons and churches and towns at the beginning of towns. And I do admit it is a bit inconvenient in comparison to the zoom spell, but you'll get used to it pretty quickly. Like, I usually set one zoom stone at the town I'm in, and then in front of the next dungeon I'm going to go to. And sadly, all the way through version 1, which is Rise of the Five Tribes Online, you get a very, very small amount of Rura stones until you play version 2, which is the first expansion, where you get the Mega Rura stone, where you get to travel through all the major locations throughout the game. So once we reach the cave, we see a little ogre girl named Genya, who actually meets us there, and then she's spying on one of our ogre pals, Zingoff, who is actually unsealing a demon. Oh my god, dude, we gotta go back to town now and tell Ogre Burt Reynolds. So we tell Chief Cliffland the news, and we're accompanied by another ogre named Arnold, who looks a lot like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Yeah, I'm Arnold Schwarzenegger of the ogres. And then Zingoff appears back in the village, now possessed by the evil demon Zongalon, and he actually reveals he had a grudge against Arnold for throwing a fight which cost Zingoff his honor. And Zingoff is saying that Arnold has no honor and kidnaps Miley in retaliation. So we chase Zingoff back into the cave and defeat him, and then he's freed of the evil spirit Zongalon, and Zongalon gets sealed away by a mysterious light. And now Zingoff is back to normal, and he apologizes for his actions. And so back in the village, we do look in the mirror of Ra and see our old human self in the reflection. And Ogre Burt Reynolds, aka Chief Cliffland, tells us that it's time for us to travel the world of Astoltia in order to investigate this mysterious light. And also, Zingoff and Arnold are buddy-buddy again, and they go off the train. Alright guys, so that finally ends all of the beginning race stories for Dragon Quest X, and aside from all of the different beginning stories, each of the 5 races does have the same quest, which expands all the way into the expansions. Alright guys, so that ends this episode of awesome video game memories about the Dragon Quest X beginning race stories. Take care. Welcome to Awesome Video Game Memories, where we talk about awesome memories about video games. I'm Ryan, and the game we're going to talk about today is Dragon Quest X, the King of Calamity Saga. I went over the King of Calamity Saga pretty briefly in my version 1 review, but now I'm here to tell you the entire story because it is one of the best side stories in the game. You first encounter the King of Calamity during the Kami Harumi Major Key Emblem quest on the Elf Continent, where you go to Gakipuchi Village to get a leaf of the Dark Tree for King Nikoroi. Man, remember how brave I was when I went over that part? I mean, I was like a real hero, guys. So on our way to the Dark Forest to get the leaf of the Dark Tree, we go to Gakipuchi Village, and then we see, oh my god, it's under attack by Astor! Okay, I might have been a little melodramatic, but you know. Anyways, like most people, I was thinking this was actually Estark from Dragon Quest IV, but much meaner looking. But once you start doing the myth quest in order to fight him, you finally get an understanding of his origin story. He is referred to Sayaku no O, which means the King of Calamity / Disaster, etc. And we're going to be going over his entire saga in this video. And just like we do here on Awesome Video Game Memories, there will be spoilers, so stick around. In order to access the myth quest, you need to get through the initial cutscene at Gakipuchi Village and then talk to Cosette near the ravine in order to start them. However, you can't finish the entire myth quest storyline until you get all 10 of the minor and major key emblems from version 1. So after Sage Rhodia and her group fend off the King of Calamity and send him back down to the underworld, she says that she'll be waiting for the one who has the will to fight and who will get the king's armor from all 5 of the continents. After we take on the first quest, we're told to go to Gobble Desert on the Dwarf Continent and approach a palace which we are told by Sage Rhodia is the Land of Trials and the Throne of Champions. It's protected by a tornado that never stops, and the only way to enter is with the king's armor, which is handed down to all of the rulers of the 5 continents throughout the generations. Once we get all of the king's armor, Sage Rhodia will do the final ritual for us to face the King of Calamity. So we travel to the Ogre Continent first to get the first part of the armor, which is the helmet. Then we go to the Pukulipo / Poppet Continent to talk to Prince Raguis, and he says we must talk to King Epot, who saved Megistris a long time ago. So Prince Raguis talks to the statue of King Epot, and it begins to glow and tells us to show the qualities that Prince Raguis has as a king. Raguis says that a king is the one who protects the happiness of the people who live there, and who devotes himself to the development of a country even at his own expense. King Epot says there is something required to get into the tower where the king's armor piece is, and that thing is the king's life! But King Epot says that someone next to Prince Raguis deserves to be the king. Oh wait, who, me? Oh no, I don't want to die, I want to fight the King of Calamity. So King Epot is insistent that Prince Ragos die so we can get the king's armor piece, but he refuses, saying that his life is the one his mother and father gave him and that he will protect the country with his own life. And King Epot is actually impressed with Ragos' bravery and praises him as a good king and lets us get into the tower to get part of the king's armor. After we traverse through the tower and beat the boss, a voice says that we are the true king of this world and gives us the king's trowel. And the voice says that the tower will close again before more wickedness arrives. And on our quest to get the king's armor from the wetty/wetling continent, our old pal Cat Ribeiro meets us on the dock. Planning to take over the Cat Kingdom again? Captain Cat Pants? So we tell Cat Ribeiro that we're looking for the descendants of the cat heroes Cat Barbad and Cat Rude, and Cat Ribeiro says that he's the descendant of Cat Barbad. Oh great, now we need your help to get the king's armor, bro. And Cat Ribeiro says that he who sees a shining cloak draws the blood of a hero, and two people rest their hands and match their powers. They pray together in the fall of the eternal underground labyrinth and the road will be open. And he also says that the descendant of the other cat is probably Wetty Swordsman Fuser! I see now! It's the destiny of the descendants to fight, just like Naruto and Sasuke! Cat Ribeiro plans to get his revenge on Fuser for spoiling his plan, but decides to help us out anyways after telling us an old story about battling an old rival. We meet up with Cat Ribeiro inside the Eternal Underground Labyrinth, and we both fail to open up the path to the king's armor. Sadly, Cat Ribeiro says we should probably give up since we may not really be destined to be the king of the world who wears the armor. However, Fuser mysteriously appears and is wondering why Cat Ribeiro says he killed him. Cat Ribeiro says he was just messing around, and Fuser says that he'll help us get the king's armor. Cat Ribeiro and Fuser use their swords to open the way to the king's armor, as they are both the descendants of Cat Barbad and Cat Rude, and a portal opens. Fuser and Cat Ribeiro leave as we go down to deal with the guardian of the labyrinth. Oh thanks guys, some descendants you are. Once we defeat the boss, we get the king's cloak. On the elf continent, we go back to the abandoned castle and search for the next king's armor piece, and we encounter an elf named Bashu who tells us to check the throne on the way to the king's armor piece. And after defeating the guardian, we get the king's boots. Our last piece of armor is in the Urbea ruins, where we hear a voice from the 7th Urbea Emperor, Borang Munis. Man, if this game ever gets localized, we better shorten that name. How about Emperor Brian? Emperor Borang Munis says that he's always kept the king's armor safe with the hammer of the 3 warriors and gives it to us. He says that many dwarves lost their lives fighting against the Calamity, but their corpses led the way to the king's road. Emperor Borang Munis tells us his role is over and for us to get the king's armor piece. We talk to King Arad and tell him we got the hammer of the 3 warriors, and he says that when he was growing up, he heard a story of when disaster struck the world, a person would appear and find the shield of the 3 warriors. Since we got the hammer, King Arad now gives us the shield, and now that we have the 3 sacred treasures, it's time to go down to the temple of the 3 fighters. We go to the temple and all the weapons and shield of the 3 warriors begin to shake and crumble apart as soon as they open the temple. Once we defeat the guardian of the temple, we finally get the king's shield. So once we go to the throne of champions with all the king's armor, the whirlwind disappears and we can finally enter. Inside we need to defeat all 10 of the major key emblem bosses once again, and once we do that, the statue inside tells us that it once descended from the heavens and challenged the disasters with the holy dragon Grenal, who seek the qualification of a champion to fight the Calamity, who has appeared in the present world. And we're told that the brave warriors who once fought against the Calamity will join us in our battle. So we finally reunite with Sage Rhodia, who calls us the King of Time and tells us to view the light as it will show us the tale of Grenal, who will tell us of the past. Rhodia tries to activate the light, but it doesn't work, and says that we need to find the dragon's fire, and we can find it from a fire lizard in the Mountain of Flames in Karsador volcano on the dwarf continent. Once we get back the dragon's fire, we give it to Sage Rhodia, and after she gives us the light of the fire, it wakes up and begins to talk to us as Holy Dragon Grenal. Grenal realizes that the time of Calamity has come back and asks if we're the King of Time. And Holy Dragon Grenal says that he remembers that he flew with a champion in the sky and would also like to guide us to where the King of Calamity sleeps, but can no longer fly with his body. With the King of Calamity growing more powerful as he sleeps, Grenal says that he will give us a new power. Grenal summons a key and gives it to Sage Rhodia, saying that the key will respond to those chosen as the champion, calling it the Key to the King. With the key, 8 people can team up and challenge the King of Calamity since it is a raid battle. Even if we can't win alone, we can get the help of 8 other people. Grenal wishes us luck and awaits the next generation, and Rhodia awaits us in the ruins of Gakapuchi village and gives us time to prepare. As soon as we enter the portal to the underworld, Sage Rhodia warns us that the land is covered in darkness due to the magic power of the King of Calamity. Now, the underworld is a timed dungeon, but you should have more than enough time to complete it in full. Once we traverse through the underworld, we We finally face off against the King of Calamity, but he seems to be in a state of drowsiness. Hey guys, I think we should tickle his feet. And Sage Rhodia says that we only have 30 minutes to defeat him and we engage in battle. And this is where he pretty much kicked my ass multiple times until I started version 2 and got to level 86 because I couldn't exactly beat him at level 75. So after we beat the King of Calamity, Sage Rhodia appears and congratulates us. Finally, it's over! Or is it? So Rhodia says she'll tell all of the rulers of the world that the King of Calamity has been defeated and that we should be called the true king. I don't know, something feels kind of off. Rhodia realizes that things aren't over and goes into despair. I could have seen that coming a mile away! So Rhodia tells us to meet up with her and Cosette at Gakapuchi Village later because it obviously ain't over yet. So we meet up with Sage Satera, the blue-haired one, and she claims she was once in prison in this area. What? However, a big dark Gigantes approaches us and Satera begins to have flashbacks and says defeating the Gigantes may be the key to unlocking her memories. After we defeat it, a light from its corpse goes into Sage Satera and she says that monster was the one who embodied her past guilt. She says she heard a child's voice here once and we get a flashback of Satera's past. We're at a church in Lendor and a boy named Teddy is crying with Satera being a priestess. Teddy tells her of a storm that happened while sailing with his father and is wondering if his father will ever return. Oh no. I can see where this is going. And Satera tells Teddy that while she was praying, she heard the voices of the stars watching over Teddy's dad ship from the sky and they said that his dad will be coming back safely soon. And Satera confesses that she'd like to cheer Teddy up, and after Teddy's father actually did come back, she began making up false truths to encourage the children. Adults even began to say she was some kind of prophet, but however, something terrible happened. So Teddy brings a soldier who wants to see if Satera can really see the future and if his king should advance or bring back his troops in a war. Satera is hesitant but gives in after some convincing from Teddy. She tries to give a prophecy and tells him to advance the soldiers and the soldier thanks her and walks off. And you guessed it, Satera's prophecy was the cause of all the soldiers losing their lives because the enemy set up a trap for them and they were all killed. Worst cliffhanger ever! As a punishment, Satera was trapped in this cave for making false prophecies and she is pondering her actions. And as she is pondering her actions, a young boy appears behind her crying saying that he needs to go home but can't because he was kicked out. The boy asks Satera if she wants to go home with him and she thinks he may be God's messenger. And she confesses that she told false prophecies and if she really had the power of true prophecy, all of the soldiers from that battle that she prophesies about wouldn't have died. And the young boy begins to glow and says for Satera to close her eyes. And she opens her eyes and can hear a song which may be a star singing and asks why the boy is here on Earth. And before we can see who he is, we go back to the present. Oh, come on, Satera, it was getting good! And Satera was given a power to save the people of the world so she can repent for her sins, and when the King of Calamity is finally defeated, she will reach out to those who are lost now with the power of real prophecy. With those memories from Satera, we could break the illusion of the King of Calamity. Okay, that's great and all, Satera, but who's the kid? Our next goal is to meet up with Sage Marin, the purple-haired one, and after we defeat a boss and we see a shield on the ground, Marin picks up the shield and recognizes it as a soldier who served King Golek, the owner of Entertainment Island Lackland, and said that she had the same shield. We get a flashback that Marin was actually a soldier from King Golek of Lackland and was engaged to her fiance Randy and was looking forward to living with him. But when they were on a mission in Molinara Forest, they were attacked by Demon Shisha. Randy is on the ground apparently dead and Marin is crying that they were going to stay together forever. She takes out her sword and is about to join him in the afterlife until the crying boy from Satera's flashback is there. Oh, please tell us who he is! I'm dying to know! He gives Marin the same story of how he can't go home and if she wants to come home with him, and he will give her anything. Unfortunately, Marin says it's too late to bring back Randy and the boy uses his powers to bring him back to life. Dude, this kid is awesome. So if I can come home with you, will I get free popcorn? So with Randy back to life, the kid is about to reveal who he is and we go back to the present. Aw man, foiled again for the second time. Marin says that the shield belongs to Randy and she has a mission to protect the world and will be back with Randy together again as a soldier. Our next goal is to meet up with Sage Marue, who has also lost her memories and who is the white-haired one. So after we defeat a demon, Sage Marue arrives and says that a starry pendant should have resonated with something in the area. Marue picks up what looks like a broken pendant and it seems similar to hers and we get another flashback. So before she became a sage, Marue felt like she was a bird in a cage without freedom. So she had a serious illness and spent most of her days on medical treatment. Her pendant was made by her father, which enabled her to talk with her no matter how far away they were. Her uncle Shadel also had a pendant to communicate with them and would tell her tales of his adventures to cheer her up. However, Marue gets the bad news that her uncle Shadel hasn't come back from his adventures for the past few days and probably went to a dangerous place. Even though Marue was optimistic that Shadel would contact her again, he never did. Marue gets the bad news that Shadel's body was found in the back of the cave already deceased, and Marue breaks down saying that they were going to go on an adventure together when her illness was cured. Oh my god, I'm so sad. Marue and Uncle Shadel were about to go on an adventure together. But however, the crying boy comes back. Okay, I know how this is gonna go. He's gonna say, oh, will you come back with me? And then I'm gonna make everything better, and we're still not gonna know who he is. So after the boy gives his usual thing, Marue says that she wants the impossible, which is being able to walk because of her illness, and of course the boy comes over and heals Marue's illness so she can walk again. So Marue agrees to come home with him, and as you know by now, this means she will be fighting the King of Calamity as a sage, and we cut back to the present before he reveals himself. Who'da thunk it? So Marue says that her uncle Shadel was most likely killed in the same cave, and we gave Marue a chance to regain her memory, and now our final task is to talk to Cosette and Rhodia. After defeating some enemies, we finally meet up with Sage Rhodia and why she woke up as a sage. And she was in the same place and we get her flashback. So Rhodia and Cosette are running away from these enemies and they're sad that their hometown was destroyed. One of the enemies says that he'll end things quickly for them, but both Rhodia and Cosette end up in a cave with Cosette dead. Rhodia is on the verge of dying and you know who shows up. Yes, we all know what he's gonna say. Rhodia thinks about her wish but feels that it isn't right to bring back Cosette. However, the enemies find them again and plan to finish the job, and the young boy gets in front of them and says that everything is gonna be okay, and in a flash of light, all of the enemies are gone and Cosette comes back to life. So now we can find out who this boy really is. Come on! So we're about to find out, and then we go back to the present. Wait, I know who this kid is. Well, he's Kid Bruce Wayne, so he has to be Batman! Well, we still don't know who this kid is, but now Rhodia says it's time to settle things with the real King of Calamity. So we go back to the underworld and have our second battle with the King of Calamity, but this time Rhodia knows this isn't the real one. We still have to defeat the Shadow version before we can fight the real one. So we defeat the Shadow again, and Rhodia says we may be able to find the real one in the back of the palace. All of the sages arrive and summon the boy to us. Oh my god, now we can find out who he really is! So Rhodia says that the King of Calamity was once a king who had a good heart and tried to build peace in the world. Regardless of his good heart, he was taken by the source of darkness and turned into a monster who wanted to destroy everything. So this boy is the spirit of the king before he became the King of Calamity. The boy was the King of Calamity! Plot twist times 1,000 plus Calamity! So the king's spirit took the form of a boy after it was exiled from his monster body and was sent to stop the power of darkness by turning all the women here into sages or princesses of the world. Well, we still don't have a name for the king, so we're gonna call the boy the True King. So the boy thanks us for bringing him here and says that everyone should live in a world where their wishes will come true. He also says that the king had 6 reasons to be led by the princesses of the world in order to gather at the underworld, and with all of us gathered here we can try to turn the king back to normal. However, 2 of the princesses were killed and we may not be able to turn the king back. So the True King says it may not be possible to defeat the real King of Calamity, but we have to try. The True King removes the illusion and we see what the true underworld is like. We see a door that leads to the true King of Calamity with Rhodia calling us the King of Time, and we enter to finally defeat the King of Calamity once and for all. We enter the door and fight one of the King of Calamity's guardians, and after defeating it, the true King of Calamity appears and kills the guardian, and we fight him in his true injured form. Even though we defeat the true King of Calamity, Rhodia and the rest of the princesses of the world appear and say since we can't truly defeat or turn the King of Calamity back to normal, they will seal him deep into the ground so he can never move again. So the true King gives Rhodia the power of the White Star Sword in order to seal the King of Calamity, which will truly save Astoltia. Rhodia says that the true King gave them hope in the depths of despair and their final wish is to protect all of Astoltia. Rhodia has no regrets, Cetera wants to make amends for her false prophecies, Marue is glad that her memories were restored, and Marin wants to devote herself to the world that she loves. As a reward for defeating the King of Calamity, Rhodia gives us a Rura stone that will take us back to our first race starter town and tells us to never forget our hometown. So Rhodia and the rest of the princesses make it their last mission to finally seal away the King of Calamity. After nearly being attacked, Rhodia tries to remind the King of Calamity that he was once a great hero who fought for world peace, and she and the rest of the princesses seal him away as we see glimpses into their memories. Rhodia brings the sword down as they all sink into the ground, sealing themselves away with the King of Calamity as Rhodia apologizes to Cosette. After the ordeal is over, Cosette wakes up and we're back at Gakapuchi village. Cosette says she can't find Rhodia and sees shooting stars, saying that she can hear their voices and Astoltia is now saved. However, things aren't over yet when we talk to Cosette again, and she says that her sister Rhodia prompts to come back and meet her at the beach. We wait a while, but sadly Rhodia never comes. 3 guards come up to us and say that they're from a certain kingdom, and when Cosette tells them her name, they kneel saying that they're awaiting her return as she is the princess to their kingdom. What? Plot twist! So Cosette is surprised and the guards say that she was way too young when their kingdom was destroyed and she is the future queen of the kingdom of Exaria. In the distance we see the ruins of Exaria, but the guards say that it will be rebuilt and they are awaiting the princess who will succeed the deceased king. Cosette says that Rhodia never mentioned that they were princesses, probably to hide their identities to escape from their enemies. So Cosette says that we told that her sister Rhodia wasn't coming back, and the guards ask if she has any possessions of Rhodia's. She pulls out a box with a ring inside, which the guards say that it's the ring of the Exaria royal family, which is the proof of the successor of the throne, and that Rhodia trusted Cosette to be the successor. Cosette doesn't think that she can be a queen and still wants to look for her sister. The guards obey her orders and still await her return as they leave. We go back to Gakapuchi village with Cosette. We then go to the underworld with Cosette so she can find her sister. I don't think that this is a place for a kid. We go to the area where the King of Calamity was sealed and Cosette calls out for her sister, but nothing happens. So Cosette leaves the royal ring on the ground and hopes that Rhodia will come back to wear it one day. As Cosette walks away, the ring shines and we end up in another dimension, and Cosette hears her sister. She says that she understands and that Rhodia shouldn't worry. And Cosette says that thanks to us she was able to talk to her sister again and that we should go back to the beach. We arrive at the beach again and the guards reappear. Cosette tells them that she spoke with her sister Rhodia and says that she won't come home right away because of her very important role and was asked to do something by Rhodia's request. That request is to rebuild the kingdom of Exaria, and when Rhodia comes home, she has a place to return to and that Cosette will become the queen. And the guards kneel and welcome their new queen. All hail Queen Cosette! And the guards agreed to pick up Cosette when they ensured the safety of the path to the new Exaria kingdom, and Cosette thanks us and is glad that we were able to help her as she stays in Gakapuchi village for a while. So after this we meet up with Teddy on the ogre continent, and Teddy is thinking of doing the bungee cord jump and actually does it. Bazid, the ogre who runs the bungee cord, freaks out a bit and catches Teddy with the cord. Teddy brags that he was able to make the jump but is scolded by Bazid to never jump without the rope. And after this we take Teddy to the Valley of Injuries on the Poppet/Pucalipo continent in order to battle a monster. Good to be brave at his age. So we go to the Valley of Injuries and Teddy thinks he can defeat the monster on his own. Whoa, don't toot your own horn here, Teddy. However, Teddy trips and we fight the bird boss. Leave the fighting to the adults, Teddy. After we defeat the boss, Teddy is glad that we protected him and says that he wants to be brave for Satara because he always believed in her even when everyone in town thought she was lying about her prophecies. He's happy that he was able to make Satara's prophecies come true and gives us a gift, also saying that he's awaiting Satara's return at Lendor. And our next destination is the Wetty/Wetling continent to talk to Marin's fiance Randy and that he's planning their wedding soon. He takes out a ring that he's planning to give to Marin and the priest commences the wedding ceremony regardless of Marin not being there. However, the wedding ring flashes and floats in the air and disappears. Best long distance wedding ever! Randy thanks us for helping him with his wedding ceremony and knows that Marin is watching over him and prays for her safe return. He gives us 3 months of his salary as a gift, but then King Golek from Lackland arrives with flowers and congratulates Randy on his wedding, saying that his love has reached Marin from afar. And King Golek gives Randy a gift and we get a mini medal. And also the special gift that King Golek gave Randy was also another mini medal. And our next goal is to get the pendant from Marue fixed thanks to Samuel from the Dwarf continent, and we can finally hear the last words from her uncle Shadel. And Shadel says that he was mortally injured by a monster and can't move anymore. He also says that if Marue's legs have healed, she should go to the Molina coast west of Verenard, but apologizes for lying to her that her legs would eventually be healed. And he says that she has a wonderful personality and that she should believe in herself, praying that his voice will reach her someday. So Samuel is glad he got to hear the last words from his best friend Shadel, and then we hear the last words of Marui herself through her pendant. She says that a miracle came to her and that she was finally able to walk. Even though she was happy, she felt a great deal of anxiety knowing that she had to complete a task which was stopping the King of Calamity and that she may never come back. So she knew that her uncle Shadel was lying to her about her legs being able to heal, but always had hope that they would go to Molina Coast together and see the lighthouse again. But Samuel is a bit sad that neither of their messages were able to reach each other in the past, and requests that we bring the pendants to the lighthouse on Molina Coast because the feelings of both Shadel and Marui are contained in the pendants. We go to the dock near the lighthouse on Molina Coast with Samuel, and he takes out the pendants and then they suddenly begin to glow. Both pendants rise into the sky and vanish, so Samuel takes it as a sign that Shadel and Marui have finally been reunited and are happy to be on the beach fulfilling the wishes of their pendants, thus finally ending the myth quests. Excuse me, I got something in my eye. So once you finish the myth quest, you can refight the King of Calamity with a book of strong warriors where you can team up with 7 other people for a raid battle to get Q-Side points and exchange them for Fukubiki tickets. So overall, the myth quests were a great and emotional side thing to do in Dragon Quest X, and while we don't know the true fates of Rhodia, Cetera, Marui, and Marin right now, I'd like to assume they would eventually return to Astoltia because man, these quests really gave me the feels and I'm sure they'll give them to you too. And hopefully we'll see their fates in another expansion of the game. Alright guys, so that ends this episode on awesome video game memories about Dragon Quest X, the King of Calamity saga. And remember, it's the King of Calamity, not Estark. Welcome to Awesome Video Game Memories, where we talk about awesome memories about video games. I'm Ryan, and the game we're going to talk about today is Dragon Quest X's Breaking World Side Quest. Breaking World is a special side quest released in the summer of 2020 where you get to fight a familiar foe. And we're going to be talking spoilers here on Awesome Video Game Memories, so just make sure you're aware. In order to access the Breaking World side quest, you need version 5 installed, so I recommend having the all-in-one package, which has every version from 1 through 5. You also need to clear the Fake Landasia side quests that are available after 2.1, which I didn't have time to cover in the version 2 review, so I'll give a quick recap. So the False Mel Sandy side quest involves finally resolving the 100-year grudge between Witch Grazel and Zan Crone. We start off at the underground waterway where we first freed Zan Crone, and he's there confronting Witch Grazel. She summons killer tomatoes, and this scene is called the Nightmare Tomato Party. Zan Crone defeats all the tomatoes, but more come out and Zan Crone gets a vision saying he doesn't have an actual heart, which weakens him. So we assist Zan Crone in roasting these tomatoes. After we defeat the tomatoes, Zan Crone thanks us and asks if Irie is okay. He mentions he was looking for a witch that lived in Mel Sandy and says that his heart was destroyed by that witch. His body is moving without a heart and he feels that he's falling apart. However, he claims his powers for the hope of the villagers and he wants them to believe that he's immortal. Zan Crone then runs off to find this witch. Back at False Mel Sandy Village, a musician named Panino still sings praises of the story of the little hero Zan Crone and says that this isn't the real Mel Sandy because obviously it's in the fake Landasia, but are part of the stories that Panino wrote. He doesn't want Zan Crone's story to have a tragic ending and travels between the fake and real Landasia so his alter ego appears in his work. When the fake Landasia was created, Panino's soul was transferred to his alter ego and was wondering why the story ends with Zan Crone's death. And we say that someone is continuing the story and it's Panino's grandchild Irie, who's causing Zan Crone to move. His form in the real Landasia is 87 years old and he wants to see Irie's story. But suddenly, Mel Sandy gets attacked and the statue of Zan Crone is destroyed. Witch Grazel arrives and taunts all the villagers. Alaska says that Zan Crone will come to save them, but Witch Grazel says she'll erase the heart of the village, which is Zan Crone. And she casts the spell which puts all the villagers under her control, making everyone chant, "Down with Zan Crone! Yes, my hot witch! Down with Zan Crone!" Witch Grazel disappears as we and Panino plan our next move. We go to a nearby cave and see a stone monument with Zan Crone sitting by it. We give Zan Crone a piece of bread as he's realized what's happened to the villagers of Mel Sandy. He tells us the story of a witch who is at the stone monument praying for the spirit of Mel Sandy to protect the village. Zan Crone says he was originally a spirit that was watching over the village of Mel Sandy, and the stone monument was a shrine to him. And the shrines farther from the village were already forgotten, but a young witch always came to offer bread to Zan Crone's shrine. Because of the witch's offerings of bread, Zan Crone materialized into a human form and rescued her from monsters as he became the village hero. One day the witch said she wanted to abandon the village and live with Zan Crone somewhere else, but Zan Crone, being a spirit summoned to Mel Sandy, said he can't do it. Soon the witch disappeared. And then Zan Crone thanks us for the bread and says he wants to chase Witch Grazel. Could she be? So we confront Witch Grazel at the fake haunted house after she's apparently defeated Zancrone before we arrived. She summons a magic circle to stop us and taunts Zancrone, and he offers his life if she doesn't attack the village of Mel Sandy anymore. But she refuses and says, why didn't he save her a long time ago? Plot twist time. Getting my hands ready. Then she brings out a controlled Laska with the sword who's about to kill him. Death to Zancrone! Laska prevents himself from killing Zancrone at the last second, and with tears in his eyes says that hope will never die. Zancrone's chest begins to shine, hearing Laska's voice, giving him the strength to rise up again. That's our man, Zancrone, the hero of Mel Sandy. Mel Sandy's Batman! Zancrone breaks the barrier surrounding us and we engage in a battle with Witch Grazel for the last time. After defeating Witch Grazel, Zancrone confronts her and she talks about how she was Krell, the witch that brought him bread at his shrine. My hands were totally ready. Plot twist! 100 years ago, when Mel Sandy was poor and under the threat of demons, Krell was scorned for being a witch because of her deceased grandmother who used witchcraft, and Krell prayed to the spirits of the village in order to help them out, so she wouldn't be hurt by the villagers. Nobody in the village knew that Zancrone was the spirit of the shrine and praised him as their hero. Then rumors began spreading that Krell was summoning monsters, and Krell pleaded to Zancrone to leave with her. After that, Krell was caught by the villagers and was cursed and fell to the bottom of a deep valley and became a true witch using her rage and dark magic. For over 100 years, Krell, now transformed into Witch Grazel, held a grudge against Zancrone and Mel Sandy. Zancrone says the current villagers have nothing to do with their feud. He says that her actions are unforgivable, but Laska asks if killing her is the right thing to do. Zancrone uses the power of his sword and says that the tragedy of Mel Sandy was born from his sins, but will resolve to save everything. Zancrone puts down his sword and uses his powers to dispel the curse from Witch Grazel. She says if he uses all his powers, he'll cease to exist. Zancrone always regretted that he couldn't save her, but says to keep his memory alive, turning her back into Krell. Zancrone says his final goodbyes to both Krell and Laska, asking Laska to protect the village on his behalf. We'll protect the village of Mel Sandy for you, Zancrone! Zancrone finally vanishes as he thanks us for all our help. Laska approaches Krell and says she'll have to live with her actions rather than die, but he says that he'll protect her too, since that's what Zancrone would have wanted, and they go back to Mel Sandy Village. Such a touching moment, man! Laska's gonna grow up to be a good man and be a hero, just like Batman! We go back to Mel Sandy in the true Landesia and meet up with Irie. She says the ending to the story of Little Hero Zancrone has been completed and offers us to be the first reader. So the new ending is Zancrone took on all of the evil grudges and then finally disappeared. Krell worked for the villagers of Mel Sandy and her sincerity opened the hearts of the villagers. There may be no more heroes in the village of Mel Sandy, but the heart of the heroes was with Mel Sandy forever. It's such a good ending, man. I've been reading it on my Kindle. We give Irie a message from her grandfather Panini, who is Panina's real alter ego, and he's happy that she was able to finish his story. Without us, the story could not be completed. In the epilogue, we see Krell and Laska at peace in the village, and Irie is holding her book and Panino looking proud. Whew, well, the Mel Sandy side quest was a lot to take in. Now time for the other two. So the false Celed side quest involves a boy who traveled from the real Landesia to the fake Landesia and has a curse. We start off the false Celed side quest going with Lizzie Loda in a cave as we follow a slime. Lizzie Loda says that she'll sprinkle some powder because the monsters are getting more dangerous and it makes us invisible. All of the monsters are gathered by a boy playing his tula as the powder wears off, and the boy asks us if we're here to listen to his music and all the monsters go away. The boy says his name is Sarek from Grand Zadora, who plays a tula, and since he was bored, his tula was able to gather monsters all around him in a non-hostile way. And Lizzie Loda asks Sarek why he's alone, and he says he was on his way to Celed with his parents, then he fainted. When he woke up, his parents were gone, and he arrived in this cave, hoping someone would find him. Lizzie Loda, relating to what it's like to have her own parents disappear, invites Sarek to Celed, and everyone in town would love to hear his tula, so we go back to Celed. In the church in Celed, everyone loves hearing Sarek's tula, and Lizzie Loda tells everyone of his story. Lizzie Loda asks everyone if they're cool adding Sarek to the group, and they all agree. And Sarek is wondering why there are only children in the town and where all the adults are. Lizzie Loda has trouble answering, so Sarek decides to play his tula for a while. Lizzie Loda asks us to be quiet about what actually happened in Celed for now. Hey, don't worry, Lizzie Loda. I'm not gonna tell Sarek about that time, you wished all your parents away, with Majin and Raja and Mushino. We talk to Sarek alone and he tells us of a time that his tula strings broke and he couldn't play. He usually has a spare string, but he left it in a bag with his dad. He asks us if we can find his dad to get the extra string and wonders where his parents are. So we go to true Grand Zadora and meet up with his father Tito and mother Furam. Tito tells us that Sarek was the most popular tula player in Grand Zadora, and we see Sarek in bed with a stone-like disease disease in his body. Wait, if Sarek is here, who's the one in fake Soled? Sarek's mother Firam says that Sarek has been suffering from a disease that's petrifying his body and has been in the state for a long time. Sarek's dream was to win the Grand Zadora Music Festival, and Tito says even if we cure the disease, there's no guarantee Sarek's fingers will move to play again. And Tito also says that Sarek lost consciousness on their way to Soled and his bag was robbed by a monster. He says that the bag was snatched by the dirty rabbits. Those wascally wabbits! The doctor arrives to check on Sarek as we go look for the bag. After we defeat the rabbits, we go back to false Soled and give the bag back to Sarek. He asks where his parents are and we give him the bag, repairing his Tula. After the Tula is repaired, Lizzie Loda comes in and wants to talk to both Sarek and us. We arrive at the church and we're having a party for Sarek. Happy birthday to you and many more, even though it's probably not your birthday. And Sarek is surprised, and Lizzie Loda says that this is the first time she's ever cooked sweets, but everyone helped her out. Lizzie Loda gave Sarek a present, which is a rosary indicating the bond between the children of Soled. And Sarek is happy that this is his first time he's received such hospitality, and gives us a song as a sign of gratitude for everyone. Ertula! And then Sarek talks about his illness and says he was cursing the god that gave him his fate. When he awoke in the false Landasia, his illness disappeared and was able to play the Tula again. However, Sarek thinks he might be actually dead. Whoa, no Sarek! And Sarek feels sad that he may not win the Grand Zadora Music Festival anymore, but says it's better to be able to play his music in the afterlife rather than in reality where he's sick. Everyone claps as Lizzie Loda tells Sarek to enjoy the moment. So many sweets! And Lizzie Loda is revealed. Even though Sarek is aware that he's in a false world, he's at least happy he can play his music. We tell her that we met the sick Sarek in the town of True Grand Zadora, so Lizzie Loda leaves and ponders what to do next. Back at True Grand Zadora, Tito is panicking since Sarek is not breathing, and another doctor comes in and is able to save Sarek, but says the symptoms may come back again. The doctor says there's no medicine that will cure Sarek's disease because the material used for the cure, the Argon Heart, no longer exists in this world. The Argon Heart was once taken from a red dragon in the Zedra cave, but it became extinct. But wait, there should be one in the false Landasia when it tries to attack Mishua, who later became Ann Lucia. So we leave the room and head to the Zedra cave in the false Landasia to get an Argon Heart. We're now back to the Zedra cave in false Landasia, sadly this time without Ann Lucia to protect us as we battle it out with the red dragon and his minions. After we defeat the red dragon, we grab the Argon Heart and head back to True Grand Zadora. The doctor administers the new medicine made from the Argon Heart, and Sarek's disease begins to disappear. Oh my god, Sarek is okay again! However, Sarek still isn't waking up and we leave so Sarek can be alone with his family. We go back to the false Soled and Sarek is transparent. He claims that he doesn't want to go back to the real Landasia and feels that he may not recover in order to play his Tula like before. He wants to play his Tula freely in the false Landasia and his will causes him to materialize again. Lizzie Loda cries and says that she's working hard to come back to the real Landasia no matter how hard it may be. She also says that Sarek's performance with the Tula is wonderful and that the people in the real Landasia deserve to hear it. Yeah, we should start a Tula band, man. I could totally be the lead vocalist. Then Lizzie Loda says that he should make his dream of winning the Grand Zadora Music Festival come true, and this convinces Sarek to come back to the real Landasia. He wants to play one song before he goes and asks us to listen to the end. Sarek plays his song to Lizzie Loda's delight and finally fades away back to the real Landasia. Oh, goodbye, Sarek. But wait, we can go back to the real Landasia and start our Tula band. Zoomstone! Ow! In the aftermath, Sarek wakes up in the real Grand Zadora with his parents and is ready to fulfill his dream of winning the Grand Zadora Music Festival. So we visit Sarek and he instantly recognizes us and wonders if everything he went through in the false Landasia and Soled were only dreams. He takes out the rosary that Lizzie Loda gave him and remembers her words to fulfill his dream. He says when he's ready to play Tula again, he'll give us the best seat in the house, thus ending the false Soled side quest. Yeah, we're totally starting the band, man. Maybe we should call it The Quester's Rest. And now the false Alaga Hero side quest involves monsters attacking and finally getting rid of Kilgil, who is with the fake Ann Lucia at the end of version 2.0. In Alaga Hero, Seraphi is trying to help a sick man in bed by trying to cure his poison, but Tahito, the man in the mask, is afraid that she will put everyone in danger. Sancha, the long-haired man, doesn't believe the medicine will work. Simul, the man who's sick, begins to shake, and Sancha is still mad that King Belmont is gone. And Seraphi is happy to see us and updates us on the situation of the townspeople being sick, and she says we need to get ingredients so she can prepare the medicine. We come back with the ingredients, and after Seraphi makes the medicine, Simul recovers. Seraphi says that she knows the truth behind the entire country of Alagahiro, and that's why she wants to help everyone recover. Simul says he got the sickness from a Bufferon, one of the buffalo monsters that King Belmod had, and the Bufferon attacked Simul. He says that the monster wasn't exactly a living one and just passed through his body, which felt like a cold chill. Seraphi knows that the Bufferon was originally a human and asks us who it is. As we go outside Alagahiro, we see the Bufferon spirit attacking the people, and it calls out for King Belmod, who we defeated back in version 2. The guards attack it but get infected. Seraphi meets up with us and wants to find out the true identity of the ghost. So in order to do that, we need to find out the identities of the other monsters who are locked down in the dungeon with us. Back when we fought King Belmod, we ask around town and are told to investigate the den near the awning south of Alagahiro. We arrive at the den and see all the monsters who escaped from the dungeon. Seraphi asks the monsters who the Bufferon is, and they reply it must be Captain Gorius. The Bodkin archer says that he's Tagius, the son of Gorius. Tagius tells us that his father was a very prideful person and he's held a grudge against King Belmod. The grudge started when Gorius would send monsters out to the battle to be shields for the humans, and Tagius requests that he comes with Alagahiro with us so he can talk to his father so we can go back to the afterlife in peace. We see Gorius going around town attacking more people as we go back to Alagahiro with Tagius and Seraphi. Tagius tries to bargain with his father and says that Belmod is dead, but however we hear a familiar laugh telling us not to interfere with this experiment. And then Kilgil arrives! The Dragon Quest version of Dr. Wily is back, you evil bastard, using ghosts for your own means! So Kilgil is mad that we killed the fake Anne Lucia, who is his greatest creation. In his search for revenge, he found Gorius and used his grudge to form the new ultimate masterpiece. Once he destroys the country, he'll bring his research to Madasagora. Kilgil sends Gorius to attack us, but Tagius runs up to him and Gorius recognizes him. Kilgil is surprised that Gorius still has his human emotions and plans to kill us next time as he warps away like the coward he is. One of the guards is suspicious of us but runs back to the castle. Simul comes out and says that he distracted the guard in order to repay us for helping him, and we leave Alagahiro for the time being. We meet up with Seraphi and Tagius outside town, and Tagius is sorry that he couldn't persuade his father. Seraphi is wondering how we can fight Gorius and goes off with Tagius to find a way. Back in Alagahiro, Seraphi is talking with Simul and the group to gather manpower to fight Gorius, and Simul agrees. Everyone marches out and Seraphi tells us their strategy to fight Gorius. Tagius says that Seraphi has a magic circle that can materialize spirits and we need to get the materials for it. Once we come back with the materials, Simul and the group come in and say we can lure Gorius out in the fighting arena. We come out to the fighting arena and get the magic circle ready. The atmosphere gets dark as Kilgil and Gorius arrive. Let's end this now, Kilgil! The magic circle activates and materializes Gorius, but Kilgil isn't impressed. Man, I spent all day drawing that circle with a Sharpie pen, old man! Simul and the group arrive to help and we battle it out with Gorius and Kilgil. After we defeat them, Kilgil tries one more time to get Gorius to fight us and powers him up to maximum. And if we don't defeat Gorius now, all of his power will destroy the fake Lendasia. Kilgil is killed by Gorius' power and Tagius comes back saying that he'll stop his father. All of the other monsters come back and Tagius walks into the whirlwind and dies, with his spirit going back into his human form. The other monsters go closer and die, turning back into their human forms who were the former guards under Gorius, convincing him to stop and no longer hold his grudge. With their words, the whirlwind is dispelled and Gorius' spirit goes back to normal. Gorius apologizes for his actions and all the former guards can now ascend to the afterlife in peace. Salute to you, Tagius and Gorius. And Seraphi is saddened that these former guards of Alagahiro's fate ended up in sadness, but Simul reminds Seraphi that they were able to free Gorius from his grudge and invites us back to town. We come back and everyone is now cheering because now they're all cured from the disease. Simul asks Seraphi if she can become the leader of Alagahiro and she's shocked. Whoa! Seraphi is hesitant, but Simul reminds her that her dream is to protect the country of Alagahiro and must pursue her dream head-on. She accepts and everyone cheers. All hail leader Queen Seraphi! And we end the fake Alagahiro side story. So once we're done with all the fake Lendasia side stories, we go to Kokorada Beach in the fake Lendasia and are sent on a quest by a man named Fabiel to investigate certain cracks appearing all over the world. We go to a palace and see a stone figure who looks like the first boss magic demon Bedora, who awakens and wonders where he is. He claims he was the one ordered to protect the sanctuary and mist comes out of the cracks, giving him a huge power-up as he grows larger and engages us in battle. But he hilariously chases after his circle and then engages us in battle. Okay? After defeating him, a man shows up thanking us for killing him and tells us that fake Landesia is falling apart after the defeat of the great demon lord Matasagora. So the man introduces himself as Mednum, and he says he chose the Hand of Destruction as he walks off, laughing maniacally. I don't trust this guy. Mednum, huh? More like Bedlam. We report back to Fabiel, and there's a woman in the house drinking away who kinda looks a bit like someone familiar we know. And then Fabiel introduces us to Kumaris, whose hobbies are eating and sleeping. Mine too. You know what, Kumaris? I think we're totally gonna get along. Fabiel says that Kumaris is gonna help us investigate the cracks appearing all over fake Landesia, and she agrees to join us to kill time. Fabiel brings us a stone that seems to be incomplete, and we need to fill it with the love from the fake Landesia. So positive YouTube comments, got it. So our goal is to travel through fake Landesia and affirm the love of the people who live here. Fabiel brings the stone closer to Kumaris, and her eyes change a bit, looking kind of familiar. So we hit the fake Mel Sandy village as our first stop. We go to fake Mel Sandy village and meet up with Alaska and Witch Krell after we do a quest to bring some wheat. After she's done, we have some nice slime bread. Yummy! Alaska spares no moments digging in, but Krell doesn't like the taste. However, the townspeople smell the bread and say that Alaska has been sharing her bread with everyone in the village. And Krell insists that she wants to improve the taste of the bread, but one of the villagers loves it so much that we fill the stone with love. As the Mel Sandy villagers enjoy the bread, we go off to Fake Saled. In Fake Saled, we gather around Lizzie Loda and the other kids talking about Sarek, who just recently awoken in true Grand Zadora. Sarek left Lizzie Loda a crystal with a message and says he's woken up, but his limbs aren't moving as expected. He's still able to play his Tula to everyone in the room. Rockin' the Questers Rest Tula Band, man! Then Sarek says one day he'll make a new tune that everyone will love and that he's doing fine. Lizzie Loda tries to play the crystal again, but there's no sound. However, the crystal shatters. Oh no, don't worry, I'll buy Sarek's album on iTunes. And Firo assures everyone that when Sarek plays Tula again, he'll send another crystal and everyone still agrees to help each other out. Kumaris tells Lizzie Loda that if they try to interact with True Landesia, they'll only have more despair, but Lizzie Loda says that Sarek was able to give them hope and to never give up, thus filling our stone with more love. Kumaris' eyes flash again as she reaffirms that the children of Fake Saled are still helping each other out and living their best lives. And with Saled out of the way, we head on to Fake Alagahiro. In the kingdom of Alagahiro, we go to the Jyla Dense Forest and use the stone to make the melon of the great demon king. Seraphi arrives and she's happy that there are shiny melons, and she's confused that she couldn't find anything. For some reason, Seraphi can't grab the melons, and Kumaris says that they're Matasagora's unfinished work. Seraphi still insists that they get the real shiny melons from the people of Alagahiro. Seraphi's determination as the leader of Alagahiro makes her finally able to pick up the shiny melons, which surprises Kumaris. Seraphi says that protecting Alagahiro is protecting all of the citizens' smiles, and with that, we fill the stone with more love, finally finishing our mission, and we head back to Kokorada Beach. We give the stone to Fabiel, now full of love, and he talks about the Soul Breaker, which is a ritual for the survival of fake Landesia. There are two beings, one who will protect the world and the one who will destroy it, who are also known as the Hand of Protection and the Hand of Destruction. If the God of Destruction Malroth is summoned, the world will be destroyed. Fabiel says that with Matasagora gone, fake Landesia's instability may even affect other worlds, and asks Kumaris if she wants to help, but she doesn't want anything to do with the situation. However, Fabiel convinces Kumaris to help us out and to confront Mednum, who is the Hand of Destruction, who we met at the start of the quest. We go to the location where Mednum is supposed to arrive and see a statue who comes back to life and attacks us. After we defeat the statue, a crack appears above and we use the stone filled with love to defend against the power of the crack, and Kumaris helps us. The crack disappears and we see a very familiar figure above. Can it be? But when Kumaris turns around, the figure disappears but still continues to taunt us, saying that it will prepare a suitable place for us to die soon. We go to the fake mountains and see the dark figure with an even bigger crack who reveals herself to be the fake Ann Lucia! Ho! Kumaris recognizes her, and the fake Ann Lucia says that she will lead the Hand of Destruction to victory. As Mednum is looking above, another dark figure is right behind him, and Mednum says he recreated the fake Ann Lucia. Kumaris and the fake Ann Lucia battle it out as Kumaris bravely holds her ground. The stone reacts to Kumaris and transforms her into the Shield of Protection Ann Lucia. Hey, you know what? I'll just call Kumaris Ann Blucia. Mednum is amused that Fabiel also had another Ann Lucia to represent his side, and we battle it out with the fake transformed Ann Lucia. After we defeat her, Matasagora arrives, but says he's not the real one, but it was created from the Hand of Destruction! Plot twist! Fake Matasagora is disappointed when his true self died. He left many things unfinished, and that's his biggest regret as an artist. Now that he's back as part of the Hand of Destruction, he'll finish his work with the destruction of the world. And Kumaris as Anne Blucia says she'll stop him, but fake Matasagora says that he will reach the highest pinnacle of his art by destroying the world that he created. The fake Anne Lucia gets up and offers to help fake Matasagora by destroying the world, but he blasts her away, killing her. Fake Matasagora escapes, and after reporting to Fabiel, we go to the Vortex of Creation and confront the fake Matasagora. He says we don't understand his art and a larger crack appears in the sky. Fake Matasagora says that Malroth will be summoned soon and that his final masterpiece will be completed as we battle it out. As we defeat fake Matasagora, Mednem and Fabiel appear as Mednem concedes to Fabiel. Fake Matasagora still wants to destroy the world, but Fabiel says that the results have already been decided. We use the stone to get rid of the last crack, but fake Matasagora attacks us as Kumaris tries to protect us. Fake Matasagora breaks the rules and then opens the crack, summoning Malroth as his final work of art as he dies again. Oh no. Although it is awesome seeing a fully 3D Malroth like in Builders 2. Fabiel warps out and Mednem also gets away. We're back at Kokorada Beach and Mednem says they can't stop Malroth as he's out of control. Fabiel says we can go to the Dark Sphere where Malroth resides and we can stop him from there. Both Fabiel and Mednem use their powers to open the Dark Sphere so we can fight Malroth. Now the battle with Malroth can be fought alone, but it's nearly impossible since it's time-based. So the following battles are an 8-player raid battle where you can team up with 7 other people, and Kumaris as Anne Blucia. Once you get to the Dark Sphere, you fight Atlas Neo, Pazuzu Elite, Belial Origin, and Malroth Extreme! Well, his name's not Extreme, but it's just Malroth. While the other battles are long but easy to get through, Malroth is difficult mostly due to the time limit and his annoying ability to freeze everyone with status ailments. However, if you have a ranger, you can stop him from freezing everyone, but I highly recommend dealing as much damage to him as possible before the 10-minute time limit runs out. After we defeat Malroth, Fabiel and Mednem appear, but Malroth's body appears once again! Oh no, not again. Fabiel says that Malroth is about to implode inside the Dark Sphere, and if he goes off, some part of the world will be lost. Kumaris doesn't want to take any chances, so we give her the Stone Full of Love and she shatters it, giving her the powers to seal off Malroth's body as we escape with Fabiel. We arrive back at the Vortex of Creation and see the Dark Sphere explode in the sky as Kumaris comes back down. Unfortunately, Fabiel thinks Kumaris is dead, but Mednem says to take her back with us. We arrive back at Kokorada Beach and Fabiel shows Kumaris the world that she helped protect. Even if the world was fake, the souls of the people were real. As Fabiel and Mednem are about to bury Kumaris, she gets back up and quickly turns back to her normal self. Happy that the world is now safe, Kumaris says that she'll live her life neither as a hero or a shield of protection, and she asks who Fabiel and Mednem are. Fabiel says that he and Mednem are in charge of watching the different worlds and turn back to their angel forms. Whoa! Whoa! Just like Dragon Quest IX! Fabiel asks Kumaris what she's gonna do now, and the Dragon Quest I map theme plays as she decides to go on a trip throughout the world. Fabiel and Mednem disappear in a flash, only leaving feathers behind, and we see Kumaris' world trip, thus ending the Breaking World side quest. Upon completing the Breaking World side quest, you get the Anne Blucia outfit and can replay the fight with Malroth and his bosses in the Book of Strong Warriors to get Q-side points if you want extra Fukubiki tickets. The Breaking World side quest was nice in between content to fill in the gap between versions 5.2 and 5.3, and also 5.3 to 5.4. While not as emotionally deep as other parts of the game, it was cool to see the old Dragon Quest II foes and have different forms of Anne Lucia in the game, even if they weren't the real her. And I highly recommend playing it, and that ends this episode of Dragon Quest X, the Breaking World side quest. See ya next time! Thanks for watching, and I hope you enjoyed this video. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe, and make sure to check out these other videos, and also make sure to follow me on social media and check out the official Battle Geek Plus website. Take care.